Hello, hello. Welcome. Hope you guys are all doing good today. Facebook was frozen for a second. But yeah, hope you guys are doing good today. We're gonna be playing some more Echo. And I hope you guys have been enjoying the music too. Because it's actually from one of Porter Robinson's sets in Korea. But which is, I think, probably one of my favorite sets. Oh, speaking of which, if you guys have not signed up for Ferality Luma yet, please do. It's going to be a lot of fun. I believe they follow American time, so Pacific Daylight Time is what they're following. And I'm going to be DJing there. Sparky, the admission there is $10. I'm not sure how to convert that into anything else, but general admission is $10. Because, you know, they got to keep the servers running, they got to have the bot working. And, you know, they donate to Save a Fox too, so I think it's fair that, you know, they price that for a reasonably small amount of money just to go. But yeah, that's all the news I've got for you. So yeah, let's head right into Echo. At least it's not $50. Yeah, I think because, you know, since I'm gonna be a DJ there, they gave me a first class pass, which, oh my god, they didn't have to give me that. But, you know, the whole team there is really cool. And, you know, I'm glad that I got accepted to be that. Would you stream it? Ferality is actually going to be streaming it, so I'm not going to be the one streaming. So don't you worry. Alright, now for a classic Blepper Luck. Okay, so we're going to kill off the music there for now. But, will you look into streaming it then? I mean, yeah, I'm always down to play some more games that I probably have never heard of before. Like my buddy Lorgans, he told me that there's a bunch of games that I definitely am interested in playing, so I'll definitely have to check that out. Also, I just realized we finally hit the 300 mark. Thank you guys so much for the 300 follows. It's incredible. It's incredible to see how this community has grown. We actually did reach 300 a while back, but, you know, they were all follow bots, so I guess they got yeeted from my list. So, yeah, that was a shame. But, I mean, we're back to 300 already, which is incredible. I'm gonna head out since I don't want to be spoiled with Echo, and you're most likely at the point where... Ah, okay then. Well, I hope you have a good time, Thomas, and thank you for stopping by. But, where was I? I think I was here. Okay. As we're saying our goodbyes, I remind Leo about the shots in need of the lake. I still talk to the other two about it the day after they leave. We all say our goodbyes before Leo, Carl, and Flynn take off. TJ takes his usual hour getting ready for bed while Janet does some schoolwork. By the time I'm finished brushing my teeth, I'm grateful to see them both in bed. I get under the covers next to TJ and lay there for about an hour, staring at the ceiling. Slowly I slide out from under the covers, careful not to wake TJ. Quietly I slip my jeans on and grab my jacket before heading out the door. Toby built a small sandcastle next to the lake in the process of digging a moat around it. Jenna drops a few twigs next to it before running off to find more decorations. Flynn is talking to Sydney, pointing at Toby's sandcastle. Sydney looks hesitant but excited. He seems to make up his mind, suddenly running forward and kicking the top of the tallest castle. It breaks easily, with most of it flying into Toby's face. Toby flinches back, shocked before immediately crying as he rubs his eyes. Sorry, ZK, I'm well. Hope you're well. Yeah, don't worry about it, Bandit. I'm glad you're here. But yeah, I'm doing well too. I'm really excited to finally get back into this game. This novel. Well, technically the same thing. But yeah, I'm really excited to finally get back into this because we've got a long way to go. Janet comes running from across the beach, yelling before shoving at Sydney, who's laughing. She turns to Toby, trying to help him clean his face, but the lynx pushes her away before running towards the trail back to Echo. Hiya, Eric. How's it going? And wow, that is a very eerie picture. How you doing, Eric? I'm glad you're here. I'm doing good too. Chair. A very interesting chair with a very, very spooky vibe. Yeeyaw River feeds Emma Lake from the north. It's a farther drive than the lake itself, but it does have a few nice clearings along the edge. One of them has a few benches and a rusted to hell public grill that I'm sure no one has used in decades. This is the place that we go to. As we're unloading Leo's van, I decided to get the B-roll of the lake right away. It won't have much of a presence in the packet, so I think I'm just going to narrate over it later. The actual lake looks like it's only a few minutes from here. It's a bit difficult navigating around the sage bush, and I know it's going to have to check for ticks later. It's one of those beach chairs that unfold and put the umbrella over and then just chill in. True, yeah. By the time I reach the lake, my friends are pretty far behind me, hidden between a few bends and hills. I'm getting uncomfortable with the idea of me holding this camera while I navigate through this terrain. It probably would have been better if Leah had just parked the car next to a reservoir while I got out to film, but I guess even that still wasn't okay. There was a large square of paved ground next to the parking lot now, several benches, and a row of brand new grills. Several lamps had been erected over the area too. Leo was right about the town, trying to turn the reservoir into a recreational spot. I can actually see a few jet boats skimming through the water, leaving long trails of white behind them. There's even what looks like a feline of some sort fishing in the shallows. It would explain why the motel is still in business. Lake Emma is fairly small, but only about 12 miles long and wide. I look around before climbing to the top of a nearby hill and get my shots. Even with a few people there, it's still pretty quiet aside from the train horns, and it's kinda eerie. I wrap up and start to quickly make my way back. It's hard to explain why I'm getting freaked out in the broad daylight with people around. Either it's because of what happened all those years ago, I'm just psyching myself out. I'm glad to hear my friends' voices again as I get closer. Then again, it sounds like they're fighting. Been acting like a dick all day. Be glad I came here at all. Apparently it would have been better if you hadn't. Maybe I should just fucking leave then. It sounds a lot more serious than a usual squabble, so I quicken my pace. They seem to quiet down a bit once they see me coming. TJ's off to the side looking out the river, occasionally throwing a rock into it. Carl sits in a lawn chair, one of the 6 that have been set out in a semicircle. He has his chin on a fist as he lazily stares at me. Jenna and Leo both stand next to each other, looking at Flynn, who's got his back turned, rummaging through the cooler. Hey, what's wrong? Leo sighs. Nothing. You get your film? Yeah, got it. The silence is still awkward, and I have no idea what the hell to do with myself. I finally realize I'm still holding the camera and decide to put that away. Hey, I gotta go for a quick swim. I'm gonna go for a quick swim. Haven't been in the water in a while. When we first got here, I was completely disappointed to find the motel didn't have its own swimming pool. Being an otter, I like to swim at least once a day, if not more. At this point, it had been 3. Flynn turns around, a beer in his hand as he cracks it open. It was true that he'd been acting a bit strange today. He'd held the entire trip up by a few hours, and when he finally showed up, his eyes were bleary, and he seemed sluggish, like he'd been up all night. When we asked if he was alright, he brushed us off. Yeah, thanks for the help setting up, Chase. You're about as useful as this badass here. He swings the paw holding a beer at Carl. Flynn, so enjoy that swim while I set everything out. Yeah, I will. Make my soda a diet while you're at it. I've had it with Flynn. He's sour on the trip, but doesn't need to be an asshole. Go fuck yourself. I ignore him as I strip my shirt and head to the riverbank. I pat TJ on the shoulder as I pass him before slipping into the water. We're currently in the middle of a drought that has lasted the past 3 years, so the water's low, only about 10 feet at its deepest. It's enough though, and God, it feels good. It's spring, so the water feels pretty cold. I swam back and forth a few times before finally diving in. Oh! How's this game? I'm interested in giving it a go. This is incredible, Bandit. You definitely need to try this out. This game is incredible with like the story writing and everything. Eventually I sit on drifting to the bottom, laying and gripping onto the rocky floor as I stare up to the shimmering light above me. I feel the gentle current run over my body. It's nice to be away from all the tension above me, so I feel isolated, alone, and for now, that feels good. Only I could really come down the steep. The others are not being able to hold their breath long, or being too little. I remember when we were younger, I would give the other rides around the lake, able to swim for nearly half a mile and back. Even Flynn the asshole had done it a few times. It was one skill that I was proud of, even if it was inherent to my species. It still made me somewhat useful, or at least different from everyone else in a good way. I'd always felt the odd one out of the group, as strange as it sounds. Where everyone else had a strong, distinct personality, I was just average. Sometimes I wonder if they were just friends with me just because we all had to be when we were younger. This whole trip has kind of forced me to think back on all the memories I have of this place and my friends. They were always doing the cool things, being different while I just sort of blended into the background. Even then I wanted to do something, to stand out somehow. That's what I'm trying to do here, I guess. It's been about 7 minutes, and I only know that because it's as long as I can hold my breath. I decided I should go back up and help out, so I slowly let myself float back up to the surface, trying to stay in the same spot. When I surface, it's pretty quiet. For a second, I wonder if everyone is just gone. Of course, that's ridiculous. As I come over to the embankment, everyone's there. Predictably, Flynn doesn't get my food out, so I go to the cooler and grab a sandwich and soda before sitting in an empty chair next to Leo. Apparently, it was a good idea to bring lawn chairs, considering the tables looked like they were covered in a year's worth of bird shit. How was the swim? His tone is bitter and salty. He's not in his usual grumpy but good-natured mood. He's genuinely unhappy. What the hell was his deal? Amazing. I'm gonna have to come back here again sometime during the week. You lizard people don't understand. You hardly ever need water. It always scares the hell out of me when you're down there that long. I'm built for it. Remember when you give us rides? That was fun. Remember when you'd always scream like a girl when Chase would go out too far out? Oh wow, I remember that now. Hey, I never really liked the water. Anyway, Chase would do it on purpose. He knew I didn't like it out to a certain point. Oh, I forgot. Carl looks at me. You know what was really cool was when you take us down for a dive. Oh yeah, Chase was like our little summer. I keep reading words wrong. Chase was like our own little submarine. I was starting to get that otters are swimming clowns vibe again. Still, I kind of enjoyed the attention. We'll get you to take us to the bottom so we could look for treasure. Leo makes air quotes at the last word. And you know, we probably would have found way more stuff if you guys hadn't been dragging me down. I remember when... Are we really fucking talking about this? Yikes. Everyone turns to look at Flynn. His voice is low and dangerous. There's a chill in the air because we all know what he means. I was actually feeling pretty good about it at this point, like we would cross the bridge being able to talk about it for once. Apparently we hadn't. Flynn? No, I'm serious. Do you think it's okay to fucking talk about this when the lake is just a quarter mile that way? You know what, Flynn? I think we should. Isn't that part of the reason why we're here? No! If that were the case, we'd be over there. But we're here. And why is that? Everyone's quiet for a moment. I see TJ shrink into his chair, staring hard at his lap. Flynn, we came here because Chase needed footage. A change comes over Flynn. His face darkens and everyone sees it. Flynn turns to me as if it takes some effort to not flinch back. Yeah, and why is that, Chase? You gonna put that in your fucking documentary? No, Emma Lake is an important part of Echo's history. It's just what? Jesus! Flynn raises a brow ridge at me and I finally lower my eyes. This was a stupid fucking idea. You know what, Flynn? If you'd be a little more open, tell us what's on your mind, we'd be able to avoid this kind of stuff. Oh, and you want to know what's on my mind? Flynn swivels and marches up to Carl. Alright, let's start with you. You're fat, lazy, and no motivation. Jesus Christ! What the hell are you planning on doing with your life? Sit here, waste away, and echo mooching off your parents until you're dead? Carl stares back up at Flynn impassively, though he hunches in on himself a bit further. Flynn, don't do this right now. And you, thinking you're better than everyone else, I can tell. You think everyone in Echo is trash. Just because me and the others haven't left, you think we're lower than you. Just because we don't have an education, we're a bunch of retards. Yeah? Well, you left your whole fucking family behind without even saying goodbye. You know what's even going on with them right now? What they're dealing with? Yeah, real fucking hero you are. You think I... Stop it, Flynn. Ah, unquestionable leader. We wouldn't have been friends without you, would we? That's why you brought us here, right? So we could all bond? Or wait, was it just because you wanted to get into Chase? Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Probably. You've been a mess ever since you left, so let me be the one to tell you. It's over. It's fucking unhealthy. You're obsessed with them. Slowly his head turns to me and I brace myself. And I can imagine why. You, Chase, have the personality of a fucking rock. I wish you could see yourself. You just sit there like a creep, watching everyone, weighing everything that we say. I don't think I haven't caught you the way you stare at all of us, like we're all objects to be collected. What, are you just planning to cycle through all of us? Wow! Wow! Flynn stops and exhales. Seems like it's over. I really hope it is. That proves futile though, as Flynn slowly turns on TJ. Oh no! Oh no! No, that's mean! I silently prayed that the Lynx would make a run for it, and Flynn all had his attention focused on us, but TJ looks apathetic. Like a statue, there's no soul in him. Flynn pauses, though, as if he's at a loss for what to say. Finally, what happened, TJ? Flynn? Leo stands up, and from his posture I can tell the wolf is ready to fight. Memories are starting to flow back. TJ, Flynn thinking that he'd done something to... I stand up too. Flynn may sound like a hard ass, but physically Leo had him beat easily. Flynn can obviously tell that he might have a fight on his hands though, and it's clear he doesn't want that. He drops his shoulders, seeming to shrink as if invisible strings had been holding him up were cut. He turns to us and gestures at TJ. I just want the truth. Can we put a stop to this today, right now? I don't think you know how much of a nightmare this has been for me, not really knowing TJ. TJ stares up at Flynn, muzzle set grimly. What happened to Sydney? It's dead quiet. TJ stares at his lap, not moving. Come on, let's... Flynn holds up a hand towards me, still staring at TJ. Slowly, TJ looks up, his face still stoic, still made of stone. I already told you what happened. Bullshit! Flynn steps forward, but Leo's there to grab the back of Flynn's shirt and swing him around. Oh, I dodge out of the way as Flynn is flung back to the land on his ass, kicking up a big cloud of dust. Shit! Flynn, I swear to God, if you start a fight here, I'll drop your stupid ass. Everyone except TJ is standing now, staring at Flynn. Flynn sits there, glaring up at Leo, obviously weighing his chances. He seems to come up short though, as he spits to the side and stands up, brushing off his pants as he turns away. You're all okay with not knowing? Fuck all you. He turns back around, hand in pockets, a bitter look on his face. This whole thing was stupid, Leo. We're not even friends anymore. Flynn scuffs the ground before turning and walking towards the trail that goes back to Echo. God damn it, Flynn. Fuck off. Flynn keeps walking, and it's pretty clear that he isn't coming back. I raise a paw and rub it over my eyes. What was he doing? He's a passionate guy that will just sometimes explode with all his insecurities before running away and hiding for a few days. He skewered us all like that before. That was classic Flynn. But he was especially mean and dark. And the part with TJ, I vaguely remember Flynn having some sort of suspicion, but that had been a long time ago. Had he still been sitting on that the whole time? I look to the left and see that TJ's gone. Carl's still sitting down, but now it looks like he's pulling out a joint. Lots of swears in this game. Yeah, I'm pretty shocked by what just happened. Leo's walking off down another trail, cursing while Jenna follows him. I stand there next to my chair, undecided. Oh no. Okay, hold on. We're gonna need... We're gonna need like a lot of saves here. I'm tired of feel... Okay, so we're gonna go with Carl for this swear. We're gonna go for Carl for the save. I'm tired and I feel awful. I just don't have it in me to chase everyone down right now. Flynn's back off to Echo. Looks like Leo went off to TJ, but I can't imagine the Lynx wants all of us crowding around him right now. I sigh, rubbing my face before I sit down in the lawn chair next to Carl. He looks over at me, slowly lowering what's definitely a joint from his mouth. What? I don't mind. I make a go-on gesture with my paw. Carl shakes his head though, pushing the disheveled tube back into his front pocket. Nah, I always feel like a dick when the other guy isn't into it. Want me to leave? He shakes his head with a quick flick of his horns. No, man, I just do it when there's nothing else to do. Ah. There's a moment of silence, and I feel a little pressure to break it since I'm the one who interrupted his bake session. I actually tried it a few years ago. Carl looks surprised. Really? How was it? I shrug. It was pretty bad. It wasn't a muffin, I think. Carl makes a face at that. Edibles. Yeah, well, I ended up eating one. I didn't feel anything for a while. Next thing I know, I'm face down on the floor and everyone's freaking out. Shit, that sucks. It was kind of funny, but I don't think I'll ever try it again. Carl puts the joint back out of his pocket and holds it up. That's why you should use one of these. It's easier on the brain. Yeah, well, I guess I just don't like the idea of putting smoke in my lungs. Carl puts the joint back in his pocket. I get that. Again, there's a few seconds of silence and I try to think of something to say, but Carl beats me to it. Crazy shit, huh? I assume he's talking about what just happened. Yeah, crazy. But you know how he is. He's regretting everything right now. Well, I guess I'd rather he just wouldn't say it in the first place. What he said to TJ, man. He picks on him a lot, but that was crossing the line. 420 blaze it. Carl scratches the back behind one of his horns, then rubs his nose. Well, yeah, I guess I never understood that either. Making fun of TJ is like making fun of a cloud. But Flynn doesn't mean it usually. He likes TJ. I've noticed during the trip that Carl's been pretty defensive of Flynn, even though he's the butt most of the lizard's jokes. I'd seen Flynn trip Carl up and put him in several headlocks since I got here. You'd think getting older would charge that, but I swear they roughhouse even more than they did before. So you and him still seem pretty close. You guys hang out a lot? Yeah, a bit. Mostly because there isn't much else to do. He's got a friend in Payton that he hangs out with sometimes too. So what do you guys do? I know Flynn isn't into video games at all, and Carl probably doesn't care to go clubbing every other night. He shrugs. Sometimes we go fishing, maybe just drive around Payton. Mostly I'm just hanging out at home though. Playing video games? Playing video games, watching movies, cybering with a chatbot, the usual. I grinned. That's sad. I would have cybered with you if I know you wouldn't have anyone. I don't know, man. That thing complies all the fetishes of the people it's talked to. It's got my sexuality all kinds of fucked up. Oh yeah? Yeah, it seems like no matter what I say to her, she's tied up in some warehouse blindfolded with a few missing limbs. You underestimate my abilities. Oh, an agenda swap that comes out of nowhere halfway through. Well, you're not sexting up a robot. You doing anything else? I can't exactly get my around myself anymore. So I guess your parents decided against getting you a new car? Yeah, oh, look at this. He leans over and pulls out his phone. I can't help but notice it's a top model brand, probably around 700 bucks. But he's not showing me the phone. Instead, he presses out his screen a few times and swipes through some pictures. I swear I see an image of Flynn with his pants down, mooning at the camera. Carl swipes it over pretty quick though, and I'm now looking at the image of a brand new sedan. Except the front is neatly folded up around the pole of a stop sign. I recognize the sign. I'd actually seen it right outside the convenience store, still bent at a ridiculous angle. Guess the town didn't care enough to get it fixed. The pole itself is almost embedded into the middle of the hood. Holy shit! Carl checks and pinches at the screen, zooming in. Yeah, dropped my phone when I came back up, this frickin' pole was right in front of me. Really, Carl? Why were you on your phone? I don't know. When I got to town, I didn't really think anyone was going to be on the road. I sighed, then noticed a big round spot on the right side of the windshield, spiderwebbed and smashed white. Whoa, is that? Yup. Carl knocks it on his head for the effect, the hollow sound that it emits seeming rather appropriate. You rely on that too much, and you really need to start wearing your seatbelt. He shrugs and pulls his phone back into his pocket before leaning back into the chair and closing his eyes. What's the point? To not die? Happens to everyone sooner or later. Why not get out early if you can? He keeps his voice light under the heavy statement. I have no idea what to say to that, so I don't, but he breaks the silence again soon enough. So, how's PU? You see Chelsea at all? I have no idea how... Oh, wait. Sometimes I forget Carl went to Pueblo with me. It was only one semester, but we had a lot of fun. That's alright, haven't seen Chelsea at all, though. It's a big school. Anyway, what's that project thing that you're doing? Just a news packet about Echo, really. Kinda how it's falling apart. Huh. I've told him this already, but Carl never remembers much. Might center it around the whole body and the mind thing that happened on the way back. Carl opens his eyes and looks at me. So do you need like history stuff, like old books and records and stuff? Yeah, if it relates. Carl sits up straighter and grins. Well, why didn't you say so? We got a ton of stuff in the crawl space from way back then. Yeah? What kind of stuff? Oh, I didn't mean to scroll that. Carl sets a hoof against one of the rocks circling the fire pit and starts rocking his chair back. Well, whatever family kept over the years, that one guy, Carl snaps his fingers a few times. You know, the guy founded this place, James? Yeah, sure. He's like my great-great-great-grandfather or something. I think we had some of that stuff from way back in the day. My parents were thinking about setting up an Echo museum thing, but they never did. This might actually be useful to me. All I had planned was to maybe look some old newspapers or town records and be done with it. Hey DJ, how's it going? Welcome on in. The Blap welcomes you. How's it going, buddy? Actually, seeing some of the old stuff up close could be pretty cool. That might be a good idea, actually. Carl grins. Awesome. I always kind of wanted to look through that stuff, but the crawl space is damn creepy. You free tonight? For the first time, Carl actually looks really excited. Oh wait, never mind. Flynn's taking me to a dentist appointment early in the morning. How about around 11 tomorrow? I smile. Sounds like a plan. Sweet. Whoa! Carl gives an excited kick off the rock and the chair is tipping back. The back legs practically snap under his weight. He's sent slamming down on his rear, a chair of crumpled mess under his ass. Not good getting sick from cold and flu. Oh no, that's not good. I'd give you a hug, but if I could, I'd give you a big old hug. Hopefully that'll make it go away. I laugh and of course I feel bad, but Carl gets up with a sheepish smile, looking down at the broken pile. Well, Leo's gonna be pissed. Okay, we're gonna save here. And then we're gonna load... Alright, so we're gonna go find TJ in this one. Oh, sadly this shit won't... Ah, yeah, that's true. He's a sensitive guy, and after tongue lashing like that from someone like Flynn, I can't imagine what state he's in. I don't see him anywhere as I scan the area, but I do see some trees and bushes further up along the riverbank. Since there's really no other place to hide, I assume that's where he's at. Sure enough, I see him immediately. He's sitting down and his knees drawn up with his arms folded on top of them. He's got his forehead resting on top of his arms, staring down at the sand between his legs. I stand there for a moment, wondering if it would just be better to leave him alone. After a few seconds, I finally decide to sit down next to him, cross-legged. His ears flick in my direction as he turns his head to the left, away from me. I notice a few wet spots between his feet. Maybe he just wants to be left alone right now. I'm gonna make a little save right here. MFF is a little far away and pretty expensive considering how the economy is now. Yeah, that's true. Hi Axel, how's it going? Welcome on in. I decide that I need to break the silence. Hey, TJ. He doesn't say anything or move. You know how Flynn is, he's a dick. Again, silence. Everyone knows he's a dick. No one's mad at you. He does move, then sliding his legs out straight and then leaning back on his paws. He's still looking away from me, rubbing his face on his shoulder. You want to go back and eat? Finally. I can't believe he did that, in front of everyone. I'm not sure what to say, so I stay quiet. After a minute, TJ finally turns his head, looking into the river. The wind picks up. Oh wait, shit. Did we... Hold on a minute. Okay, so we're gonna make 2 other saves right here. Oh, okay, there we go. What is this? Oh, not a game. This is Echo. It's a furry visual novel that my buddy Rocky introduced me to. And so far it's been pretty good. I like how it is right now. After a minute, TJ finally turns his head, looking into the river. The wind picks up reflections from the river, highlighting the motes of dust that swirl up around us. His face fur is a bit messed up, spiked up in a few places from being wet. It's an unusual sight to see his fur unkempt. I mean, what the heck? TJ, unable to curse, even though it would probably be the best thing for him. He adjusts his legs to sit cross-legged like me and wipes his face again. Did you know what he was talking about? I take in a breath, unsure how I should approach this. I think so? TJ's ears lower. But how you doing, Axel? Sorry, I didn't ask. But how you doing, buddy? Listen, no one else thinks anything happened. We were so little, especially you. I mean, I can't believe he's doing this. I trace a claw through the dirt, drawing some wavy patterns as I try to make sense of all of this myself. I think it's just because he was such good friends with Sydney and he just wants more than the truth. I look sideways at TJ. He's just sitting there looking at the ground. And I guess you were the only one that saw what happened, so he only has you to go after him. I saw him drown. I don't say anything, but I feel myself cringe inwardly. Pretty soon tears are running down TJ's face, but he doesn't bother to wipe them away. He's not just sad though, he's angry. I hear it in his voice as he goes on. I saw Sydney drown, and Flint thinks he's the only one that hurts. He thinks that he's the only one that feels like he's in a nightmare. Well, maybe. His voice cracks as he looks away from me again, wiping at his face. Maybe I haven't told him everything because I didn't want to have those images in my head. TJ takes a moment to steady his voice, working to get his breathing back to normal. I wish I could just go back to that day. TJ, there's nothing you could have done. I know my words are meaningless crap and I hate myself for saying them, but I have to say something. Not one of us would have been able to do anything if we were there. You would have. Well, besides, I already knew I couldn't have saved him on my own. This isn't what... TJ takes a moment to wipe his face again. When he's done, he doesn't go on. We sit in silence for a long while after that, and I adjust myself so I can lean back against the rock behind me. I pat the ground. Sit next to me, Tej. He's calmed down for the most part, and after a moment he does crawl over to sit right next to me. I pick up a few pebbles and toss them into the river. Remember when we used to call it Seesaw River? Yeah. He leaves it at that, so I drop it. I rest my head back and close my eyes, only then realizing how tired I am. In some sort of way I can see Flynn is so suspicious, or at least why he believes there's more to the story. There clearly is. But while I do want TJ to tell me more about what happened, I could never bring myself to ask him. I honestly feel that if I ever want to help him with this past, I should probably come to terms with it myself. I crinkled my brow, toying with the idea of going back. It's something I actively avoid thinking about. We all do. But like Jenna said, maybe talking about it, thinking about it, might actually help. I dig my fingers into the pebbles on either side of me. The images came to me like a quick flurry, like someone cycling through a Viewmaster too fast. This guy's getting... I think we're gonna save here. Okay, so we're gonna go back to our main game, because I don't want to, like, spoil myself for whatever other path that we go with. Because I think, like, every story is gonna be different with whoever we choose. So it all doesn't end the same way, depending on who we choose. I'm driving down the road alongside the lake. Carl's sitting next to me. He's in the chair that he broke. I keep telling him to wear his seatbelt, but he won't. I turn down a road that I don't remember. I go straight towards down the lake. For some reason I can't stop. I brace myself for the impact, but I hardly feel anything. We just glide into the lake. I start trying to take out the seatbelt, but it's stuck. I I look over at Carl and he smiles before opening his door. Want to become famous? No, why don't you piss off? Water rushes in and he starts to step out. Soon the water is over my head and it doesn't matter that I'm an otter. Okay. Turns out it was a good idea to hang out with Carl today. After texting back and forth with Leo, I learned that he's actually planning a birthday party for the Ram. It's a little weird since Carl's birthday isn't for another month, but I guess it's just an excuse to have a party. Leo tells me to keep Carl distracted for the day while they go shopping for decorations and gifts. He also tells me that he'll get my gift for Carl, which is fine with me. TJ's pretty bummed though, considering it throws off his hiking plans, but Jenna promises him that they'll at least hike half the trail. I want to talk with him, but he's acting pretty cold towards me, probably because I'm bailing on my promise to go with him. I drive to Carl's house because it's pretty far separated from the rest of Echo, up against the foothills of the Casa Demonio mountain range. It'll probably take me 15 minutes to get up there, and there's no way in hell I'm doing that. This heat uphill would have got a car. The main reason it's separated like this because Carl's house is a mansion. Carl's family is loaded, a legacy that's followed them ever since Carl's great-great-great-whatever struck it rich over 100 years ago. James Hendricks eventually went up to start an ice cream business, which at this point is spread out to over most of the western half of the country. Carl's mom is the CEO, I think. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I should probably get some shots at the mansion considering its role in the town's history. Most of the old mansion has been demolished at this point, but I think parts of it are still from the original structure. Probably best to ask first though. I walk up to the front door and ring the doorbell, listening to the fancy chime inside. I wait for about a minute, starting to wonder if Carl is asleep or just high off his ass when I hear some voices from behind the house. I'm definitely recognizing the crackly timbre of Carl's voice along the high tenor of Flynn's. I head around the house, stepping carefully through the desert, landscaping and walking into the backyard. Cause you want to make out with him? No, because you like to make things weird. I just want to be relaxed. That's when Carl notices me as I round the corner, clutching my camera bag to my side. He's leaning over a bush with a giant set of clippers while Flynn lounges up against the wall watching him. Whoa, Chase! Carl's ears perk up, and he grins. Sorry, Flynn. Carl rolls his big head at the lizard. Was supposed to be watching for you. Flynn doesn't look at me right away, instead choosing to pull the toothpick he's chewing out of his muzzle to look at it. He's still embarrassed about yesterday. Good. That's alright, it wasn't hard to hear you guys from the front. Yeah, just doing some yard work, obviously. He rubs his head behind his head. He rubs it behind his head. He promised my parents I'd get this done before they got back. Carl starts snipping at the bush again. He's unusually sharp right now, but I'm guessing because he hadn't had anything to smoke. Either way, it's jarring to see him so animated. Well, it looks like you're doing a good job. Oh, he's moving this fast because he wants to hang out with you, Chase. Even though the sentence is technically being said to me, I feel like Flynn's directing it at Carl. Carl furrows his brow. Chase, you can go inside if you want. The back is open. I think that's a good idea because it's clear now that I've walked into an argument. You should have seen him a few minutes ago. It was like he had a girlfriend coming over. Carl sighs loudly and his snips start to get a little more violent. No, I'm just glad I have some company that isn't only you, Flynn. Flynn looks annoyed, and that annoys me. He really didn't have the right to be frustrated with anyone yesterday. Really? Always seemed to be enough for you to be in the past. Flynn makes a kissy face. I have no idea if this is one of their inside jokes or not. Carl stops sniffing for a second, then starts up again more slowly. Well, you know how lizards can be fun, but they don't have all the parts I like, if you know what I mean. Carl smirks sideways at Flynn. Flynn sneers back, and though I've decided that they're still joking, they're definitely growing a tension between them. What you saying there, Carl? Carl stops snipping and plants the point of the clippers to the ground, leaning on it as he turns to face Flynn. What I'm saying is that you got no ball. Before Carl can finish his sentence, Flynn turns to right away from him. The soldier brings his fat tail around to slam Carl's crotch with a whap that makes me cringe. Carl jumps and squeaks before toppling to the ground. Oh man, my nuts! Yeah, definitely wish I had those. All dangling and vulnerable and shit. Anyway, I'll leave you two sluts alone. Flynn sticks the toothpick back into his muzzle and I have to consciously try to not cover my crotch while he walks by me. Wow. He hasn't looked at me this whole time. Once Flynn's gone, I slide so up to Carl, who's curled up to the ground, holding himself while he mutters under his breath. Hey, you alright? No. There's not really anything I can do, so I rub his shoulder with the toe comfortably as he freezes up as I do, looking at my foot. I'm alright though. He gets himself into a sitting position before he gets up awkwardly, standing bow-legged. I forgot how much Flynn likes to hit people in the nuts. I'll get him back. It still hurts if you hit him hard enough. As he stands there, down and over with his paws on his knees, I look around. Carl's house has actual grass in the back, which is rare in Echo. Most people either xeriscape or just let the sagebrush take over. Another rarity are the two tall trees on the other side of the yard. That's when I notice how empty one of them looks. Hey, where'd that treehouse go? Carl follows my gaze. Oh yeah, my dad took it down a few years ago. It was falling apart. His dad also built the treehouse. I remember hanging up out there playing on portable game consoles with the fan at full blast. Even then, it was still almost too hot to hang up there. I walk up to the base of the tree and put my hand out against the trunk, grinning. Man, I remember all the shit we did up there. Carl shuffles up next to me, still bow-legged, and grins too. Yeah, good times. Thinking about it, but I noticed that the branch we used to as a foothold has been cut off. I think Goatman might be my waifu. Really? If anything, my boy Leo is gonna be my waifu, cause he is a wolf too. He's a wolf too in the story. Leo is, and my God, they designed him perfectly. I think about climbing it, but I notice that the branch we used as a foothold. Your dad ruined this thing. Carl scrapes at the spot where the branch used to be at with the hoof. Yeah, I guess it made the mowing harder, and we didn't use it anymore, so he just cut it off. I can see Carl's looking for a way up too, and soon enough he had his eyes settled on a branch just above his head. I'm into beefy guys. Oh, I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. I don't know if Carl's already jumping down to grab onto the branch with both paws. It doesn't look very sturdy. Dude, that's gonna break. So, I'm fucking fat. I'll bounce. I'm about to tell him, oh my God, you see, like, I love the screens that have, like, this kind of art with it. I love it. This is why I love virtual novels. They have, like, these moments where they have, like, beautifully illustrated work here. And then you have the story to complement it, too. I love virtual novels because of that. I'm about to tell him again that the branch is definitely going to break when I notice a shirt riddling up all the way over his round belly. Oh, I did not mean to open up Telegram. It's not like he was a bag of lard though. It's a controlled type of gut, held tight within the muscles underneath, pulling it in as he flexes. He notices me staring right away and kicks at me playfully. Pervert, first my moves and now this. I jump back as he tries to follow me with the biggest swing of his legs, and that's when the branch snaps loudly. Carl goes down once again, landing squarely on his back. Oof! I cover my face instinctively, but I hear the hollow thud followed by the whoosh of a breath going out of his lungs. Slowly I lower my paws and find the chubby ram rolling back and forth onto the ground, eyes as wide as his mouth hanging open. A distant memory comes to mind of a time when we were both 10 and Carl was showing me a trick with his new bike ramp. Is that a star? Is that a star? Lurking in the chat? Is that a cute star tiger lurking in the chat? The handlebars ended up in his gut where he landed, and he spent the following minute rolling around on the ground just like this. Good times. Shit. I suck the air through my teeth and kneel next to him again, patting him uselessly. After a few seconds of hesitation, I reach over and grab the front of his waistband with his shorts and pull up on it. Even though he's completely deflated, he looks at me with a bizarre expression and swats at my paw, giving me a few breathless snorts as he tries to laugh. Hey, it's supposed to help you breathe. I've seen the coaches do it at school. I'm realizing that Carl is way too heavy to arch up like that, so I give up and end up just petting his stomach, wishing I could help somehow. Just stretch out. His breath is already coming back, but he follows my instruction anyway, and we sit there for a while, the silence punctuated by his heavy breathing. I start laughing. Jesus Christ, Carl, can you go one day without hurting yourself? He chuckles too, his belly shaking under my paw. Now you know why I don't go outside. Ugh. He stops for a while, taking in deep breaths before lifting his head again. I guess yes. How's it going, buddy? It's good to see you here. It's good to see you just hanging out with this dumb leper here. He looks down at my chest with his paw and grins. Seems like you can't keep your paws off me, though. I move my paw, letting him pull down his shirt as he grunts and sits up. How about I just let you suffocate next time? I almost did, laughing while I couldn't breathe. I thought you were trying to grab my dick. I put my paws on his hips. Is it because I'm gay? That might be it. Carl grabs the branch that had broken off the tree and quirks up the corner of his mouth. Ugh, Dad's not gonna be happy about that. Who cares? It's just a branch. You know my dad. He gets up and tosses the branch over the fence into the desert, then turns back to me. So now that it feels like Luca fucking Lobo just gave me... I can't read that. I think I'm done for the day. This game, wow, right? You see, this game is a little suggestive, but it's funny at the same time. And it's interesting too. This whole game is interesting because apparently this is supposed to be like a psychological like horror novel. But overall, I'm enjoying it so far, and we've still got a long way to go too. Want to work on your project now? I'd honestly rather just hang out here with Carl, but the sun's enough to put a damper on that. Carl's house is like a labyrinth. I think he once told me that it has over 30 rooms, which is pretty fucking insane. The living room is about 5 times larger than the one at my parents' house, and it's hard to miss what looks like a 100-inch flat screen against the wall. According to Carl, the first mansion was even bigger though. After getting a drink, he leads me straight downstairs into the basement. Down the hallway, we pass a small home theater, what looks like an entertainment room with a bar, and then a small gym. Ooh, this part? Hi-Fi Tiger, and what do you know about this part? What am I getting myself into? The quick glance I get shows him at least 10 fitness contraptions. After that, things get a little more dingy, and I can see how portions of the foundation could be decades old. Finally, at the end of the hall, Carl opens the door, and I can see from the ceiling that it's right under the stairs that we came down on. A lot of mystery, that's for sure. Alrighty then. Carl waves his paw around and finally grasps something before pulling down. An old light bulb comes on, and I can see there's a little door with a small latch on it. He opens it, and I'm greeted with a musty smell as Carl slides through the opening. I follow tentatively, making sure I'm not walking into any cobwebs. Are there a lot of spiders down here? I don't think so. We sprayed a few days ago. It's extremely dark, and I hear Carl grunting next to me. Ugh, there's floodlights here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Like everything in this house, it's big for a crawl space. Pillars sprout from the ground, 2 rows that stretch back almost into darkness. The ground is covered in a tarp, and I see dozens of plastic bins lining the walls. This is a lot of shit. Yep, it's a few generations worth of shit. I'll walk over to the tarp and look into one of the bins, but all I can see is clumps of cloth and towel through the cloudy plastic. Carl walks past me straight towards the back of the crawl space as his big hooves clopping along loudly. I actually helped them sort through all this stuff last year, so I think I know where it is. I follow him, but it's hard to see in the darkness. Should we get a flashlight? Nah, it's only 2 tubs, I think. We'll pull them down to the front. I stand off to the side as I watch him push bins around, looking at the labels on top. I look over at one of them and see Home Movies written on it, and it's filled with cassettes. Ugh, don't remind me. I look up and I see Carl's noticed me staring at the bin. What? Carl grunts as he lifts the bin and drops it pretty carelessly to the floor. I'm pretty sure I hear something break. Mom had me help her convert all that to digital. Took all fucking year. Wow. Yeah, it's in the cloud now. You're actually in a lot of those videos. Really? Yeah, birthday parties and shit. Of course I would be. Carl's dad practically had a video camera glued to his eye back in the day. I used to hang out with Carl almost as much as I did with Leo as we started going out. I even went on to their family vacation a few times. But then, me going out with Leo changed things. Looking back, I think Carl was kinda unhappy with that. We can watch a few once we're done here if you want. Sure. That sounds like an old person thing to do, but I'm curious. Found it. Carl slides out two plastic bins and I see history written on the top. Help me carry one. Carl lifts up the one top and starts waddling back to the front. I bend over and lift the second one and I'm surprised how fucking heavy it is. I'm worried that I'm not even gonna get it off the ground for a few seconds, but I manage after a while. If Carl's bin is as heavy as mine, then he's a fucking beast, or at least being able to lift and carry it like that. I stagger after him, almost certain that I'm going to go headfirst into the wall. Once we make it back near the stairs, I bend over to sit down my bin, and that's where I see a massive spider sitting on the lid. It takes about half a second for me to recognize the black shape and finally the spindly legs. Oh, fuck! I scream and drop the bin before I know it. I'm halfway back from where we came, panting and shivering. Holy shit, what happened? I tremble and try to steady my voice. Fucking spider! What? You're really still scared of those? Man, for a second I thought my sister came home and then got murdered. You told me there weren't any. I didn't say that. I just said we sprayed. Just get rid of it. At this point, I've shuffled a little closer back to the light, and I can see Carl grinning as he bends over to look at the lid of the bin. Whoa, it's got babies on its back. My body gives me a violent involuntary spasm, and I shake my paws like a fucking girl. Stop it! He glances up at me with that stupid smile on his face. Wow, that was gay, but seriously, it's got a bunch of tiny babies on its back. Think it's a wolf spider? I swear, I'm gonna pass the hell out if he doesn't stop talking. I cover my face. Please? Alright, alright. I didn't know you were that scared of him. You should probably get that checked out. Considering that I almost crashed my car into the garage of my parents' house when the spider crawled out of my AC, he was probably right. Just kill it. Why? Why would I do that? I watch as he tilts the bin sideways. It's not gonna hurt anyone. I want to tell him that those babies are only going to grow into 100 more giant wolf spiders. But then I realize I'll just come off as a bloodthirsty asshole, so I bite my lip as I watch the black spot skitter off into the darkness. I walk back towards Carl, hugging my shoulders as I try to control the chills running through me. Now I'm going to be paranoid the whole time if it's going to come back out to get me. Carl rubs my back when I stand up next to him. You know, they actually clean up a lot of other bugs that get into the house. Yeah, well, I'd rather be covered in ants than spiders. It's clear he's not trying not to laugh at me, and he starts popping the lid off his bin. On the top are a few framed pictures, and under those are a few more cardboard boxes. You know, to be fair, I'm a huge chicken with spiders too. With probably any bug too, for that matter. I am a huge chicken with them. I release the latches on the other bin, keeping my eye out for any black spots that might jump out at me. This one is filled with bundles wrapped in cloth or paper. Carl drags the bin to his steps so that you can sit on them, and I follow suit. So how do you think you'll use this stuff? I unwrap a smaller bundle and look at the gold pocket watch underneath. Wow, well, not totally sure. Depends on what we might find. Might film a few things. There's a paper bag attached written to the chain with Robert Hendricks written on it. Who's this? Carl gives it a glance. No idea. Probably a great uncle or something. I wrap the pocket watch and reach back into the bin to pull out the next item. There's something really cool about this old stuff. My mind wanders who might have made it, who bought it, and how much shit it must have seen. History was my first choice to major in, but Dad put a stop to that pretty quick. I pull out various other things. Dolls, a pipe, coins, and another pocket watch. I feel like this is worth a lot of money. Why don't they sell it? Probably, but it's family stuff, and they still think they want to do the museum. He gives me an awkward cough. Besides, we already got plenty of money. He's got the binder open, looking at the black and white photos behind the plastic. Hey, this is him, right? He points at a picture of a very dignified looking ram, thumbs in his vest, wearing one of those big top hats. A fox stands next to him in a similar pose. I can see a piece of yellow paper set behind the photos and tug it out. James Hendricks. Yep, that's definitely him. And John Begay. Huh. That's Jenna's last name. Carl's phone starts buzzing and he grunts as he leans back to pull out of his pocket. Hey Mom, helping Chase with this project. No, of course not. I look over at him, but he gets up and clops back up the steps. Looking back down at the picture, I wonder if it's just a coincidence, but I don't think so. Jenna's family has been an echo since the beginning, too, so this guy's definitely got to be a relative of some kind. I take a picture of the photograph with my phone. I'll show it to Jenna later and ask if she knows anything about it. To do that without a car? Carl raises his voice, so I look up back the steps, wondering if I should close the door. Hearing him angry like that didn't feel right. His parents were always hard on him, but I guess they had their reasons. I spend the next 20 minutes shuffling through the bins, trying to be careful not to break anything. I decide that I have enough, put the lids back under the bins, lining the stuff I picked up alongside one of the steps. They didn't have anywhere else to put them. By the time I head back up to the actual basement, Carl is gone. As I approach Carl's room, I smell it before I even approach the door. He's reclined on his bed, arm thrown over his face, the big window above him open. Clothes are scattered all over the floor, along with a few empty water bottles and bowls. Every inch of the walls are covered in posters like I remember, all with few on the ceiling. Bookcases line the opposite wall, filled to the brim with comics and toys. He raises up his arm as I walk in and smiles. Sorry about the mess, dude. It's hard to keep everything clean when my parents aren't here to yell at me about it. The lazy, crackly sound in his voice has returned full force. His eyes are distant. It's okay. You okay? He grins toothfully. Dude, I'm more than okay. Since there's nowhere else to sit, I end up sitting down on the foot of his bed. Do they let you smoke in here? The smell in his room layered and old, like the walls had blanketed the smell several times before. Yep, they gave up trying to stop me. Better to be in the house rather than getting caught by some cop outside. They just make me promise I wouldn't ever try to do something harder. Good thing they don't know I've already tried it, Dick. He puts a lot of emphasis on the K, as the bad jokes seem to dribble out of his muzzle. I lean back on the bed, and that's when I notice a flat screen, just a 48-inch on the list of video files displayed on it. What you watching? Oh, Carl grunts as he sits up and reaches for a game controller. Our old home movies. Was going to show you some of them. How about a birthday? Sure. He scrolls down to the list and stops when Carl's 8th is highlighted and press play. The backyard I was at an hour earlier pops up on the screen. Now a long table sits in the middle of the lawn along with a massive bounce house. Not just any bounce house, but a giant 2-story one that you find at a state fair. The video is timestamped April 9th, 2002. Fuck, I remember this. There are about 20 kids, mostly in the bounce house, and most of whom I've forgotten. Right now, though, the camera is zooming in on an 8-year-old Carl. He's messing with a giant Nerf gun, the kind that no kid ever gets because they're so damn expensive. And that's when 8-year-old me enters the picture, holding a much smaller Nerf gun. His parents gave everyone a goodie bag that day. They had toys that I might not have been able to get on my own birthday. My kid self puts the gun to Carl's head and pulls the trigger, the dart bouncing off of one of his horns. I specifically remember that moment. I thought the suction at the end of the dart was going to stick, but of course it didn't. The audio is filled with a deep chuckle. Carl is dead behind the camera. You were a dick back then. What? I was 8. Still, you blew out my candles. Oh yeah, he got so mad about that. I tried to settle back and smile. It's been a long time since I've watched a home movie, and I've forgotten how nice it is to have this method of looking back. Kinda like when I get stuck on scrolling through all the old images on my phone. My younger self is trying to help Carl with the gun, lifting up the barrel and looking through the opening. Careful! Kid Chase pulls his head back with a jolt as Carl's dad yells, then mutters behind the camera. Let's see how long it takes to trick Carl into trading with them. Carl's dad sounds exasperated but good-natured. It still makes me blush a bit, now knowing how aware Jim was taking advantage of his son. Our struggles with the Nerf gun gets the attention of another kid though. My breath catches in my throat as Sydney bounces into frame. I can feel Carl tensing up next to me too, and he starts to lean for the game controller. And here comes the Mormon boy. The disgust in Carl's voice shocks me as I hear Carl whisper a curse next to me as he fumbles for the controller. Sydney reaches out and pulls the gun away from Carl as he looks it over, grinning. Hey! Suddenly the screen switches back to the file menu as we both sit there in silence for a few minutes. Sorry, I guess I forgot about that. Of course Sydney was going to be at that party, but I'd honestly forgotten too. If there was any way to perfectly ruin the mood, that might have been it. I glance over at Carl and see him looking down at the gamepad, ears lowered, the insides red. Hey, it's okay. I mean, maybe it's a good thing to watch. My dad. I didn't know that he'd say that. I'd rather not find out what else he said. Yeah. I look around trying to find something, anything to distract us from what just happened. My eyes fall into the shelves holding Carl's game library. Want to play a game? It's just like the old times we co-op to the Winter Castle. The fact that he has the old save files from when we were in college makes it all more nostalgic. I get so into it that it gets dark outside without me even knowing, and pretty soon I'm looking at the purple sky reluctantly. About time I go back. Carl sighs and pauses the game before stretching and dropping the controller on his bed. Ah, come on, sure you can't stick around? I don't know, I don't have any clothes and toothbrush. We can walk over and get them. Carl seems pretty determined to make me stay, and there's not a reason why I can't, so I relent. Alright, yeah, this could be fun. Yes! Carl looks happy and almost relieved. It'll be just like old times. He rolls to his hooves. And speaking of old times, let's make the pizza. I suddenly caught Carl's enthusiasm. We go into the massive kitchen and pull a big frozen pizza from the fridge, and while it bakes, we sit at the counter and talk. At this point of the haze of pot has filled Carl's face, and he's animated and excited again, swiveling on one of the counter stools. For the first time in almost 10 years, I'm giddy and excited the way that you'd only get while you're at a sleepover. That makes it a little jarring when he pulls out some beers, but I'm happy to have a few and we guzzle them down as we talk about past sleepovers. Pretty soon our reminiscence drifts into the present, and that's when the conversation slows a bit, Carl having less to say. I try to change the subject and tell him we should come back to school. He smiles and shakes his head. 3 hours later, we're both laying back on Carl's bed, head to toe, having just watched a shitty action movie. We didn't end up going out to get my stuff, so I'm just in my boxers, pleasantly drowsy and buzzed. I hear Carl snuffle and I look down at my chest at him. What's up? He looks over at me and shrugs. Nothing, just thinking. What about? During our past sleepovers, Carl had always been afraid to be the last to fall asleep. He tried to keep me up by talking, rolling over on top of me, and sometimes just by throwing shit at me. I wonder if that's what he's doing right now. I don't know, life? That's a lot to think about. Not for me. I look over at him again. He's holding one paw up, looking through his fingers at the ceiling fan. You're just figuring things out. Carl lets his arm flop back over his head. I'm not figuring things out, man. I don't say anything. It's cool that he's reaching out to me, but I'm not sure if I can offer any advice that he hasn't heard before. I just wish I could be doing something. I think for a moment. You've done a lot more than some people I know. I mean, your art is great, and you did go to school even if you dropped out, and you were working while you could. There's a lot of people out there who can't even say that. Carl laughs, but it's a sad kind of laugh. Try saying that to my mom. She always wants me to get something to do, always wants to do something. I just, I just don't feel that. He turns his head towards me. I wish I did, Chase, but I just can't. His voice catches in his throat, and I shrink a bit into the bed and pretend not to notice. The beer we had is definitely partly to blame for this. He turns his head towards the wall, though, and I'm guiltily relieved that when he talks again, his voice is under control. I just wish it wasn't such a goddamn chore for me just to go outside, you know? I didn't know, but I nod anyway, even if he can't see. He's waiting for me to say something, though, so I clear my throat. You know, Carl, some people are just like that. He looks down at me but doesn't say anything. If it's so hard to get out, then just don't. People figure things out eventually, and if you always just want to stay at home, then do that. Just, try to figure out a way to sustain yourself. That's pretty much the gist of what my therapist told me. Do what makes you happy. He watches me for a few seconds. So all of that is all those problems you had taken care of now? I hope so. We lay in silence for a little while before I finally speak up. Listen, I'll probably come back a few times this week to work with that history stuff. Well, why don't we go out and do something? That'd be nice. I grin, glad at making Carl feel better. Cool, let's plan on it. Carl puts his paws behind his head and smiles. It's cool you're here, Chase. It's cool to be here, Carl. And not just because it's nice to have someone to talk to. Oh? No, this house is fucking haunted. I don't remember falling asleep, but it's at that moment that something wakes me up. I jolt and lay there trying to remember where I am. Carl's house, that's right. I stare at the ceiling, wondering what time it is. I don't bother to look at my phone though, because I'm already starting to fall back asleep. A scraping noise from beneath me makes me jump and I prop myself on my elbows listening. Looking over, I can see Carl staring at the ceiling, eyes wide. Carl? I whisper it, and I'm not sure why. He jumps, then looking back at me confused like he'd just woken up. Huh? Are you okay? Yeah, what's wrong? I think I hear something. His floppy ears perk up. I don't... And his eyes widen. Although I didn't hear anything right then, he definitely did. You hear it? Yeah, kind of like a scraping noise I told you about. Yeah. He looks happy. Ha! So I'm not fucking crazy. We both sit there and listen for a while, but it sounds like it stopped. Wanna go see what? Suddenly, his eyes widen and his muzzle drops open in shock. I stare back. What? Did you fucking hear that? I listen, feeling my heartbeat pick up now that Carl looks fucking terrified, but I don't hear anything. What? Fucking voice. Oh boy. Okay, I'm not sure if you guys can tell by the sound of my voice, but I just got major chills right now. Like my hairs on my arm are standing up. Holy crap. Oh, I do not like that. I do not like that in the slightest. But nothing, Carl definitely seems convinced though, so I listen harder. I just start to make out what might be a voice whenever Carl sits up next to me and gets out of bed. I feel myself start to panic. Did some crazy hobo break into the house? Carl gets off the couch. Come on. What? What the fuck are we gonna do? Let's call the cops. No, I mean, let's make sure first. This has happened before. What? What do you mean? He puts a finger up to his lips. Grab something. What? I follow Carl out into the kitchen and he starts rummaging through the drawers. I follow him, hugging my shoulders. They're a lot colder right now. With the sound of metal sliding against metal, Carl puts out a giant steak knife. What the fuck? Dude, I've been hearing this shit for the past month and I've been too scared to go down there, but now with you here? He flashes me a smile. I'm gonna find out what the fuck this is. Here. He reaches into a spot between the fridge and the wall and pulls out a broom before sticking it out to me. I take it out slowly. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Hit him. Come on. Carl starts down the stairs and I follow behind, holding the broomstick in front of me like a sword. I never had to hit anyone with a stick before, so I have no idea what I'm doing. Once we get to the small door leading down to the crawl space, Carl pauses and we both listen. It's silent for a while then. Shit! Carl looks at me like I'm crazy, not reacting to the noise at all. Shh! He leans down, a paw on the handle. Looking back at me, he signals me with his eyes to be ready. I grip onto the broom like a lifeline as I wait for him to swing the door open, and when he does... darkness. Shit. So whatever's down here is just slinking around in the complete darkness? Hey! Hey! Carl says it unconvincingly, the fear clear in his voice. Then after looking back at me, fuck it. He jumps down to the crawl space, disappearing into the dark. Carl! I stumble down to the edge of the steps, trying to squint into the black. I hear Carl to the right rustling around and cursing. That's when the light floods the crawl space. I quickly wobble down the steps, knowing that if whatever's down here is going to try to escape, it would be running right into me. Finally, I have a moment to catch my breath, standing several feet between Carl as I look around, broom at the ready. There's nothing here. What the fuck? Sure enough, the crawl space looks empty. There aren't many places to hide either. What the hell is going on, Carl? But he doesn't answer me. He's staring at the bins. Did you put the bins back? I look down and the bins are gone. I look back at where they were originally, and sure enough, they're neatly stacked right where we found them. I honestly don't remember. Did I move them back? Maybe it would be something might do, but I just can't remember. Maybe. Dude, come on. I really don't remember. Carl walks further towards the back, ears perked, looking left and right as he clutches his knife. I start to follow, but that's when I notice something at the left of my vision on the ground. Looking down, I see something fat and hairy ambling slowly over the tarp. A giant fucking tarantula. The following few moments are a blur, but the next thing I know, I'm going to be up the stairs on my feet and pause, grabbing the door frame to pull myself up. Chase, what happened? I can hear him running up behind me, so I turn to warn him. Look out, a big spider. The breath catching in my throat, I think I'm hyperventilating. I'm still clutching at the door frame as Carl follows up behind me, his eyes wide. What? Come on, Chase, this is crazy. No, a blonde. No fucking way. Now I looks excited and turn back to the crawl space. I feel numb right now. This is all too much to handle. The fuck is even going on? Which way? Shakily I point towards where the spider was crawling. Carl squints and walks down the steps, looking all around. Careful. If it was really a blonde, there's not much to worry about. I hear they're actually pretty gentle. I gulp and don't say anything. My head is pounding and buzzing, which, for what reason, doesn't exactly feel like it has anything to do with the adrenaline rush. It's more like a bad headache. Carl looks around with a while longer while he focuses on the steps, making sure nothing starts crawling up them. I don't even care about the possible hobo anymore. Finally, Carl comes back looking confused. Well, there's nothing there. You know, sometimes I see shit when I'm really tired. Want to go back upstairs? There's nothing there. This can't be happening again. Okay, that was interesting. That was the first spooky thing that I think has ever happened in this novel so far. We're gonna make a save slot in game 1. I open my eyes slowly. The pressure in my head tells me I didn't get nearly enough sleep. Not really a surprise considering we were both up until 3, and our own ghost adventure a few hours later didn't help things. I hear the doorbell and realize that's what had woken me up. Groaning, I reach out under my pillow and feel around for a few seconds before I can find my phone. The lump that is Carl under the blankets near my feet doesn't even budge. That was the cool thing about having Carl as a roommate. He slept like a fucking rock. I pretty much did anything I wanted to and didn't have to worry about him reporting me to the RA. Even something. Oh my god. That only happened a few times though. The rabbit I'm rooming with now is a different story. Again, the doorbell. I glance at my phone. 10 a.m. I also notice I have 5 texts and 2 calls. Hey! Sorry, hey. On my way to Carl's house for a surprise party. Make sure you're ready. Hello? That sounds like the reverse of a surprise party. I look down, then nudge some part of Carl with my foot. Judging by the thickness and consistency, I'm pretty sure it's his ass. He grunts. What? I think someone's at the door? He doesn't say anything, and a few seconds later his guttural snores start up again. This time I really dig my foot in, and he yelps loudly, sitting up so fast that his horns bang against the wall. He squints again, the sunlight pouring in between the blinds, which turns his emerald eyes into almost mint green. He raises up a paw to block the light and looks at me, frowning. What the hell was that? The doorbell goes off again. Door. Carl blinks at me, then slumps back down on his pillow, waving a paw lazily in the air. Let it ring. They'll go away eventually. You sure? He flops his paw around again. Solicitor, trust me. They see this house and make a beeline. Oh, excuse me about. No one else visits. I sigh, looking at my phone. Oh look, Leo texted me. That's probably him at the door. I guess my tone of surprise is a little too fake because Carl sits up and eyes me suspiciously. Well, you can go ahead and answer it. You're allowed to touch my door. I say a little harder this time. Damn it, Carl. Fine. They're planning a surprise birthday party for you to go down there. Answer the door and act surprised. What? But Carl's not just confused. He looks genuinely upset. He leans into the corner and pulls up the blanket like he's preparing to ward off the boogeyman. My birthday isn't even till next month. I pause, watching him. I know, but we didn't have much to do, so Leo thought. I slide off the bed and start pulling my jeans and shirt. Come on, I'll go down with you. Carl covers his face and rubs hard, the short fur on his muzzle bristling out little spikes around his fingers. I just wanted to relax today, you know? Oh my gosh, Bandit. Isn't that every day for you? I laugh to lighten the jab, but Carl just frowns. Well, not with you. I'm starting to wonder if all this isolation is worse than Carl's issues, if he really has gotten the help he needs. That all of his hiding out has just blanketed the problem and let it fester underneath. We can relax. We're all friends here, Carl. Come on. I pick up his clothes all left on the floor from yesterday and toss them at him. I'm at least relieved to see him putting them on, even if it's reluctant. My phone buzzes a few more times, but I ignore it impatiently, wait for Carl to finish getting dressed. I think this would be a lot of fun. He doesn't say anything as he slowly rolls off the bed and pulls on his shorts. Surprise! Happy not really your birthday, bitch! I open the door as a blast of confetti hits my face along with a loud pop that leaves my ears ringing. TJ, not in the face. Sorry. I slowly pull the paper strings of confetti off around my ears as the smell of fireworks stings my nose. Where the fuck's Carl? I look behind me and step over the side a bit, revealing Carl who's got his arms rolled tightly, head dipped. Good thing I didn't answer the door, huh? Happy birthday! Leo bustles in, carrying 2 bags. Jenna follows, carrying the medium-sized cylindrical cake covered in white frosting. Carl perks a bit when he sees this, his long ears bouncing. Hey, is that red velvet? Yeah, Flint says it's your favorite. Store-made, though. I would have made it myself if Leo had warned us in advance. Hey, I just came up with this like 2 days ago. Flint engages Carl with some fake punches while Leo sets the bags down on the table before turning to me with his voice low. Just so you know, your gift is a horn band. Okay, so is everything alright? With Flint, I mean. Leo glances over the lizard, quirking the corner of his mouth up towards his ear. Yeah, I think so. It'll take a bit of time for him to settle down, but he's already sort of apologized where you were gone. So that's a start at least, yeah? I exhale. Okay. Carl, where are your plates? The cupboard, the second door over. Now that Flint's not shoving him around, Carl started standing awkwardly next to the table, paws fidgeting. So why are we doing this? It's not until next month. Leo shrugs, frowning. We just wanted to do something, really. I mean, there's not much to do, you know? You have candles You got candles anywhere, Carl? No, I don't think so. What's up, man? Haven't had your morning joint yet? Lighten up! Flint snatches up one of Carl's horns and wobbles his head around. While it's something Flint did to Carl a lot, the taboo act of grabbing someone's horn almost makes me gasp out loud. Stop! Carl shoves Flint off and soothes his beanie down. Well, I guess we'll have to get the candles. I told you we should have bought some, Leo. Leo throws his arms out in a shrug. What? Sue me if I thought they have everything we need in this mansion. No kidding. You know how many places you haven't been to since you looked a little smaller when you visited as an adult? TJ's eyes scan the tall ceiling. This place still looks giant. Sure, TJ. Carl helps out of breath. Why didn't you guys tell me? I still need to take a shower. Quit being a pussy. You always smell like skunk. Now eat some cake. Flynn grabs up the knife while Jenna sets out the plates. The frosting is so thick it practically absorbs the knife. I haven't had cake for breakfast since, like, your last birthday, Carl. Carl doesn't say anything, instead sitting at the end of the table, paws in his pockets. You guys sure slept in. What are you doing all night? I would see if Carl was going to say anything when it's clear that he is, and I chime in. Video games mostly, and a movie. Fun. Something we could have all done together, though. Maybe for people who don't have a job or go to the next day. I don't think that was a personal dig at Carl, but I don't miss the downward flick of his ears. Flynn pops down a thick slice of cake onto Carl's plate, an inch deep frosting making a splatting sound. Maybe we should just stick a doobie in there and light it, huh? Carl, who had perked up at the sight of the cake, shrinks back down with a frown. Just a small slice, please. Flynn's eyes TJ, who's holding out his plate and positions the knife. Smaller, please. Oh my god, loosen up. You're on vacation. Flynn starts cutting the cake a slice even bigger than Carl's was. Hey! Flynn. She says it quietly, but the chill in her voice is clear, and so the fact that things aren't completely okay. Flynn grunts and cuts cake again, this time with a slice that's just an inch wide. That good? Yeah, that's fine. Thanks. TJ moves away to sit down at the warm glow that our little get-together chills, but Leo chips in with a laugh. Make sure Chase gets a real big chunk. He's getting way too skinny. I don't argue, and Flynn slaps down a large slice on my plate, a little notch at the center where he tried to cut TJ's. I sit in the vacant seat next to Carl where he's resting a cheek in his paw, methodically shoveling the cake into his maw. Everything okay? Huh? Oh yeah, everything is good. I'm about to ask more, but Flynn points across the table at us. Hey Leo, want to tell him about what we saw on the way here? Oh god, no. I look at Leo inquisitively, and even Carl's ears perk up a bit. What? Leo pursues his lips like he's trying to decide whether or not to tell us. Now might not be the best time. Flynn rolls his eyes. Screw it. You know Janice? The waitress? Yeah, the meth head... Wait, am I pronouncing that right? The meth head out one at the diner? I think that's it. Whatever. Come on, Flynn. Well, anyway, we were driving up to Main Street toward the field, you know, with the rusted barbed wire and stuff. TJ's hiding his face with the paws. He stares down hard at his cake. Uh-huh. Well, when we turned around the bend, we saw Janice. He keeps pausing for effect and it's getting annoying. Okay, what happened? Well, she was all crouched over staring at the road and Leo starts driving up to her. I thought she was having like a heart attack or something. Yeah, well, as we got closer, we saw that her pants were down. I recoiled a little, not having expected that at all. What? Yeah, when we pulled up next to her, she just grinned at us and then Flint starts out a laugh, covering his face like he still can't believe what happened. Can we please just not talk about this? It makes me feel awful. What? Well, it's unusual to see Flynn at a loss for words. Well, she just started... Oh my god. What in the hell? In what... in what universe? In what world or universe? What? that okay. Flint sits back down with the story, not exactly looking pleased with himself. I frown my brow in confusion. Janice is one of the more well-adjusted people living in this town. Leo lets out a cough in the awkward silence. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly happened. Like, maybe we missed something? Either way, she seemed fine a few days ago. Well, now I have more of a reason to never go to that diner again. We sit there awkwardly. I notice Carl is still staring down at his now empty plate. That painted a very, 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 very interesting picture. Oh dear. Oh. Oh man. Wow. Okay then. And change the subject. Hey, didn't we have some weird stuff happen, Carl? Carl looks up at me. Huh? You know, the sounds that we were hearing? Oh, yeah. What kind of sounds? Like bumping sounds? Voices? That sounds creepy. Yeah, and Carl just charged down to like he wasn't even scared. That seems dangerous. Carl finally gives a little smile. Well, having a hard head can make you act crazy sometimes. So, did you find anything? No, we're not sure what it was. I'd watch out. Sounds like you got a pair of hobos banging around in your basement. As we eat, Jenna leans over and starts pulling out presents from one of the bags. Sorry, Carl, we didn't have time to wrap these up. It's fine. She pulls out a comic book from TJ, a poster from Leo, and a manga from herself. I know you hate these things, but I think you should give it a chance. I'll take a look. Thanks. And then this horn band from Chase. She pulls out an orange and black band from the bag. The colors of my school, Carl's former school. Oh, he seems to be struggling to find something to say. Thanks, I didn't know people still wore these. Leo suddenly shifts against the counter, realizing that he to explain my present. Well, they're making a comeback. We saw a couple of rams and then the stag that had like 5 of them on. Carl glances at me and I can tell he probably knows I didn't get it for him. Mainly because of the university logo and also because we made fun of him together a few years ago about how broy they were. I didn't know if I should feel embarrassed or not, but my cheeks burn anyway. I promised myself to get him something thoughtful the next time we go to Payton. Yeah, well, here's mine. Flynn reaches into his pocket and pulls out something small hidden in his paw. He hands it to Carl, who looks confused for a second before the expression turns into one of interest. Wow! It's a small rectangular box with 2 sharp points jutting out at the top. I lean in for a closer look and realize those parts are horns, and there's a complex, elegant design of a ram's face etched out into the front of the box. Carl presses a thumb against one of the horns and pushes. The top flicks up over him, and that's when I realize it's a lighter. Saw it when I was over on the reservation. It made me think of you. He reaches out and traces a finger along the horns and clicks it back shut. Thanks, Flynn. Yeah, now you look like a badass when you decide to get blazed. Yeah. Oh, sorry. We all jump and look over at TJ, who's looking at the floor, his plate gone from the table. Lynn starts to laugh, but catches it himself. Don't worry about it. They probably got 100 of those plates. Carl, where's your brew? He doesn't say anything, and we all look where Carl had been sitting a few seconds before, but he's gone, and so is another portion of the cake. Huh, where'd he go? Hey, check between the wall and the fridge. I think that's where I remember seeing it. PJ gets down on his knees and starts picking up the larger pieces. I look back at Carl's spot, and then upstairs. I'll be right back. Bathroom. I'm not sure why the deck is the first place I look, but it's where I find him. I watch him through the paneled curtains for a moment. He's sitting on a little swing set, facing out towards the glaringly bright desert. There's an empty plate with a fork next to him. He's also toying with a lighter Flynn gave him, flipping it open and closed it a few times, and holding it up to the light. Smoke wafts from his lap where I assume he's holding a joint. Quietly, I slide open the glass door and step out into the wooden balcony. The deck is, of course, nice and big, stretching around half the house. I see Carl's long ears twitch at the sound, and he lowers the lighter down into his lap, but doesn't turn around. Hey. He does turn around, then smiles. Shit, I thought you were Leo or something. Would that have been a bad thing? I look around, then just decide to sit next to him on the swing. He just had pulled me back to the party. I look back over at him. He's looking down at his lighter, turning it over into his paws, the hoof portions of his fingers making clacking sounds against the metal. Those were things that always fascinated me. It seemed like it should make holding things more difficult, but he managed it just fine. You okay? Carl huffs out a chuckle and leans his head back against the cushion backing of the seat. That'd be a great question. Everyone's always asking me. You seem really uptight is all. Carl's demeanor looked a lot more relaxed now, obviously, as is to empathize that he thought that he takes another hit off his joint and holds his breath for a moment, then lets it out. The pungent smell envelops me. I just don't like being around so many people. You know that. Well, yeah, but you were fine around them with these past few days. Carl rubs his forehead hard with the paw holding the joint using his palm. Yeah, well, things weren't about me then. Just felt a little put on the spot. He coughs. That shit just gets me nervous. Like, can't we just hang out and not make it about me? I don't say anything, annoyed again that he just can't grasp what he means. Am I making you nervous? Carl finally does look at me, then his massive horn swaying towards me. No, you never do, Chase. I do look away at that point, almost feeling self-conscious at the way he opened up to me. And thanks for trying to get me to talk earlier. Just makes me feel guilty, though, the way that people try to include me into things, and I just disappoint them. But you just don't really force me into shit. Everyone feels like I need to do something. Why can't I just decide that for myself? I push against the ground, making the swing sway a little, trying to think of the right thing to say. I mean, it's good to do stuff, right? You can't just sit around and do nothing forever. I guess. It's just that I worry about it myself. I don't need other people doing it for me. I lean back in the swing for a bit, looking out into the desert. Man, I'm hungry. Wish I brought more cake with me. Not enough incentive to go back in? Not yet. I could go get you some. He smirks at me. You one of those fat fetishists? Just feeding me garbage so my moobs get bigger? You don't have moobs, I felt them. Yeah, I can't keep your paws off me. You have a thing for my fat ass? I look at him over as if studying his figure. Hey! He covers his chest. Well, I do actually like bigger guys, and there's nothing wrong with extra weight, especially if it's carried well. He looks at me expectantly. Which you do. Sweet, you seem like you'd be a pretty dope boyfriend. Just feed me cake all day and then get off on the results. I'm about to shoot back with something snarky, and that's when I see a stumbling figure catches my eye. Onto the sun-baked asphalt of the road in front of Carl's house, I see a thin figure. A weasel, I think, running up the road. He stops, panting on his paws on his knees before he looks over his shoulder again. His whole body slumps down. It's like the air's gone out of him, like he's given up on something. He turns around to look back up onto the road. He's far away, but even from here I could tell he's talking. Carl looks over at my silence and down the road where I'm looking. Is that a Duke? Yeah, it's him. Must be on something. He usually is. Duke finally turns around and starts to cower, his paws up in surrender. His lips are moving rapidly, reminding me of someone who's trying to say as much as they can before something cuts him off. What do you think? I trail off as Duke suddenly whips his head around to look up at us and starts pointing up at our balcony. Uh-oh. Let's hope the doors are locked. Carl's chuckling, obviously finding the whole thing hilarious, but I'm a bit more on edge. I don't really feel like he's high. Duke's movements are a lot more focused, more precise, like he's all there. For some reason, it feels like he's looking directly at me. I furrow my brow, watching as the weasel turns towards us, sticking a foot out to take a step. The sound of sliding glass door wrenching open nearly makes me jump out of my skin. What the hell are you guys doing? Jenna marches around the swing set and stand in front of us, paws on her hips. Whoa, what's up, Jenna? Carl leans back into the swing, elbows over the back, smiling. The fox's eyes narrow as she sees the joint. Did you forget who this party was for? Carl shrugs and rubs his forehead again. Leo, I'm guessing? No, we spent all day yesterday getting this ready for you. Leo especially. Now get back downstairs and have your party. Carl sits quietly for a moment, then glances at me. No, I don't think I will. He's not smiling anymore, his face expressionless, head turned back towards Jenna, but his eyes are wandering off towards the side looking at the sky. Why not? Because I didn't fucking ask for it. I pretend to look at my phone. What, a party? I'm so sorry that we were trying to be thoughtful, Carl. Maybe we should just forget you next time, huh? Jenna, it's okay, we were just hanging out. She just ignores me. I see the skin inside Carl's ears and around his nose turning red. Since he was a kid, Carl didn't deal well with conflict, usually running away from the first chance he got. No, this was for Leah. I just don't understand why we couldn't do something that didn't involve... Sorry, Carl, but that's life. Sometimes you have to come out of your room. Sometimes you have to be the center of attention. And sometimes, God forbid, you have to talk to people. Well, what if I just want to stay up here and hide? Who gives a fuck? The look on Jenna's face is approaching contempt. Are you kidding me? This is difficult for you? Jenna... Again, she ignores me, as I might as well be talking to a statue, or maybe I'm the statue that she isn't paying attention to. I feel like something must have happened downstairs. This isn't like her. I never realized how good you have it, Carl. If you had a taste of what I went through. I could practically feel the heat radiating off of Carl's body. He looks down at his lap. Are you blaming me for that? His voice breaks. We all have our problems. Some easier than others. Carl glances at her, trying to be angry, but I can tell it's not working. You don't know what kind of shit I have to deal with. Like being rich? No, it's like myself. Oh, how terrible. The one thing you have full control over. No, that is so fucking unfair. The quaver in Carl's voice doesn't exactly sound convincing, and I see the pot doesn't seem to be helping us. I can see his fingers shaking. Just like life. Carl's face is bewildered. What the fuck did I do, Jenna? Did I say something wrong earlier? Out of habit, he lifts the joint to his muzzle with his shaking fingers, but then flinches as Jenna steps him forward. I guess he thought she was gonna slap him or something, but instead she just reaches forward and plucks the joint from his grasp, right before flicking it back into his face. It hits his nose and Carl flinches again. Without a word, Jenna spins on her heel and opens the door even harder than she did the first time. I'm stunned. I haven't seen Jenna that angry since she was in middle school, and definitely never at Carl. Carl doesn't say anything, instead rubbing at his nose, leaning back on his seat. The insides of his ears are still flushed a deep red. The fuck was that? I don't know, something must have happened. That wasn't Jenna. I'll ask Leah about it later. I didn't do anything, did I? I shrug, no words coming to mind. We sit in silence while listening to the train horns. Looking down, I see the joint is still smoking up from the planks of the floor. Slowly I lean over and pick it up before holding it out to Carl. He takes it and looks back at it for a second, raising his paw. He pauses, then takes a drag before flicking it off to the side of the balcony. He lets his head sag, his big horns tipping towards the floor as he closes his eyes. Slowly I put my arm around his shoulders. He leans into me and doesn't pull away. So, it's over with Leo, huh? Carl waves his controller around like it's gonna help him avoid my 3-spike throw, almost knocking over his beer bottle. It hits him anyway, and he still gets a little grunt of annoyance. I grin and consider letting up on him because he's clearly drunk. Seems that way. He hasn't really talked to me much since I got here. I leave out the part that he's probably my fault. Carl lets out a weird little ugh sound as I punch his character, as if he were the one getting punched instead. Well, that suck. Does it suck? He looks intently on the screen. Still, I get the feeling he's not paying full attention because it's getting easier and easier to nail his character with my combos. I don't really know yet. It's been 3 years. Maybe it just hasn't kicked in yet. Takes that long to kick in for you? When Tanya dumped me, I felt like I couldn't get out of bed for a week. Oh god. I remember that back in high school when we were both 16. Didn't she get you pot? Carl lets out a snort again as I flip kick his demon character into the chin. Yep, and thanks ain't for it. I didn't know how else I would have gone over her. Anyway, not to be a dick, but you're better for it. He surprises me with a spin kick that sends my Angel Wolf character flying across the screen. I focus back into the game and throw a barrage of punches into his demon character's face, sending blood splashing onto the screen. Oh? Well, it's just hard to talk to you and Leo when you guys are being all lovey and shit. His words are mushy, starting to bleed into one another. His character throws a flaming spear at my angel, which I easily deflect with my shimmering shield. I extend my wings and swoop in to throw my lightning bolts. Well, no one's really tried to talk to us when we were together. It was like we were making you guys uncomfortable. I watch his demon fly into the air, surrounded by a glowing white circle. Looking over, I see Carl frowning. No, I don't think so. His demon spreads its own much spikier wings and hovers up from the circle. He reaches into the sky and a red lightning bolt slams down into my character. You guys are just kind of self-absorbed. You didn't call me once after you guys started dating. And here I was thinking Carl never liked conflict. That sentence carried a lot of weight, a lot of years behind it. I'm not about to argue with him though, especially after what happened with Jenna. That lightning bolt was it for my wolf angel, and his demon flies up to the screen and flips us off as winner is displayed. Well, there was college. Carl stretches, leaning into the giant beanbag chair we were sitting on. I don't remember much of college anymore. He lays back in the chair and looks over at me. By the way, I have a job interview on Friday. My eyes widen. Don't act so surprised, asshole. He hangs onto his last word with a lisp. You're drunk, but that's awesome. Where at? A print shop. Be a production assistant. Well, that sounds decent. Yeah, parents told me they'd buy me a car to get there. It's in Payton, of course. But anyway, Flynn told me that he gave me a ride to the interview, but since you're here... He gives me a lazy sidelong glance. While I wouldn't usually have an issue with it, the thought of how hard it would have been procrastinating my school project started to make my stomach churn. Oh shit, that's right, he was here for his school project. I literally forgot about that this whole time. This whole time I forgot that they were supposed to be doing the school project. But hey, how often will we get to hang out with Carl when the break is over? I'd love to take you. We were gonna go out and do stuff tomorrow. Why don't we change your look? Get you new clothes or something for your interview. He keeps smiling. Sounds great. So what's it like, kissing a dude? I let out a surprised laugh. What? Is it like more... He wiggles his paws uselessly in the air. I don't know. You kissed a girl, right? Samantha, right? I think so, but that was like 7th grade. So was it different? I laugh at him again. Pretty sure it's just like kissing a girl, man. You sure? I feel like kissing different species would have been more different. Maybe. I've always wanted to know what it's like. He says it slowly, deliberately, trying to not trip over his words. Yeah? I say it even lower because I think I know what Carl's getting at. I can see how guys can be sexy. Carl, are you coming out to me? He will... Oh shoot, he's got the hots for us. Okay. That's a good question. Maybe we can answer it. I'm a little buzzed but not drunk. Are you asking if you can kiss me? He gazes at me lazily through lidded eyes, looking up, ready to fall asleep. Only if you want. I've been asked to be the experiment of a few guys in the past in college, and I always said no, but Carl? Um, what, what do I do here? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? It's up to you. Okay, okay, so since we got two save of the exact same spot, I'm gonna go with this option. Hopefully nothing too sexual comes out of this, because I really do not want to be banned for this. Like, I know like this game has like a lot of like suggestion material, but Rocky told me that they don't have any of that in this game, which I'm hoping he's telling the truth, for God forbid. If you want. Carl's eyes widen sight, then he gets to his hands and knees and crawls towards me. I was gonna stand up, but it looks like he wants to do this on the beanbag. I lean up to the bag, sinking into it a bit more. Carl's knees at my feet, looking unsure. Is this right? Yeah. Do what you want to start. Before I knew it, he crawled on top of me. His presence was heavy and warm as I leaned back, feeding myself to get hard despite the awkwardness of it all. I'm sure there's spicy scenes, but who knows after the update. I mean, like, I know, like, the text is spicy, but I just hope that there isn't stuff that's illustrated spicy. Like, I went into this game's folder for, like, some of the scenes, and I know I'm not supposed to do that, but I didn't see anything in there that had that, at least. So, I think it's just, like, story-based. Yeah, it's fine. He leans down, pauses, then leans all the way in and feels soft white muzzle against mine. Same time, I feel one of those paws slide between my head. It's different than kissing Leo or Samantha on a way back in middle school. Carl's muzzle is big and more blunt, his lips softer and more malleable. It covers the entire front of my muzzle, his beard tickles my neck and my cheeks. I expect him to pull back quickly, but he doesn't, keeping his paw beneath my head and pressing deeper into the kiss. His other paw holds me on my upper arm. I open up my eyes and see that his are closed. He hunches over me closer, and I feel myself start to respond, reaching up to wrap my arms around his broad back. He hops in response, and then I feel his lips part and his tongue flicks against my lips. I start to open them, but that's when I feel the beanbag shift and Carl slides to the side. Somehow he manages to slip and fall on the wobbly beanbag, his mouth sliding sloppily off mine as he slumps down on top of me. I let out a grunt as his weight continues to rest on my chest. He chuckles and I can feel the spasms all the way through my own body. Oops. I laugh too, then wait a while, but he doesn't move. Carl, you can get off me now. He doesn't say anything. I'm about to say something else when I hear a deep snore right next to my ear. Carl? His response is another guttural snore. I shift under him, for the first time realizing how actually fucking heavy he is. It's not exactly a bad feeling. His presence is enveloping and warm, and the beanbag under me is offering enough cushion so I'm not getting crushed. Snoring isn't bad either. It's almost comforting as his breath tickles the hairs inside my ear. His belly squishes up against my torso like a warm sandbag. My eyes are heavy, and slowly I wrap my arms around his back. I haven't had someone to sleep with in years, and now I realize how much I miss the feeling. Slowly the dim lights in Carl's room fade out as I fall asleep to his comforting, rhythmic snores. Okay. You know, I said it before, but oh, hello. Stop. Hold on, wait. Before, I want to see what happens if we go, like, since we're basically, like, on the same save game, we might as well. I smirk at him. Carl, you're drunk. No, I'm not. He bursts into giggles, and even before he finishes the sentence, the ram then decides to roll over directly into... I let out a quiet urge, trying to push him off my more sensitive areas. Fortunately, he seems to get the hint and props himself up on his elbows. Tell you what, if you ask me again in the morning sober, I'll say yes. Ah, come on. I'm about to try him some more, but that's when he starts snoring. This is actually pretty comfortable. Maybe I just touch-starved or something. Whatever it is, I'm left with some slight bittersweetness as I remind myself Carl probably wouldn't have the courage to do this sober. Whether he's just messing around or not, this is nice, watching the large chest rise and fall. Slowly... Okay, so that's just the same then. I heave for breath as I chase TJ down a dusty street, trying to not pop the water balloon that I'm holding with my claws. You always chase me! TJ's whining again, but I don't care. He's always the funniest one to hit. His crazy speed made it all the more rewarding. Even though he's a grade lower than me, he could outrun me easily. I can still keep up with him though, since he's running around houses and mailboxes. My 4th grade brain is easily able to figure out... Oh, we're having a young flashback. That's why the art kind of looks weird. It's not that long before I have him backed up against the back of Benally's trailer home. He does stupid dance where he's running back and forth, covering his head. Stop! I stick my tongue out the side of my muzzle and following him back and forth with a balloon I have cocked behind my head. Hold still! No! He finally curls up in a ball against the house, scratching in the dirt with his blue swim trunks. I stop. Well, it's not fun if you're not going to try to run. He looks up at me between his fingers. You always throw it too hard. Well, he suddenly darts to the right, but I'm ready, hurling the balloon right at his back. It doesn't explode though, instead smacking against his spotted back with a wet splat. Ow! He skids to a stop, then immediately bends and scoops up the balloon, grinning at how the tables have turned. Uh-oh. I start jogging back as TJ heaves back with the balloon, but I don't have anything to worry about. In his excitement, he grips the balloon too hard, and I can see how his claws dimple the rubber before it explodes mid-throw. Water showers my head, and dust kisses up as the dark spots speckle the ground like his fur, I think. He grasps the way cats do whenever they get water on them, and I point and laugh. I can tell he's deciding on whether or not to sulk and cry, and I hold my breath because I don't want the game to end. I think I win him over because he smiles and starts to laugh too. That always happens to me. Well, don't hold it so hard. I wasn't. Yeah, you were. I see TJ's ears perked down and he looks over toward the front of the house. What? Well, that's when I hear it too. Doing what with those water balloons? Don't touch me. I'm not touching you. Just give me the fucking balloons. Clint and Jeremy. Carl must have followed us and they saw him out the window. My guts drop to my feet and I feel like I'm gonna pee myself. TJ Carl covers his mouth and I see tears starting to brim in his eyes. I think fast. Go run and get Leo. He can help. Before I know it, TJ's tearing across the backyard to the house, up the block where Leo's filling up water balloons. At least that's where I hope he's going. Slowly I pad myself around the house, peeking around the corner of the front yard. Carl's standing with his fists clenched, staring hard, trying to look defiant, but I can tell he's terrified. Multicolored water balloons are scattered around his hooves. He must have been carrying them all around his white tank top. He always wore a shirt when we did. He always wore a shirt when we did water games. What's the matter, cunt face? We're not gonna hurt ya. Right. Jeremy laughs stupidly at Clint and bends down to pick up a purple water balloon. Clint starts circling around Carl and the ram follows him with his muzzle nostrils flaring. As he's looking back the other way, Jeremy throws a water balloon right in Carl's face. Following the smack of rubber on his muzzle, the balloon explodes, showering all three of them on water. Carl whimpers and covers his face. I grip the side of the house, knowing I should do something, but my legs aren't moving. Leave me alone! Carl's doing a good job of not crying, but he's about to. Hey, we're just playing! Carl leans down to pick up another water balloon. That's when Carl makes a break for it, dodging around the bent over Clint towards the street. Clint's too fast though, and the ring-tailed cat instantly reaches out and catches Carl by one of his horns. He rides them for a second, jumping on Carl's back before using the long tail to trip the ram up. Carl lands on his stomach with a loud grunt as Clint sits on his back, holding it onto his horns. Cunt! He stepped on my tail! Clint grabs both of Carl's horns and leans back so far I think I can hear his spine cracking. Carl screams in pain and reaches for his horns. With his face pointed at the sky, I can see tears rolling down his face now. Oh, hello! Ixa, how's it going, buddy? Hey, resolution is stuck, so I can't watch sadly, but I did want to come by and say hey. Also, why have I not followed? Oh, don't worry about it, Ixa. I'm glad to have you here, buddy. I hope you're doing well. You goof. You actually scared me for a second because I was getting into the story and then I was like, oh my god. Okay. Carl screams in pain and reaches... Oh, wait, we already read that. The one eye I can see is open wide, and I think he sees me, but my legs won't move. Hey! Leo jogs up the street looking right at Clint. The ringtail sneers, but he drops Carl back to the ground and stands up as Leo gets closer. The fuck do you want, Beaner? Clint's weary as his casual demeanor more tense now that Leo's here. I sigh with relief. Carl sits up quickly and rubs his face before standing and running back up to the street, his hooves clopping loudly all the way. Leo doesn't even look at him, his eyes on Clint. I said, what do you want? You know, understand? Honestly, Leo might have not understood. He'd only been here less than a year. Still, Leo doesn't say anything, his jaw working, and I wonder if he's imagining chewing on Clint's neck. You're fucking crazy. Let's go, Jeremy. Clint is afraid of Leo, and he left us alone ever since the wolf had moved in, at least for the most part. Even though they're both 13, Leo is head taller and almost twice as wide. Leave him alone. Clint stops. What? Leave him alone. Forever. Clint looks hesitant, obviously not wanting to stay, but unable to leave now that Leo had thrown out a challenge, not in front of Jeremy. Or what? Or... He thinks for a second. It's not good for you. Painful. I hadn't been paying any attention to Jeremy when I see sudden movement from behind Leo that followed another smack and a splash. Leo arches his back, hissing at the pain from how hard Jeremy had thrown it. The wolf whirls around, one paw rubbing the back as he snarls at Jeremy, who points and laughs. Ha! A wet back! He doesn't see Clint running at him from behind. Leo! I yelp out his name, and when he does, he turns around only to catch a sucker punch right in the stomach. I can hear the thud along the air going out of him all the way from here. Leo stumbles back and stops with his paws on his knees, gasping. I wince and cover my eyes, only to pull them back down immediately and see Jeremy leaping on Leo from behind and biting his ear. Leo screams in pain, but immediately twists and slams his knee into Jeremy's crotch. Jeremy lets go and lets out his own scream, which Leo puts an end to it by when he grabs the fox and swings him around by the shirt. Jeremy's forward momentum is brought to a halt as he slams headfirst into an oak tree, and he goes down. Clint's scared, his eyes wide as he looks from Leo to Jeremy to the front door. Leo doesn't give him a chance though, running forward and hitting him with a tackle that slams them both to the ground. I think I hear Clint start to beg, but Leo's fists start raining down on his face. Now all I can hear are crunchy, fleshy thuds as punch after punch hits Clint's face, and I can hear Leo too. Oh shoot! I don't know I don't know how to read much Spanish, but oh dear. Oh dear. The sounds Clint makes him go from snarling to screaming and gurgling, and I cover my ears because it sounds so terrible. Again, I feel like I should stop this. Leo looks like he's in a trance with how focused he is on hurting Clint. But again, I'm too terrified. I run in the direction Carl went. I need to tell him I'm sorry, that I should have helped him somehow, but I was so scared. Even though this road doesn't lead to his house, I somehow get there. The sky is red and orange, even though it was noon just a few minutes ago. For some reason, Carl's house is bigger, much bigger than how it should be. The architecture is pointier and different. I walk around slowly looking for Carl. Looking down, I see the hoof prints. They're too big to be Carl's, but I follow them anyway. They lead around the back of the house, right up to a wooden set of cellar doors. I reach out to them, even though I feel something terrible welling up inside my stomach. I pull on them, but they're stuck as if welded shut somehow. A window well next to the doors draws my attention, and I get onto my knees, then on my stomach as I look intently through the window. There are little clear spots on the glass, little paw prints breaking through a layer of old dust. The paw prints of children. The room is almost pitch black, but a red light is behind me illuminates some of the cement ground through the windows. Behind the paw prints I see something long and spindly crawl across the ground. I don't know where I am at first when I open my eyes, but the dim globe lamp tells me. Lying there for a while, I realize that Carl is no longer on top of me. My face fur is a little wet and my nose is stuffy. I look around thinking that Carl probably went back to his bed, but he's not there either. He must be getting a drink or something. A dull far-off thud makes me open my eyes again. I listen carefully, starting to worry the sound came from downstairs. Again I hear it, and it makes me jump this time. Shit, is this happening again? I hear a voice coming down from the same area, directly below me. It's a lot more muffled, but I can still tell it's a voice muttering and cursing. Carl? My voice sounds weak and warbly in the heavy silence of the dark house. The scuffing sounds below me stop for a second, though, then start up again, more vigorous now. Slowly I sit up, listening to the whispering and thumping beneath me. My mind flashes to Duke, the weasel's foot forward, his eyes locked on mine. Finally, the anxiety gets to me as I stand up, walking as quietly as I can from the room in the hallway. The kitchen is dark, and I move out to the front of the door to see if it's locked. It is, so I move out to the stairs and look down into the inky black darkness, almost afraid to turn on the lights. Nothing jumps out at me when I do, but the light is actually making me more afraid knowing that it will light up anything that's down there. I move down the stairs as quickly as I can, every creak making my fur bristle. Scraping sounds louder now, and so is the voice. I'm almost positive it's Carl, but I can't be sure. I call out his name again, but it's almost a whisper in my throat. I clasp my paws together against my chest, eyes flicking to each doorway, slowly move down the hall, not wanting Carl to get the jump on me. When I finally get to the crawl space door, I can pick up a rhythmic thumping along with the scrapes, and the muttering is much clearer now. Buried. Inside. Help. I shiver. Carl, this isn't funny. Again, my voice is weak and unconvincing. He probably doesn't even hear me. Oh shit. Another thump almost shakes the house, and I jump. What the hell is he doing? Is it even Carl? Did whoever down there murder him, and now he's in the process of burying his body? The fear is too much, and I know I have to open the door now to put an end to this stupid prank, or I'm going to call 911 and make everything worse. With each step I take towards the doors, it feels like the air gets more electrified. The charge making my fur stand all over my body. As soon as I touch the tiny knob of the door and start to pull it open, though, the sound stops. I freeze, listening hard. I get the feeling that whatever is down there is doing the exact same thing. Then I hear a series of thuds whenever it is runs at the door. I fall back and I can't help myself from shrieking, landing on my ass and scooting backwards with my paws and feet. The door flies open and I'm face to face with the dusty Carl. Carl, what the fuck? I scream at him at my chest, heaving as I clutch it, like I'm about to have a heart attack. He looks confused, looking around, then back at me, breathing hard on himself. I wait, but he doesn't say anything. There's white dust all over his horns and on his shoulders. Just what? I yell at him again, and he jumps. I feel bad if I wasn't so freaked out. I sleepwalk sometimes, okay? I debate whether or not to accept that as an answer, but he looks confused though, as if it just might be true. You scared the living shit out of me. Carl moves out of the crawl space, leaning over to brush his head off. You scared the shit out of me. I didn't know where I was. It's a Lonesy Wolf. Hi. How's the cute Lonesy Wolf? I slowly get to my feet, still breathing heavily. What is that stuff? What were you doing in there? Just dust. It's dirty down here. Again, I feel like he's leaving stuff out. I try to look past him in the crawl space, but he closes the door. Come on, I need to smoke after that. Yes, you are. You are cute, Lonesy. But it's good to see you, buddy. I stand back to let him pass, tempted to open the door. He grabs my arm and when he sees me looking though. Seriously, dude, let's go. I don't really want to be alone in this house right now. Please. I look at him and I can tell he's definitely freaked out. I would be too if I woke up in that crawl space. Yeah, let's go. Slowly I follow him, looking back at the door before flicking off the light. Something is going on with this kid. With this dude right here. Lonesy, you are cute, and you always will be. Are you sure you don't want to come down? Carl lays spread out on his bed, game controller clutched in both of his paws and I throw it over his head against the pillow. He offers me a glance, but returns back to his game. This time it's new. New looking open world fantasy, and honestly I'd much rather watching him play than doing homework. I just don't want to distract you, man, and you know how much help I am. I frown. I'll be much more for the company than anything. Don't you want to look through the stuff too? Carl screws up his muzzle as if contemplating. I've seen most of it, dude. I wrapped up half the stuff in there. Well, alright. I pause, but he doesn't say anything. It's clear he's not interested, so I have no reason to nag him. Still, it sort of hurts my feelings. As I make my way down to the basement alone, I realize another reason why I would have appreciated Carl's company. The house is as creepy as fuck. I always have been a bit of a pussy when it comes to scary things. I mean, once after I seen a scary movie about possession, I'd be afraid to go sleep for weeks, mainly because my nightmares can seem so real. Yes, you are cute, Lonesy. You are indeed cute, and you aren't distracting me. I'm happy to have you here. Who said that I'm distracting you? I mean, who said that you're distracting me? You are completely fine, my friend. It took almost a month for me to manage it without the lights on, and I was 18 at the time. And now I mentally kick myself for remembering that movie while I'm down at Carl's creepy basement alone. Once I got to the crawl space, I do an awkward half run to the floodlamp that probably would have made Carl laugh his ass off. The crawl space really is fucking creepy. I imagine Carl sleepwalking down here, which I'm pretty sure is what happened last night, then waking up alone in the dark. I can understand why he was so freaked out. The sight of the plastic tarp at the bottom of the steps bring back memories of the tarantula as well. Shit. Now I have a good reason not to go down there at all. I still don't know if what I saw was real or some kind of hypnagogic hallucination that my mind always seemed so keen to throw at me. I scan the tarp. It's white and clean surface, free of any insects as far as I can tell. I shudder again before making my way slowly down the steps, eyes still darting around. Come on, you idiot. This is ridiculous. When I was younger, I used to have a problem where I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see spiders crawling by my walls. I scream and one of my parents would come running in to tell me nothing was there. My dad talked to a psychologist friend who told me it was normal, so we didn't do anything about it. Over time, the hallucinations stopped. They didn't come back until I took the night shift near my university's campus. After that, I started to get sleep paralysis, and about half the time, spiders are involved. My feet crunch their way across the tarp, towards tubs that I know are marked history. I stare at them for a second, remembering that 2 days ago the tubs had been turned to have their sides facing the entrance crawl space. I clearly remember seeing them that way over Carl's shoulder right before I saw the tarantula. Now that the turns of the ends are pointing to the front, I frown, but the prickling feeling on my neck doesn't feel good, especially with me being alone down here. So I shoved that to the back of my mind and grabbed the end of the bottom tub so I can start dragging it back towards the stairs. Sitting down and taking the lids off, I start sifting through the contents. Again, something isn't right. There are a few empty wrappers lying around amongst the artifacts, as if someone had unwrapped a few trinkets before taking them. I wonder if Carl decided to take a few things. God knows why he would. I removed those wrappers, 3 in all, and set them to the side before digging further in. This particular tub has a divider in it. As I start unwrapping things, I realize that one side is for the harder artifacts like keys or knitting needles. The other has mostly paper items like photos and documents. On the paper side, I can see a thick folder labeled Biography of James Hendricks. My eyes widen. Now that would come in handy. Is this a book, or as I open it up, I find a bunch of loose papers inside. While it's clearly a copy paper, it's old enough in its own right. I move back to the tarp so I can start spreading the documents out, not wanting to lose anything. I'm breathing heavily at this point, hardly believing my luck. There are hundreds of pages that I hardly know where to start. After a while, I begin to deduce what this is. Someone's been trying to write a book on James Hendricks. From what I can tell, it was Carl's mother, Tricia. Some of the documents were typed out on a typewriter, so this might have been started as far back as the 80s. Getting married, having kids, running a company probably slowed things down a bit. I grin. Well, it's too bad that this might never see publication. Carl's mom has no idea how much she saved my ass. On top of that, she's got it all organized. One divider indicates John Hendricks, while another marks Emma Hendricks, who I assume is James's wife. A few of them are filled with several names: Marilyn Smith, John Begay, Yanaha Begay, Christopher Leeway. Finally, the last section of the binder is filled with dividers indicating notes 1825 to 1852, 1852 to 1875, 1875 to 1878, and 1878 to 1891. I start with that, my fingers shaking a bit with excitement as I start poring over Trish's meticulous timeline using my phone to take notes. James was born in 1825 to an immigrant family from Eire. His family faced oppressive prejudice from the day they arrived in the country. Despite this, they managed to make a living with James's father becoming a plumber, a profession that mainly dealt with lead. His father Martin was abusive, even more so than was acceptable for the time, and James suffered greatly for it. The mysterious death of his 5-year-old sister Martha led to many of the townspeople to suspect the murder on the father's part. But this was never proven. James left home at the age of 15. He told his remaining sibling Jane that if he were able, he'd find a place for the both of them to escape their father. Not much is known about James Hendricks between 1840 and 1849, with Tricia assuming that he simply job-hopped around the tri-state area. What is known is that James set out west in 1850 during the gold rush. Luck struck quick with James finding gold in a quartz deposit in 1852. The first person James confided about the find was his only friend, John Begay. John was a native desert fox and would go out to become James's business partner. This comes out as a bit of a surprise due to John's many recorded instances of prejudice against the natives. With John's help, James officially laid claim to the mine before turning it into a business. While Echo was originally a small camp less than 20 people, it became a mini boomtown. Over 2,000 people arrived within the next 3 years. Things went well for James after that. He became rich, built a mansion in Echo, and lived off the mine's seemingly endless flow of gold. He sent Jane, who was married with a large family at that point, a yearly sum of money. Meanwhile, no money was sent to his parents, who were living in deep poverty. He married Emma, a girl half his age, in 1860. They had 5 children: James, Thomas, I don't know how to pronounce that. Genevieve? I don't know. Carol and Martha. If you guys know how to pronounce that, then that'd be helpful. Because I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh. Things changed for James in 1875, though, when he was accused of sodomy with John Begay. The land being lawless at the time, John Begay was hanged by the locals. James was never convicted of the crime, likely because of his strong influence with the town. However, the The ostracism grew to be too much, and in 1878 he left his family to live in solitude on the West Coast. He quietly started a moderately successful ice cream business in the 1880s. It didn't grow into a regional juggernaut it is today until it was taken over by his grandson Peter. He died there in his villa in 1891 from an unusual insect bite. I rubbed my eyes and checked the time. 3 hours had passed already, and it's late in the afternoon. Apparently, Carl's game is so good that he hasn't even bothered to come down and check on me. I sigh and gather up the items. A pocket watch, what looks like a nugget of gold, and what I think is a stamp with a crest on it. I'll need to take pictures outside, considering how dim it is down here. I lay the items down on the adobe sidewalk that leads up to Carl's house. Deciding that it will make a suitable background, I start taking pictures. Hours after the discovery of the binder, I'm still relieved. I was really starting to worry with how little time I had left, but with Trisha's research has saved me hours of time. In fact, she pretty much just laid everything out for me. I nearly jump out of my skin and spin around, still clutching my camera. Behind me I can see the window still rattling from the force of whatever had knocked on it. It's a basement window in a window well, though I couldn't see anything through it. It's too dark. I stare at it for a while, frowning. What the fuck was Carl doing? Did he go back downstairs and somehow see me through the window and decide to scare me? I slowly gather the artifacts back up and place them in my bag, keeping an eye out on the window as I do. If he wanted to pull that shit, then I could play that game too. The only problem is that Carl isn't in the basement. From what I can gather, it was the window next to the crawl space that was hit. Looking out, I can see the spot where it must have been standing. The chills return and I shiver as I move back to the crawl space. It had to have been Carl, though. I don't get why he would have stayed down here until it came back. I gather everything back up and start to place them back into the tub in the same order that I had taken them out. And that's when I noticed something. At the very bottom of the tub, a plastic baggie had been opened with its contents spilled out. I set down the binder, which had been about to put away, and reached in, sifting through the spilled papers. They're newspaper clippings from the town of Peyton. They're incredibly old, and I can't imagine this is the best way to preserve them. Either way, the fashion in which they're carelessly spread out across the bottom of the tub makes me wince. I don't remember leaving it this way, and it makes me feel sick that I could have damaged any of it. Slowly, I push all the clippings back into the baggie, making sure to seal it tight after I do. From what I can see, nothing's been visibly damaged. I sigh before putting everything back into the tub and shutting it with the lid, making sure it's sealed tight. It's a shame that it's been so difficult for Carl's family to set up the museum. From the looks of it, some of the stuff isn't going to last much longer without proper preservation. Finally, I drag the tubs back and subconsciously take notes of exactly how I left them before heading back upstairs. When I get upstairs, though, Carl is asleep. His controller is still above his head, clutched in his paws as if he'd fallen asleep at the moment I left. On a screen, his character is immobile, standing in the middle of some hut. A single NPC stands in front of him, walking back and forth. Every now and then it stops in front of him, exclaiming, "What are you doing in my hut?" I reach out and place a paw on his shoulder, and he immediately opens his eyes, snorting loudly. He sits up and rubs his face, snorting again as he breathes deeply. "Did you go downstairs?" "Huh? What happened?" It's almost funny how utterly confused he looks. It's as if he's acting. If he's acting, he's doing a damn good job of it. Bedtime story read by the cute. Hey! I'm not cute! I am not cute. And this ain't no bedtime story. This is supposed to be a psychological horror game, which, in some factors, it is. It is, because I did get chills earlier from playing this game. I heard some noises downstairs. I thought it was you. No, I don't think so. Things were moved around too. He takes in a deep breath before blowing it out. Told you, man, this place is haunted. I wasn't joking. We both look at each other for a moment. Finally, Carl breaks the awkward silence. So how'd it go, aside from the ghosts? It went alright, just 3 hours and a bunch of research. He looks at me blearily. Ah, shit, seriously? I was gonna come down after a while, just fell asleep, yeah. Anyway, we were supposed to go out today. Really? Yeah, remember? You said so a few days ago. Carl looks around. Well, what do you want to do? I think. Don't you have an interview tomorrow? Don't remind me. Carl picks up his controller again and I frown. Well, I was thinking we could go out and maybe give you a new look. Now Carl frowns, clicking away at the controller. Like what? Well, your clothes for one. Don't you have any dress clothes? You don't? Seriously? Have you ever had an interview before? Well, yeah, it's just that I've grown out of them. Uh-huh. Well, we'll definitely need to get you some of those. No, I am not cute. I am not cute, and I never will be. You're watching at bedtime? Ah, okay, that makes sense. It's late for you, isn't it? Maybe we should give you a more clean-cut look. Carl doesn't say anything and instead goes on frowning. I am not cute, DJ. DJ, don't, don't enable this. Don't enable this. I am not cute, and I never will be. I'm an angry blepper. I put a paw down on his controller, forcing him to pause. Come on, it can be fun. You can't stay in this house, in this room forever. He finally does a look at me, then his expression kinda sad. What's wrong? Carl looks away, then stands up slowly, his joints popping. Nothing. If it makes you happy, then why not? Great! Just so you know, I'd rather just play some video games with you. Shh! Longsy! Shh! Hey, you enabled this! You enabled DJ to think that I'm cute, which I'm not. 2:24 a.m.? Ah, okay. You're staying up pretty late. But I mean, I guess I shouldn't be talking because I do stay up pretty late too. It's tempting. Just to watch Carl play is a lot of fun with his style and commentary, but this is more important. I really want to help him out. Maybe later tonight. Let's get this done first. So apparently your great-great-great-great-grandfather was accused of sodomy. What? Carl looks up from his phone, his muzzle wrinkling. Yep, with John Billet, who I'm almost positive is related to Jenna, but I'll have to ask her. Are you serious? How did you find that out? He pauses. And maybe don't ask Jenna about that? From what I can tell, your mom's trying to write a book. Carl strokes his beard. Oh yeah, she is, isn't she? Well, was more like. I don't think she's worked on it in years. I am not cute. And never will be. From the looks of it, she started it in college. Damn, well I do remember her saying it stressed her out a lot, or something happened to make her stop. Carl seems to be thinking. Actually, I think I remember her talking to my dad about how those old things freaked her out, or something. He shrugs. But we've always said the house is haunted. Carl's phone starts buzzing. And speaking of Jenna, she's calling me. Carl looks a bit perturbed, but he puts on a cheerful voice as he answers it. Yo, whale ears! Ah, that old name. As he listens to her response I see, his smile slowly slides off his face. I can hear the sharp, muffled tones of Jenna's voice, even though she's holding the phone on the other side of his face. I guess she cuts him off because he doesn't finish. I glare. Here, let me talk to her. The way Jenna acted yesterday, which isn't like her at all, is giving me a pretty good idea of what she's going off about right now. Carl doesn't give me the phone, though, instead staring out the windshield as we continue on the highway. Finally, he lowers the phone from his ear, then stares at the screen for a while. She hang out? Yeah, I said something about how Leo's depressed now and how he's hanging out, and how us hanging out by ourselves isn't helping things. I roll my eyes. You know what? Fuck Jenna. She's been on one since Leo's day didn't go the way he wanted to. For some reason, she just wants to blame you. Yeah. Carl looks at the window. But I like Leo. Go and visit Leo. Like I know we're going on Carl's path, but visit Leo. Listen. Go and visit our boy Leo. I miss him. Honestly. But I mean, it's a good thing that we have all of these saves here that will allow us to go through different pathways because we're currently on Carl's pathway. Listen, let's get something to eat first, so bye. Now my parents are rich, I'll pay. I can't exactly argue with that, so I don't. I also don't feel like I can leave it at that, so hesitantly I reach out with the paw and place it on Carl's shoulder. Seriously, let's have fun today, okay? Forget Jenna. He looks over at me and gives me a sad smile. I'm fine, Chase. I just want to get this over with so we can go back and play some games. I sigh. Is that all you can think about these days? Hey, lots of people play games for a living. True. That is true. I'll admit. Because, like, some people on Twitch, this is also, like, part of their job, too. Name one. Rob Lowe. That's a sport. Still, it's a game. I grin as I hear that jokey playfulness back in his voice. I'm glad he's able to take his mind off of Jenna for that moment. Well, at least that keeps them active. Playing games all day will get you unhealthy. Fat? If you didn't notice, I'm already there. not that bad. I swear you're mostly muscle. Then I guess I got nothing to worry about. But you should get out more. Why? I've got entire worlds in my game. I don't know. What about girls? They're in games too. Well, you can't exactly touch a boob with your actual balls in a game. VR. VR will fix that for you. I don't know. I swear they got those in anime land. You know what I mean. Already done with it. Already done it. Not that great. You queer or something? I say it with a southern accent. Let's just say I don't label my sexuality. I let that sit for a second. That's a pretty queer thing to say. Guess I'm pretty queer, dude, then. Is that so? Besides, until I'm able to see my hooves again, I don't think any girls are going to be after me. Well, that's what we're doing right now. Trying to give you a new look. A fresh start. It'll boost your confidence and your appeal. You'll have girls and boys after you. Again, Carl doesn't act very enthused about that. I tell myself it's only because he has to go out. Once we get there, I'm sure he'll cheer up. I swear, every store in Payton Mall is dark and covered in neon. Carl stands there awkwardly, looking around as if he's unsure what to do. So, what kind of look do you want to go for? Carl looks at me like I'm crazy. Seriously, dude? I have no idea. You brought me here. Just work at this for the next hour, and I promise we can go to the game store next. Carl makes a big show of sighing, but the twitch in his ears indicates that he liked that a lot. Well, it's just dress clothes, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Carl's getting all insecure the way he did during the surprise birthday party. It's kinda cute. Carl? Chase? The voice comes behind me, and Carl smiles over my shoulder before I turn around. Raven? Who is this? Who is this? Hello? The black and white two-tone husky is just a few feet behind me, grinning. How long has it been? Too long, man. What are you doing here? Family moved back after Dad got fired. Now I work here. I could ask the same about you, Chase. Oh, just on spring break right now. You work in a clothing store now? Okay, can I just say, this husky boy right here looks so cool. He looks like an absolute badass. Raven laughs. No, I'm just a store down. I work at Game Central. Carl perks up at that. So you're still in school, huh? Well, it's great to see you. Raven's accent is only slightly detectable now. The only noticeable foreign thing about him is being his name. So what are you guys doing down here? Getting clothes? Yeah, for Carl actually. He has an interview tomorrow. For some reason, Carl ducks his head at that, and through his ears I can see him blush deeply. Oh, really? It's about time. I mean, I have had a job before. So what kind of look are you going for? When Carl doesn't answer, I speak up. That's what we're trying to figure out just now, actually. Carl shrinks further into himself, his hat seeming to fall further over his eyes. Dude, it's just dress clothes, really. Well, I think you should get a red tie at least. Might go good with your eyes. Maybe trim that beard? Since when are you a fashionista? Come on, Carl, at least try it out. Carl says, rubbing his forehead. Okay, fine, but as long as we're out of here in the next hour. Hey, I gotta get back to work, but I'll be free in another hour. Let's catch up. I wave at Raven, then turn to Carl. Well, that was nice. Didn't think I'd ever see him again. Me neither, actually. I'd have to hang out with him more. I mean, I like Flynn, but having to put up with him just to get it right to the store isn't always worth it. Well, anyway, if you wanted to get out of here in an hour, then we should probably get started. The process is a lot less painful than Carl makes it out to be. Soon enough, we're on our way to the food court, Carl carrying a bag way too big for the contents inside. We meet Raven again, and once we get our food, he suggests we eat outside. I look for my full combo meal to Carl's meal. Carl's small tiny container full of tater tots. You're not hungry? Carl just shrugs and grins at me. You just don't know the kind of ways of fatty. Huh? We're judged all the time, especially when we're eating. He delicately bites a tater tot in half before adopting a sarcastic tone. Ew, gross, of course he's eating. That seems kinda unfair. See, Raven thinks so too. The husky is in the middle of a huge bite of a Subway sandwich, his eyes on Carl. He swallows before speaking. I can see that you're self-depreciating as ever. You know me. So Chase, you still dating that wolf, Leon? Leo, and no. I ignore the sidelong glances I get from Carl. Ah, sorry about that. You two were really cute together. It's hard to know what to say when people comment on your relationship. If someone isn't homophobic, gay relationships are usually cute or adorable. Or maybe it's just a size difference. But seriously, I've always wanted to date an otter. Oh! This boy's got the hots for us too! Yeah, they're adorable. Swimming clowns. Do tell. Raven picks up on my sarcastic tone right away, but it doesn't seem to faze him. Well, yeah, you know what they say about otters and Typical husky! But why am I not surprised? The hell, Raven, you barely known him and you're just saying that shit. Carl's laughing though. I'm sure to keep my face passive. Oh, what do they say about otters and blowjobs? Raven laughs. You know, they never have to come up for air 10 minutes. Oh shit! Oh god. Raven giggles and makes a visible effort to keep a straight face. Sorry, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's just one of those jokes I always hear. You can imagine I do too. And it's 8 minutes, by the way. Psh, I take that too. Carl comes up a straw wrapper and flicks it off a Raven's bluish looking nose, to which he simply smiles. Wow. Carl stands up. Hey, I'm going to the bathroom. Raven, don't be a dick. I'm not. We both watch Carl amble off before Raven turns back to me, that dopey smile back on his face. So, how long are you going to be here, Chase? We need to catch up. I wonder what catching up means when our biggest interaction up at this point was dissecting a shark in high school biology. Sunday, school starts up again on Monday. Despite having a head start on the project thanks to Carl's mom, I still got a nervous twinge in my stomach. I still have a lot left to do. Voiceovers, B-rolls, and oh god, editing. We should hang out. His adorable excitement is barely contained, and I'm pretty sure I can hear the thumping of his tail against the curb we're sitting on. Despite my earlier offense at the stereotyping of otters, I'm reminded of how much worse dogs get it. They're not common in Echo, or this side of the world for that matter. While otters I thought more as entertainers, I feel like it's better than dealing with being seen as a simpleton. So the main reason I'm here is to do a news segment on Echo for class. Ooh, is it going to be on TV? I laugh. No, I mean, maybe I could get into a rotation on the college TV station, but otherwise, no. Well, that's still pretty cool. But my point is that it's kind of boring. What? It's just a bunch of writing, or mostly going through old stuff. Carl's family saved a bunch of artifacts from the old days. Whoa, so you're like actually touching the old stuff? Yeah, that's kind of a weird way to put it, but yeah. That sounds awesome. His outgoing nature is kind of infectious. I smile. Well, if you're really interested, I wouldn't mind having some help. That's great. I have the next 2 days off. Cool. We'll ask Carl when he gets back. It takes a while for the ram to return, but when he does, it seems he's a bit reluctant to agree to the idea, which kind of surprises me. But eventually we convince him and we make plans for Raven to come over the next day. As we head back out to the car, I nudge Carl, forcing him into a slight stumble. What's up? What do you mean? I try to keep my tone light. You seem a bit down, actually. Actually, you've been all day. Carl shrugs. I nudge him again and he giggles. I don't know, it's just awkward coming out here and just having you two examine me like that. Oh yeah? Yeah, dude, it just feels kind of weird is all. I stay silent for a moment, wondering if I'd made the right decision in doing all this. Well, I'm just trying to help out, you know? I know, bro, it's cool. Seriously, I've been thinking, your main problem is worrying about going out in public like social anxiety. Whoa, now you're sounding like Jenna. We get to my car, and he smiles at me over the roof while I unlock the doors. I feel like as if we can break through that, it'll help you out a bunch. I break eye contact as we both slide our respective seats. And I think this job will be a huge part of that, so I really want you to get it. As I lean to the side and pull my seatbelt, I feel something soft and warm pressing to my cheek. It only lasts for a second, then it's gone. I look over at Carl, but he's looking out the window. Did you just kiss me? Yeah, bro. Are you high? No, I mean, maybe. He giggles. So yes. Slowly I pull out of the parking space. If he hadn't made a move on me last night, I might have been a little more shocked. What the hell did you get high anyway? Alley behind the mall. Charming. Yeah, pretty sure I've got a few needles stuck in my hooves. We drive in silence for a while, Carl looking at the desert scenery while I squint out the windshield, trying to see through the hazy orange sunset. I did mean that, by the way. What? Just thanks. Sure. I don't know what else to say, so I leave it at that, and we drive along in pleasant silence. Carl seems a little sad, and I can't pinpoint why. I'm hoping that it's just a phase, that by the time this interview is over, he'll be able to get past this anxiety, and finally be done feeling like a failure at everything. This story is really good. I'm thoroughly enjoying the story. Okay, what is this now? I wake up to the feeling of a familiar numbing heaviness in my body. I try to move, tugging at what feels like a massive weight on my arms and legs, but all I can manage is to wiggle my fingers. It feels like someone's pressing down on my chest, trying to suffocate me, and something in the room is with me. I can't help myself. I open my eyes. A blood-red glow fills Carl's room as if from a night light covered in blood. The sight would have made me whimper as if I was able to make any kind of sound. My eyes flick around the room. It looks strangely empty, a lot more empty than I remember it, as if Carl was in the middle of a move and he packed up all his toys and decorations. In fact, the only thing I recognize in this room is his bed, the blankets tossed back and empty. I'm alone. I hear a chuckle right next to my ear, and it's straight out of a horror movie. Whatever it is, it's right out of my line of sight, and I can't turn my head to see what it is. My heartbeat picks up, and I decide to close my eyes, knowing that nothing good will come out of opening them. It breathes heavily in my ear for a while, then stops. The weight lifts off my body, and I can feel its presence leave. I sit up, opening my eyes again with a sigh of relief. But then I realize the room is still empty, and so is Carl's bed. Die! Something yanks me out of bed. I'm suddenly being pulled by both feet down the hallway, down the stairs, down the basement, towards the crawl space, into the darkness. Furry legs crawl over my body and pinpricks pierce every inch of my flesh. I give anything to be able to scream right now. I gasp and joint out of it. Wait a good 10 seconds before I'm convinced that I'm really out of it. Carl snoring loudly in his bed, one arm dangling over the side where his belly rises and falls. Okay. Whew. That also painted another picture in my head. Oh, God. Ugh. I sit up and rub my face, wondering how the hell I'm going to get back to sleep after that. Alright, it's Friday. Hey, is this useful? I look over at Raven as he holds up what looks like a porcelain canine doll of some kind. Maybe? Again, just set aside the stuff you think might be interesting for me to take the pictures of. Okay. He puts it to the side and starts digging through the tub, rather carelessly again. I sigh and turn back to the binder. I really wish Carl had agreed to come down. Again, he declined to help me even after Raven arrived, but now I guess I have my answer as to why. More stuff is missing from the tubs, and I know it can't be anyone else except Carl. The containers were turned the opposite way when I got down to the crawl space earlier this morning. On top of that, there were two more loose wrappers in the tub, along with... I traced the paw to the torn edges of a missing page in the Don Bigay section. The question, of course, is why would he be doing this? There's absolutely no reason for it. And the bizarreness of the situation makes it pretty much impossible for me to confront him on it. It's his house after all, though he didn't want me going through it, why would he have shown it to me in the first place? And he isn't even trying to cover his tracks. In fact, I practically caught him in the act just a few nights ago. He must know by now that I'd be able to put that together pretty quick. I closed the binder, deciding that this would be the last time I'll be going through this stuff. If Carl doesn't want me digging up info on his family's history, then I'm not going to pry any further. Ah, heck, I've been booped. I've been heckin' booped. Heckin' heck. Yeah. Hey, look at this. Raven holds up a wooden train. Bet this is probably the ship back in the day. I sigh. Probably. My phone buzzes. I take it out. My notification's telling me I have a text from Leo. Meet me at dinner for lunch, just you. For a moment I feel a pang of guilt. He told me how excited he was to... Oh, see? But from what I gathered in his text, Leo's been spending most of his time with TJ and Jenna since the Lynx is apparently still feeling down. At least he had to keep that to keep him occupied. My excuse that Carl has all the info I need on my project made my decision to spend most of my time with him a little less weird. What time, and what do you mean just by me? Hey Rave, I'm gonna go out and meet with some friends. Could you keep Carl company? Okay, sure. Raven seems busy putting the trains across the ground while attaching more cars. Make sure you keep that together. I want to get a picture of it later. Now, need to talk in bravado. I sigh and put my phone away, patting my pocket for my keys as I head up the crawl space steps. Leo waves at me as I walk down into the diner. I'm surprised to see that the diner is completely empty. There's almost always someone in here. Something is amiss, and I don't notice it until I sit across from the wolf. It's eerily quiet. The usual rockabilly tracks aren't playing from the jukebox. Hey man, what's up? The atmosphere is unreasonably awkward, and I blame most of that on the strange state of the diner. So, apparently we have to go up to the counter to order. Janice isn't there. Oh, what's that? Leo shrugs and he sips on a milkshake. Dunno, sick I guess. It's then that I remember the story Flynn told us about Janice and her incident. Though I'm not gonna bring that up just because I'm sure that's what Leo's thinking as well. Well, I'm not really hungry anyway. What was it that you wanted to talk about? Leo swallows slowly and looks down at his table. So you probably know this whole thing didn't go out as planned. I look at the collection of condensation on his glass before I speak up. Yeah, sorta. Leo frowns as if he hoped I would have tried to deny it. Well, it's mostly my fault. I should have done a better job at resolving shit. Now I frown. Hey! I wait until he takes his eyes off the table to look at me. You know, you're not our big brother anymore. He looks back down at the table. Oh my god, he's so sad! He's so sad! Don't make him more sad. We're adults, believe it or not. We make up our own decisions now. Everything we're doing right now is our decision, our fault, and it's not yours. Leo's eyes get shiny, but he smiles. Yeah, you're right. Oh, guess I just want to go back is all. Hey, we're still young. You're talking like my grandpa. Leo laughs and he leans back. Mine too. Leo jerks his head as if he just remembered something. So, what the hell happened between Jenna and Carl? I was actually hoping you could have told me about that. I have no idea. She keeps going on about him not participating. I told her it was fun, but she can't seem to let it go. Yeah, well, it's really weighing on Carl. Leo swings his milkshake for going the straw. He wipes away the cream from his muzzle as he brings it back onto the table with some resolve. Well, I'm not letting it end like this. Let what end like this? Our group. You realize this might be the last time we're all together. That sentence immediately forms a lump in my throat. Yeah, so I'm not gonna let it end like this. Flynn pissed at TJ, Jenna pissed at Carl, you and me. He lets that hang, and while I don't say anything, he coughs. So, I planned something. What? His hesitant tone making me nervous. He looks at me in the eye and squares his shoulders. We're going to the lake tomorrow. He lets that sink in as I turn his words over in my head. I'd suspected that this is where he was getting at. I considered my words for a moment, not wanting to say the wrong thing. I don't know if that's... Leo puts up a paw. I've thought about this over real hard, Chase. That day what happened to Sydney, it fucked us all up. It changed us all. Not for the better either. It took something from us. Leo pauses, looking to the side as if he was searching for words. Flynn, Sydney was his best friend. And Carl, he's been depressed ever since. I feel the need to speak up. I don't know if he can pin all that on what happened. Maybe we would have turned out the same. He presses on. TJ, he saw Sydney die. Saw him drown. Can you imagine that at 8 years old? And Jenna, has she ever been happy since? I shake my head. I always feel like that experience helped her in a weird way. She decided to go to school and leave Echo. He doesn't seem to be listening to me. And you? I love you, but you did change the day it happened. You're practically a different person. I don't have anything to say to that. And me? His voice catches in his throat and I close my eyes. Leo, I was supposed to be watching all of you. I was supposed to be taking care of... Leo stops talking and as I keep my eyes on the table, he grabs one of the brown napkins and wipes his eyes. When he speaks again, his voice is thick and it cracks with emotion. His parents never said, but they trusted me with Sydney, and I think they blamed me. No, Leo. He falls silent. For a while we both sit there and share the feeling of being weighed down by 11 years of baggage. A good 5 minutes goes by, with Leo staring out the window. The afternoon turns his normally red fur almost orange. We can't do this anymore, and this might be our last chance to find some kind of closure. I take a deep breath, swallowing past the lump. Okay. He looks up at me, relief all over his face. So you'll go? I smile reassuringly at him. Of course. Have you told anyone else? He lowers his ears. No. Oh god, are you gonna tell them? I don't know. Leo. He does his signature shrug with paws out. I really don't know how to get them to go. Then there's no way this is gonna. Then there's no way this isn't gonna be a disaster. Hey, we gotta try, I guess. So can you bring Carl with you? I think for a moment. Oh shit, Carl has an interview. What time? 10 I think. Well, we'll plan around it. Text me at the actual time, okay? Anyway, I invited you out here to talk more about more than just shitty stuff. What have you been up to in the past 3 years? Until we talk for the next 2 hours catching up on everything. Feels good, and I regret not spending more time with Leon than this past week. As we part in the small parking lot, Leo surprises me with a hug. I have a good feeling about this. It'll be hard, but we'll be better for it. I hug back, hoping with all my heart that he's right. Oh dear. Is it me, or was there something there at the end of the hallway? Dude, I don't know about this. I peek into the bathroom, watching as Carl stares at himself in the mirror, running his fingers through his hair. You look great. Raven stands back, grinning with a trimmer in his paws, looking at Carl up and down. Tell him, Chase. Carl looks at me, and I have to agree that he looks quite a bit better. You look fantastic, a lot cleaner. Thanks. Now take a shower. Before Carl can say anything, Raven shoves the mall bag into Carl's chest before slamming the door in his face. Man, this is gonna be great. If the interview was based on looks alone, he'd have that job locked. Probably. And so with that, we move to the living room and wait. Half an hour later, Carl shuffles in quietly. We don't even know he's there until he clears his throat. Ooh, hello. How's this look? He looks good, but I'm more concerned with the fact that he looks more insecure than I've seen him. He shifts from hoof to hoof, not making eye contact at all, his fingers pulling at the rolled up sleeves. Oh my god, that looks fantastic. There's no way you won't get that job now. Raven sounds genuine though, but then again, he's always excited. Carl looks over at me and I give a start, realizing how bad my silence must have seemed. You do look great, Carl. But, Raven chuckles as Carl's eyes widen. What? The beanie. Do you always have to wear that thing? Carl lifts a paw to it. Usually. You can't wear that. How do you even get it on? It's stretchy and my head fur looks awful. Seriously, you can't wear a beanie to an interview. Carl's getting all fidgety again, so I butt in. This is an interview and you gotta look good, so don't wear it. Carl, that's a really bad idea for a job interview. Oh, come on! He looks sad and angry at the same time, which gives me a pause. I'll wear it if I want. This is my interview. After a couple seconds of silence, Raven coughs. Raven looks at me, then back to Carl. Well, alright. Carl sighs and shifts around again. We'll watch him expectantly. Dude, I feel this is weird is all. It's new, you'll get used to it. I pull out my phone to look at the time. Alright, we really need to head out. We should get there early. As we head to the door, Raven makes as if to follow us. Ah, DJ, thank you. I don't really think so. I'm just your normal standard wolf. I kick myself for forgetting to talk with him earlier. I turn around to face him as Carl heads out to the door. Hey, Raven. He stops. What's up? So after the interview with me and Carl and our other friends, we're going to be doing something. Raven raises his eyebrows. Oh? Oh, it's not that we don't want you to come. Though I really wouldn't mind having his upbeat attitude present at what will surely be the biggest downer of the week. It's just that it's really personal. Oh, really? Yeah, seriously. You wouldn't want to come. We're going to be talking about some heavy shit. Why? Why not? Why not stream? Why should we not stream this? It's fun. And hey, you get to talk about a story too. Please ban me? I mean, if that's what you're really asking for, then... Because, again, you really haven't done anything wrong. I mean, if you want to stick around, then that's fine by me, but if you're gonna be a dick about everything, then, I mean, you get what you get. It's that simple. If you want to be a part of this, then go ahead. Raven seems to perk up a little at that. Oh, well, I wouldn't want to intrude. I'll just hang out here then. Yeah, we'll be back soon, okay? Sounds good, but you have to tell me how the interview goes. I know he's gonna do something amazing. I will, and he will. See you in a few. Carl looks confused as I come out to the car alone. Where's Raven? I sit down and make a show of buckling my seatbelt. So I wanted to tell you after this interview, so you don't have to have more to stress out over. What? I pause as I back up, pretending to be distracted as I can gather my thoughts. So Leo wants to meet up at the lake. The lake? Like, the lake? Yeah. Why? Closure, he says. Carl stays quiet as we drive through Echo and I swerve to avoid all the potholes. As I'm merging onto the highway, he finally speaks up. I think that's a good idea. Like, we've been sitting on this for how long? We should do it while we got the chance. I nod my agreement. I just hope everyone feels the same. We fall back into the silence, and it stays that way for the remaining 20-minute drive. Carl gets more nervous the closer we get. I can see his knees bouncing off the corner of my eye as he stares out the window. I reach out and put a paw on his shoulder as we pull into the parking lot of the print shop. You look awesome and you're gonna do amazing. Carl takes a deep breath, staring out into the windshield. Just be yourself. Everyone loves a relaxed employee. I wish you'd just let me have a smoke before we left. Yeah, go into an interview smiling like pot. Great idea. Carl giggles nervously, but otherwise doesn't move. Do you want me to go in with you? Carl shakes his head quickly, unbuckling his seatbelt as he opens the car door. No, man, I'll be fine. Okay, cool. I'll be waiting. I grin at him, but he just shuts the door and ambles up to the print shop. He pushes on the doors, and when they don't move, he pushes harder, shaking the glass. I start to open my door to tell him to pull instead, but he seems to figure it out before I have to, and disappears inside. Carl. Then I sit back and wait. I try to take a nap since I've been up all night with Raven and Carl gaming, but the heat beating down through the windows has become too uncomfortable. I turn the AC back on, then shuffle through the stations, but I only have to find Twangy Country and Mariachi. I look at the time, 10:10 a.m. If the interview started on time, then he was probably going to be almost done with it by now. I sort of wanted to go inside, but I know Carl wouldn't want me to. I settle back again and close my eyes, trying to get some relief from the failing AC. Then the door rattles and I hear haphazard hoof steps. I open my eyes, but no one's there. I do catch some movement disappearing around the side of the store, and I lean to get a better look. Oh wait, but Carl, at least I think it's Carl, doesn't come back around around the corner. Looking around, I slowly open my door. Carl? Nothing. Carl! I yell it, but he still doesn't come out. Feeling some dread build up on my stomach, I get out of the car and slowly walk to the side of the building. It's an alley between the print shop and what I think is a laundromat. Nothing is in the alley except for a few dumpsters and clumps of garbage. I step carefully around puddles that covered in oil slick and wonder if he just really wanted to smoke. Carl? Something shifts on the other side of one of the dumpsters and I hear sniffling. Wordlessly, I walk around the dumpster to the other side. Carl is bent over, his back to me, paws on his knees. His whole body is shaking and his breaths are ragged. Holy shit, Carl! I'm at his side instantly, rubbing his back. What happened? You alright? The stench of vomit hits my nose and I don't need to look closely to know what puddle between Carl's hooves is. Carl is sure to turn his face away from me, not saying a word. Shit. I dash back to the car and open the passenger door so I can get to the glove box. I pull out a few napkins before hurrying back to the Ram. He takes them from me wordlessly and starts wiping his face. The last time I seen Carl like this was just last year when he had his panic attack at school. I didn't think he'd have that problem now after all the therapy and time away. I try to rub his back comfortingly, in a clockwise motion like my mom would do for me. He's at least not hyperventilating. He has his horns pressed up against the wall, taking deep breaths as he wipes his face again. Why do I suck at everything? He says it quietly, between gasps, but I can make it out. No, Carl, you're fine. Let's just get you home. I start to pull on his arm, but he yanks it from me violently. Don't touch me! I'm stunned into silence. I just stare at him, with my mouth open. He glances at me and his eyes are red, and for one, it's not because of weed. Carl starts off towards the car on his own, spinning to the side as he does. Carl, what happened? He whirls on me. I fucked up, obviously. Any more fucking questions? His voice breaks apart on the last sentence and turns away from me as his face starts to screw up. My stomach feels hollow as I watch Carl get into my car. I've never, ever seen him like this. He immediately hunches forward, head in his paws. I slowly walk up to the driver's side door, feeling like I'm crying myself. I sit for a while, waiting to see if Carl is going to say anything. He does. I'm sorry. He blurts it out through his fingers. I look over at him, scared to say anything in case if I say the wrong thing. It was a disaster, man. He takes a deep shuddering breath. He could tell I wasn't into it right away. I was awkward as fuck. He leans back and tugs on his shirt. This isn't me, and they knew, and they got me nervous. I'd never been nervous ever since I got my clothes, since I got the stupid trim. At that moment, it feels I've been punched in the stomach. I'm just now remembering the conversation we had on Wednesday. I closed my eyes for a moment, not wanting to believe I'd become exactly what he said I wasn't, what he liked me for not being. We sit in silence for a long, long time until Carl finally looks at me and smiles. God damn it, we both knew this was gonna happen, didn't we? I don't know, man. And fuck me very much for taking it out on you. It is sort of my fault. Nope, I'm the one that screwed up on the interview. Carl settles back onto his seat. Now, with that fuck up out of the way, on to the next one. I force a smile. You sure you still want to go? Hell no, but I don't think we have much of a choice. I sigh, looking at the hazy horizon in the direction of where I know Echo is. Can't wait. So with that, I turn on the ignition and pull out of the parking lot, leaving the print shop and its alley far, far behind us. Leo, TJ, Flynn, and Jenna are all gathered around a picnic table. It's set out neatly on concrete in front of the rocky shore of the lake. None of this existed when we were kids. In fact, it didn't exist when I left. Echo is trying really hard to stay alive. I don't need to get out of the car to gauge the mood my friends are in. Their shoulders slumped, faces turned away from each other. As I park, Leo's ears perk and he turns to wave at us. I take a deep breath and turn to Carl. You ready? Nope. Nevertheless, he opens his door and I steps out, and I do the same. The sun beats down on us, but being this close to the lake cools things down a bit. As we approach, I see Leo with his butt up against the edge of the table where TJ sits next to him. Jenna sits next to TJ while Flynn sits across from Jenna. When Flynn turns around immediately, he zeroes in on Carl. What the hell happened to you? Drugs, sex, and rock and roll. Out of order, bud. No, I just put in the appropriate descending order. Flynn rolls his eyes, then looks at me. Hey, fuck boy, maybe you can talk some fucking sense into this idiot. Leo's ears are flat, but doesn't look at Flynn. Glad you guys can make it. Sure. Carl sits down next to Flynn and I sit on Carl's other side, across from TJ. The silence that follows is probably the most awkward one of the week. Flynn snickers. See, this is stupid. How about we let it happen naturally, Flynn, instead of using every moment to take shots at people? Jenna's tone is icy. She hasn't even acknowledged me or Carl. TJ, meanwhile, keeps his head down, poking a sharp claw into the soft wood of the table. Flynn shrugs and starts to do his trademark I don't give a fuck lean back pose, but gives the start when he realizes there isn't any backing on the bench. Well, we've been sitting here for the past 20 minutes and nothing's happened. Maybe you want to start us off? Flynn sighs. Well, we could talk about how I never agreed to this shit. How Leo's a complete fucking idiot for forcing this to happen, and that I wonder what he thought it would accomplish anyway. That's a start, I guess. Flynn sets his jaw. Of course. Talk that would actually get us somewhere wouldn't be from me, and he's not talking. The temperature seems to lower in the impossibly hot air, and I don't look at TJ to see how he reacts. After a brief silence, Leo speaks out. How about we start with you, Flynn? Flynn looks at Leo with his brows raised. How do you feel about what happened? I see Flynn clench his jaw. What? His tone sends shivers down my spine and I can feel Carl tense up next to me. I look out across the lake, the shimmering reflections blinding me. You never talked about it. Maybe it'll help? Sweat pours down the back of my neck, builds up under my arms. Even with the wind coming back off the lake, it's way too hot. By telling you how I fucking feel? How the fuck do you think I feel? Flynn screams and TJ jumps in front of me. You just gonna keep it buried your whole life, girl? I think it's about the time I used to come down to the spot every day and skip rocks with Jenna and TJ. So this is how you plan to to fucking get us over this by fucking making fun of me? I'm not making fun of you, I'm trying to help you. Taunting someone who's felt like shit for a decade is a pretty weird way of helping. Please, guys, don't you even fucking talk right now. Don't you dare talk to him like that. We all went through this. Calm down, Flynn. The table shakes as Flynn slams his fist on the wood, snarling and standing up. Tell me to calm down one more fucking chase. Just shut the hell up. I stand up. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to call out like our character's name. Everyone turns to look up at me, including Flynn. I don't say anything. Instead, I just strip off my shirt. What the hell are you doing? I don't answer him. Instead, I take off my belt and slide it off my pants so that I'm only left in my boxes. Without a word, I head to the lake. It's about 100 yards from the tables to the lake, and while most of the ways there is sand, a good stretch of it is pointy rocks. I make my way carefully over to this section, remembering the numerous cuts I'd gotten as a kid. I don't look back until I'm right at the water's edge, and when I do, I see Leo following me in the process of taking his own shirt off. The rest of them are still sitting at the table. I don't care, because this is really just for me. I step into the water and sigh at how cool it is before I wade out further. Once I'm waist deep, I dive under the water and pop up several feet further away from the shore. I'm neck deep at this point, and when I look back, I can see Carl now standing at the lake's edge, paws deep into his pockets. Alrighty, DJ. You stay safe, buddy. Behind him, Jenna's helping TJ across the rocks. Only Flynn remains behind at the table watching us all. Leo's up to his chest at this point, and I swim in a circle around him before diving under, then popping up right in front of him. Gah! Sneaky otter! He splashes water in my face and I cough. Don't be that way. I swim around him more and laugh at how he flounders out after me. He's always a terrible swimmer. I dive under the water again, swim up towards the shore, popping up about 10 feet away from Carl. Having fun? He's smiling, looking a lot more relaxed than he had all day, probably because we just avoided a situation that could have gotten really ugly. To my left, Jenna and TJ are sitting on a boulder in the shallows. TJ's slacks rolled up to his knees. Him and Jenna seem to be talking, so I decide not to play the same trick on them as I did with Leo. Flynn, meanwhile, is standing up now, arms folded. For the next little while I swim around, occasionally popping up in front of Carl or Leo, sometimes splashing them with my tail. There's a freeing feeling about finally swimming in this lake again, having so much space. Flynn, after a good 20 minutes, comes out to the shore. He leans against an odd familiar boulder, watching us. There's no way for me to know how they're all feeling, if it's liberating like it is for me. Flynn is right in a way. We can't just talk about it because there's nothing to really say. What happened happened, and no amount of talking can fix it. What can we do, or what can I do at least, is choose to move past it. And that's what I'm doing now. I just hope that's what they're feeling too. Eventually I run out of exhilarating energy that so consumed me and instead drift to the bottom of the shallows. I lay my back against the sand, staring up at the murky glow of the sun. I feel my eyelids get heavy and I stretch out against the soft lake bed. It is, of course, a bad idea to fall asleep underwater. If that were to happen, though, I'd probably just try to breathe and get a nose full of water and immediately wake up. Still, I decide that it's best if I avoid that, if I can, and force myself to open my eyes again and swim to the surface. Except, I can't. I'm frozen. Every nerve of my body is on fire and I struggle to not panic. I'm trying to breathe because that's all my body wants to do. I close my eyes, will myself to be calm. Sleep paralysis usually only lasts a minute at most for me. I can hold my breath for 8 and I've only been under for... God, I have no idea. It feels like it's been a while. My chest is already starting to burn and it usually means it's been at least 6 minutes. This is starting to last a long time. Despite my effort, panic starts to set in, and it sets in quick. I start jerking my body around trying to get anything to move. I don't understand why I'm not floating to the surface. I'm not trying to stay underwater. The seconds turn into minutes and now my lungs are really burning. Something has to be holding me down, maybe some kind of vegetation. The water begins to glow red as if blood has spread across the surface above me. I tug and pull, praying that this is all a dream, that I'm back in Carl's room, that any moment I'll wake up. You thought it would be this easy? That's a good one. I try to turn my head toward the voice which is right in my ear, even though I'm underwater. Things go silent again. At this point, I start to contemplate that I might actually die. I can't get my body to move. None of my friends know where I'm at, and now I'm almost out of air. Bubbles flow past my lips as my lungs finally give out and blackness starts to crowd in on my vision. Wait, what? Wait, so now are we dead too? He's waking up. My eyes open slowly, painfully, and I'm face to face with the ram, his muzzle wet with tears. Oh my god, he is! Give him room! I feel some rough paws supporting my back, turning me on my side. Can you breathe, Chase? Leo's voice is ragging next to my ear. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I sit up quickly and the waves of dizziness threatens to topple me over again. I feel movement behind me, out of my field of vision. No, 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 no! I can't believe this. I can't fucking believe this. Flynn's voice is torn and ragged. I can barely recognize it. Calm down, Flynn. No, we're forced to come here and then this shit happens? Guys, I need to go. TJ, Flynn, get over here! I feel Leo's support leave me. Carl is still crouched down in front of me though. Oh my god, dude, what happened? Carl's grasping like he's the one that was just underwater. I don't know. Carl rubs my back as I rest my head on my paws. Vaguely, I can hear more yelling behind me and Carl looks up too. No, 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 don't! Leo, help! Despite my aching head, I turn around and see Flynn chasing TJ, grab him and throw him down into the rocks. Flynn doesn't get any further though because Leo attacks them with such force that they fly a good 5 feet before smashing into the rocks and sand. Leo wraps an arm around Flynn's neck and yanks it hard. Jesus. Carl stands up and starts gasping again. I tried to, but I fell back down on my ass. Carl reaches down to help me up. Shit, you're not okay. Carl steadies me, but I'm distracted with trying to see what's happening. Leo's leaning down with his muzzle right up against Flynn's head, yelling at him. Meanwhile, Jenna's crouched over TJ. Carl starts to breathe heavily again, his wheezing picking up speed. I look over at him and see his eyes are glazed as if he's watching everything from afar. Carl, what's wrong? I don't want him having another panic attack. I know I should probably stay and try to help, but I feel so fucked up right now. Besides, I don't think it'll help if Carl has a breakdown. I grab his arm. Let's get out of here, Carl. He looks at the scene a while longer and turns away. Oh, hello. Who this? The Go 1987. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. The Blep welcomes you. And I hope you're gonna have a good time here with us with this really, really, really interesting novel. Without further ado, let's continue. Without another word, we make our way back to the car. I get in barely noticing I'm drenching in the seat. Looking through the windshield, I see that my friends are still in the same position that we left them. Except Jenna. She watches us as we pull out, keep watching us until we're out of sight. Carl stays in his glazed state as we make the short back to this house. Hello? Who this? For the glacier, welcome on in! Welcome on in. The Blap welcomes you. And I hope that you enjoy our time here with this interesting novel. And I hope you're having a good evening, or a good day, or a good night, or a good morning, or wherever your time zone may be. Carl stays in his glazed state as we make the short drive back to his house. I can't give him much of my attention though. I'm more preoccupied with the fact that something terrible just happened. Not only to me, but the entire group. Maybe this is a dream? Everything feels so surreal right now, like I'm watching all this happen from 100 miles away. I don't know. I look over at Carl, but his expression is still glassy. He looks exactly like how I'm feeling. Ooh, excuse me. What's wrong, Carl? I don't know. You don't. I'm cut off as a large coyote suddenly runs out into the street. But she's a good distance down the road, so there's no danger of me hitting her. I'll watch out as she tears out into the sagebrush, zigzagging about, arms slinging out in all directions. Hi, Grizz. How's it going? Good to have you here, buddy. Carl and I both watch her as we pass, silent. Something's happening in this town. To all of us. Once we get to the house, Carl heads straight for the stairs. Carl! You guys back? How'd it go? Raven's voice calls from upstairs. Ray, something's wrong. Huh? What's wrong? I don't answer as I walk to the stairs. Carl just disappeared down. Once I get there, he's already gone. I make my way down the stairs, and it's at that point that my headache starts to make a comeback. Carl! He's not in the basement either, but I can see the yellow light glowing from the crawl space. something. I don't know what it is, but something feels incredibly wrong right now. Buzzing fills my head, the ground feeling unsteady, as if I'm walking on sand. Once I find Carl, we're both going to the hospital. I stumble down into the crawl space, and again, Carl is not there. I'm greeted to the familiar row of tubs, but a stack of them have been pulled away from the wall. Carl? Carl, what? I fall silent because ahead of me is a hole, about 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. The hell? Carl? Plaster covers the tarp around it as if the wall had been bashed violently to create the hole. Did Carl go through it? Getting on my paws and knees, I look at it, but the darkness is inky and so black I swear I can touch it. As I crawl forward, my mind gives me a violent jolt, and I arch my head back, teeth bared as my face spasms. And then I fall, and it feels like I fall forever. So wait, what's happening now? Wind blows pleasantly through my fur, seeping underneath and cooling my sweating skin. The smells of the desert, sagebrush and dirt overwhelm my senses. Everything is black around me, but there are a million stars above me. I hear the smattering of small feet running circles around my body, snuffing up noses up against my sides and neck. Mixed into the sounds of the wind are words, languages that I don't understand, chanting and singing, the sounds of dancing. Then another language. I hear a word or two that I learned from Leo years ago, and then my own language. And above me is a maniacal cackling, one that builds and fades before choking up into a sob. The first feeling I have is one of confusion. I feel stiff and cold, and I'm lying back on something hard. I expect to see stars above me when I open my eyes, but instead all I see is blackness. Panic starts to swell up inside me. My breathing quickens, and though it's hard and painful, I manage to push myself up into a sitting position. That's when I see a gentle glow coming from an opening about 30 feet away from me. Where am I? The last thing I remember was the lake. No, Carl's house is the last thing I remember. We went back to his house after the lake. Did I fall asleep in his house somewhere? I feel around the floor with my hands and can feel wood underneath me. It creaks as I shift around. Carl? My voice comes out hard and crackly. I have to lick my lips several times to keep them from sticking together. I call out again, but more softly this time because now I'm starting to wonder if someone else brought me here. When I don't hear anything, I start to crawl forward towards the light. My head throbs a little, there's a little coppery taste in my mouth. Probing my tongue around, it tastes sour, bites of, tastes sour, bites along my cheeks. I start to run through a list of things that could have happened. I was in Carl's basement, then I just sort of seized up. Someone hit me over the head. I stop crawling and start moving my hands around my body over my head. No, no sign of any injuries. Aside from the cheek bites, it's really just the inside of my head that hurts. While I do this, lucidity starts to return in waves as if a dam is broken and all my senses are falling back into place. At the time of the panic starts to return, I realize how much this doesn't make sense. Someone had to have brought me here, wherever here is. I start crawling again, trying to keep my panic under control. I'm almost to the globe, but it's weird because it's coming from the ground. As I get closer, I hear soft brushing behind my head. I tense and look over my shoulder. I'm greeted by the sight of inky blackness, so dark that it almost feels alive that I get the impression of a giant mouth opening up in front of my face. The imagery gives me a jolt, and I lunge forward, deciding to get up on my feet so I can move fast. And then I'm falling, but not for long. My senses are full of light now, and I can throw my hands forward to catch myself, but I keep falling. In the split second before I hit, I realize there's a ladder. Where are we? Where are we right now is what I want to know. I instinctively grab at it, but my head hits the rungs first and I flip forward before landing on my feet. It happens on weak ankles though, and my right foot gives out and my ankle rolls. I hear a series of pops before the rest of my body hits the floor. I lay there for a moment, then a sudden noise of violence in the fall stunning me. In my stupor, I feel a cold spiderweb of electricity pulse from my ankle, and that's what spurs me to move. I pull myself into a sitting position to clutch at it. Fuck. The pain isn't really bad, but something is definitely wrong, and I'm not sure if I can just walk it off. That's when I notice my surroundings. A long hallway stretches out to either side of me, lit by decorative chandeliers. Looking up, I can see I've fallen down a drop-down ladder from a small square in the ceiling. What the hell? I look back down at my ankle. I wiggle it around and immediately feel another pulse of electricity that feels much more painful this time around. I grip my teeth as I spread my hands out against the wall behind me, pushing myself up slowly, making sure not to put any weight on my injured ankle. As I'm doing this, I hear a soft clopping sound coming from my right. At the end of the hall, it looks like it takes a sharp right, and it sounds like the noises are coming from that turn. My throat tightens as I press myself harder up against the wall. I see a shadow slide up to the carpet at the end of the hallway, and I hold my breath. The shadow stops too, and I get the feeling that whatever it is that might be holding its own breath. Finally, the tension gets to me, and I clear my throat nervously. Carl? Chase? Carl! I let out a gasp of relief and almost sagged down the wall. More clopping of footsteps as Carl appears around the corner. His eyes are wide and his nostrils flare. He stumbles up to me, his hands clasped together nervously. Holy shit, dude, it's so fucking good to see you. I press up harder against the wall, taking more weight off my foot. What the hell is going on? I don't know, I just woke up. Are you okay? He looks at me, then down at my foot. You hurt? I just shot up the ladder. I fell down that thing. Carl looks up at the ladder and the dark hole that it leads up to. What were you doing up there? I don't know, I just woke up in the dark and I tried to crawl out. Shit. Carl bends down to look at my ankle, which is clearly starting to swell. Can you walk? I think so, kinda. He stands back up and looks around. Chase, I don't know what's going on. I just woke up in the bedroom hall like 20 minutes ago. Is this not part of your house? Carl lets out a breathy, incredulous laugh. No, definitely not. I was trying to find a window, but I can't. Maybe we're in a basement or something? The last thing I remember is your crawl space. Why would they have an attic in a basement? I look back up at the dark hole in the ceiling. Maybe it's not an attic. Chase, I'm freaking out. And it shows too. His breathing is picking up, his wide nostrils flaring again. I reach out and put a hand on his shoulder, giving some reassuring squeezes. No, it's okay. Maybe we just got really high or drunk or something. What's the last thing you remember? Carl starts clicking his fingers again, looking away up the hall. The lake? Yeah, I remember we went back to your house, then down to the basement, and then... Carl frowns. I don't remember. I watch him carefully. But then I remember looking behind the plastic bins and there was this... Help! We both jump as a scream comes down from right down the hall. Carl and I both look at each other wide-eyed. The hell? Hello? Is someone out there? That sounds like Raven. Carl starts to hesitantly walk up the hallway, and I move to follow, and immediately regret it as I put weight on my ankle. It's completely stiff now, and the pain shoots at my shin like lightning. My gasping causes Carl to turn around in confusion. Then his eyes light up when he sees my leg. Ah, shit, here. He reaches up and I wrap an arm around his neck. He's sturdy and strong, easy to lean against, and I sigh with relief as I take the weight off my injured ankle. Somebody? We hobble our way down the hall, following the sound of Raven's panicked voice. We take a left at the end of the hall, and here we are confronted with an almost identical hallway to the last. That's when I start to smell smoke. Do you smell that? Carl puts his nose up. Something's burning? Help me! I jump again as the sound comes from the left, the only door on the left side of the hallway. Carl is the goat, right? Yeah, Carl is the ram. Or goat, or whatever you want to call him. I guess they both work. We both look at the door for a moment. Carl's ears are perked straight up. Whoa, okay. That's when we jump against the door, shakes him several heavy bashes that rattle the frame. Help! The cry is mournful, like he's given up. Raven? The shaking and pounding stops. Carl? Carl! The voice instantly turns hopeful and the voice grows muffled as if Raven is pressing his muscle right up against the door. I'm stuck. The door won't open and there's a fire. What? Chase, there's something burning on the stove or something. I can't see it. Me and Carl look at each other in bewilderment. Guys, it's getting really smoking in here. I can't see anything. He gives a cough. If it's really hard to breathe. Alright, hold on a sec, man. We'll get you out. Carl shifts me to the wall so I can lean against it, then tries the doorknob. The knob barely turns, clearly locked. Shit. Yeah, it's locked. It's getting really hot in here. Hold on. Carl shoves his shoulder up against the door. It gives a few creaks, but otherwise it stays solid. Please, help. His plaintive whimpering is barely audible through the thick wood. What kind of lock is it? Maybe we could pick it? Carl studies the knob. I don't think a paperclip is gonna work. I lean in to look around and find myself staring at an old-fashioned keyhole. The hell? Raven, can't you unlock it from that side? No, there's nothing there. Guys, I can't breathe. His voice is getting desperate again. There's no other way out? No other door in there? Raven doesn't answer, and Carl and I both wait for a good 10 seconds. Raven? We both jump for the third time before Carl presses his face up against the door. Raven? Raven, what happened? For a few seconds, all we hear is coughs, and Raven's voice is lower up against the bottom of the door as he's laying down. Something in the smoke. Help! What? What's in the smoke? My mind flashes back to what I heard in the attic. Something I can't see. Open the door! Fuck. Alright, man, stand back. I don't know if he's talking to me or Raven, but I take a step back anyway. Carl takes a few steps back, then throws his body forward, smashing up against the door. It shudders a little bit, and I hear a crack or two, but otherwise there's no change. He tries it again with the same result. Carl, I don't think that's gonna work. Darius, hi! And no, I'm not cute. I am not. I am an Angie boy. I'm Angie Blepper. Carl. Well, we definitely know for certain that someone likes Carl here. But how you doing, Darius? It's good to see you, buddy. He takes a deep breath, then charges forward, his head down this time. Instinctively, I close my eyes, imagining Carl snapping his neck right in front of me. The impact is much louder this time, and it's accompanied by a crunch. When I open my eyes, it's not Carl's neck that's broken, but rather the wooden door. Carl's head has completely busted through the door, so his head is poking from the other side. I stare, expecting to see the tendrils of black smoke snaking out the broken door, but there's nothing. Carl sets his hands on either side of the door, apparently taking a look around. Raven, you okay? I walk up to Carl's side to put a hand on his back. Carl, what is it? Is there a fire? Carl braces himself up against the door before pushing back, yanking his head out of the opening. He comes with a bunch of wooden splinters clinging to his head, fur, and beard and sweatshirt. Nothing. I duck down and look through the opening in the wall, taking care to keep the weight off my injured foot. I'm greeted to the side of a brightly lit dining room and kitchen, but it's clear. No smoke in sight. Ah! Chris! It was completely black in here a second ago. I look down at the trembling voice of Raven below me and see the husky curled up, his head poking up from his fetal position. Hey, Chase. Hi. I don't know what happened. There was smoke everywhere. It was like you opened the door, then it all got sucked out. I sniff, and now I can't even get a whiff of smoke aside from the residual taste that I still have of it in the back of my throat. I hear a click next to my head, and I look over to see the doorknob twist. I pull my head out of the hole, and Carl pulls the door open. Are you kidding me? It was locked, right? It was definitely locked. Raven gets up, brushing shaking hands down his shirt. You okay, man? Yeah, just thought I was gonna die for a second. I watch as Raven struggles to keep his ears perked. What happened? Raven takes a deep breath. I don't know, I just woke up in here and smoke just started coming out of the stove or oven or something. You said you saw something? Yeah, something in the smoke. It looked like arms or something. Carl and I looked at each other, but it might have just been the smoke. I look around the room, scanning for any sign of the black smoke that Raven was so adamant about having seen. I don't think he was just seeing things, because I'm pretty sure I hadn't imagined the smell. I promise I'm not lying. It's just what I saw. I think the biggie issue here is we're here at all. I mean, what the hell is here? I spread my hands out, giving an incredulous laugh. I thought maybe it was just another part of your house? Raven looks at Carl. I mean, I went downstairs after you guys and found this hole, then everything went dark. Carl looks down. Same here, I followed Carl. We both looked at Carl, but he doesn't say anything, instead just moving past Raven into the large kitchen next to the dining room. I elbow after him, then reach out to lean against the counter. I try to gather my thoughts. Everything still feels dreamlike, surreal, and my thoughts are sluggish. Carl, do you have any idea what happened? I mean that hole, did you go there too? Carl sets his hands on his hips, eyes wandering around the room. Honestly, I can't remember anything that happened after the lake, man. Raven casts a sidelong look after me before moving next to Carl. Well, maybe it'll just take you a second before you can remember. I was really confused when I woke up here. I just curled up over there on that counter. Raven points to the marble-top counter under a row of over a dozen pans hanging. A row of dozen pans hanging from a fixture attached to the ceiling. We stand there in silence as I imagine we individually absorb the situation we're in. Carl, are you sure this is some extension of your house? Maybe something that leads out of this crawl space? The ram laughs, but definitely isn't genuine. Dude, if I think I know this was part of my own house, unless my parents have just been building the secret kitchen underground for who knows how long. I glance at the lighting, which is definitely electric, then over at what looks like an electric stove. While everything sort of looked old-fashioned, there's a mixture of modernity to it as well. Where else could we be? Raven and I remember going to the crawl space and losing consciousness after we found that hole, which is where you went, Carl. Carl finally does turn to me at that point, his brow furrowed. Do you think I had something to do with this? Even though I was implying that he might know more, Carl's sudden jump to being defensive catches me by surprise. No, I just wonder if you might have any more ideas since it's your house, you know? Carl laughs again. I'm struck by the fullness of it. Usually when Carl laughed it was cranky and half-hearted. Crackly and half-hearted. Now it's just loud and a little abrasive. Think I just waited in the shadows and drugged you all up with acid or some shit? I don't respond, just watching Carl as he stares back at me, breathing hard. Raven coughs loudly. Hey, guys, let's calm down. You know, I'm kinda hungry. Why don't we make some food? I seem to break Carl out of his stare down with me as he looks over Raven and huffs out one of his more characteristic chuckles. Really, Raven? Yeah, that always makes me feel better. Raven starts opening cupboards, but each one is empty. Carl turns back to me, frowning. Sorry, Chase, I'm just a little fucking freaked out, too. Thing is, I don't think we're in my house anymore. He chuckles again. I mean, are we even an echo? What time is it anyway? I reach into my pocket to check my phone, and that's when I remember I have a fucking phone. I almost jump with the realization and shove a hand into my pocket and pull it out. Why didn't I think of that before? What? A phone! I pull it out excitedly and hit the button to turn the screen on. That is the worst feeling in the world. Nothing happens. I look up to see Raven and Carl getting similar results. Raven shaking as if this is gonna help. Carl shakes his head. We were out that long? This is crazy. I press a hand to my face for a moment. The idea that this could be some sort of dream is still coming to mind. I still remember after taking an overnight job back when I was a freshman and how long that had fucked up my sleeping schedule. That in turn gave me all kinds of fucked up realistic dreams. Sleep paralysis plagued me to the ends of my wits, and I remember the one time I thought I'd never be able to get up. I was stuck in bed, but each time I sat up and thought it was over, I'd end up sort of waking up again, still lying down, stuck in my paralysis. Dreams within dreams within dreams. No food either. My scattered thoughts collect together long enough for me to decide on the next course of action we should take. Alright, that's stupid. We should go out and look around. We'll find a way out eventually. Yeah, we need to do that. I looked around a little, but I didn't find anything. I gripped the counter a little more tightly as I feel a slight wave of dizziness come over me, making everything feel even less real. But the pain that's shooting up from my ankle is very real, and just a glance down at the ever-growing swelling confirms it. The suspicion that we'd somehow been drugged grows, but I don't want to upset Carl again, so I don't mention it. Okay, yeah, let's stick together and we'll go. We'll find a way out. I'm hungry. We can eat when we get out. There's no food here anyway. I turn out, and even though I do it as lightly as possible, and the moment I set my right foot down, it feels like 100 needles press my ankle. Ah, fuck! Carl stood at my side instantly, reaching a hand to help steady me. Dude, you alright? What happened? I leaned all my weight on the counter at that point, just letting my foot dangle as I hold it off the ground and it's painful. He fell down a ladder and landed on his foot wrong. What? But it's only now that it's really starting to hurt. I say it through gritted teeth. The pain is actually making me sweat, and I'm realizing that I might have done more than just sprain it. I don't think I can walk like this. How did you fall down a ladder? He woke up in an attic. Here. Carl hunches down in front of me. My stupefied brain thinks that a butt sex joke, but I managed to keep it canned. You sure? I could just lean it against you. That'll take too long. Besides, it looks like you can't walk at all right now. Hesitantly, let go of the counter and let myself sort of fall forward into the ram's back. He sturdily and barely budges as I lean all my weight onto him. Carl reaches back with both hands and hitches my legs off the ground as he stands, and I feel all the muscles on his back flex as he does. Damn, Carl, you work out? Carl grunts. Little bit. I move my head to the side to keep from knocking my nose against his horns. It's a smart move just because then Carl nods his head in Raven's direction. Hey, I know this is kinda fucked up, but maybe grab a kitchen knife? Raven raises an eyebrow at Carl. Why? I immediately see what Carl's getting at. We have no idea where we are or who put us here. Might be safe to be ready to defend ourselves, you know? And you said you saw something in the smoke. Raven's eyes widen, but he reaches out to slowly pull a knife from the silver-looking knife block. The husky frowns at the shing and the sound it makes. His ears down and elbows in. It's clear he's never used anything as a weapon before. But I can't blame him either. Neither have I. I don't know if I should be the one to do it, though. Well, you're not strong enough to hold chase, so I've got my hands tied. He looks back at me. If anything happens, though, I'll have to drop you and help him out, okay, man? I chuckle softly. Yeah, no problem. Let's just hope that doesn't have to happen. With the shaky husky in the lead, we set off from the back of the hallway. Immediately, it's clear that wherever we are isn't very large. 4 identical hallways lead us around in a perfect square. Each hallway has 3 doors on the right, 1 on the left, and a hatch in the ceiling that leads to the attic. What also becomes immediately clear is the door on the left leads into the kitchen, but from the kitchen there's only 1 door out. Each time we open the door to the kitchen, we come to realize that the angle in which we enter is the same. The first this happens, we're mostly just confused, wondering if maybe we backtrack somehow. After the second time, though, Raven laughs. This isn't real. We're on drugs or something. But all we're seeing is the same thing. Or I'm just having this dream and none of you are real, eh? The husky's voice is bordering on crazing. That paired with his grin, paired with him holding a knife, is slightly disconcerting. Carl helps, hitching me up higher on his shoulders. Alright, calm down. Just don't think about it. Let's try the other doors. I'm a little surprised at how well Carl has taken up all this. I wonder if part of it has to do with any of the weed that might still be in the system. We start turning the doors on the right, and this time things are different. The first door opens up to a wall, just an extension of the beige color of the wall surrounding it. We stare at it a few moments, and then for the first time I get a deep, unsettling terror in the pit of my stomach. I manage to keep it from rising to the surface, but all this bizarre imagery, combined with the surreal haze, is making me feel sick and claustrophobic. Bummer, that's definitely not the way out. On to the next door. Carl chuckles again, and I feel myself clinging to his attempt at a humor just to keep myself sane. The next door opens up to what looks like a bathroom. It's definitely not a modern one though, since it's complete with a pull chain from the high tank. Well, at least we got all the essentials, right? The next door reveals a room full of tools and chains hanging from the ceiling, along with a sawhorse. The walls though are lined with wooden planks, and Carl gently sits me against the hallway wall before hurrying in and peering at the wood. Fuck, it's just concrete behind it. I don't bother to ask what the hell is going on again. I'm just starting to accept that where we are can't be explained. More doors are open, 12 in all. One is completely white and empty. Another contains a frilly bedroom, which is where Carl says he woke up. Further along, we can come across what looks like an office, along with a room decorated with sofas and a chandelier. When we reach one of the doors in the last hall, though, something's different. First thing I notice is the smell. Though it's faint, I can tell it's sweet in the most disgusting way possible. Ugh, what is that? Raven holds up a hand to his nose as we approach the second to last door in the last hall. This one is clearly damaged. The wood is splintered in the middle and bulging out slightly as if it been punched from the other side. We all stare at it for a moment, the smell growing stronger. Then it hits me. Oh god. Do you think... I can't finish, covering my muzzle with both hands. Raven, who had been right up next to the door, steps back with an arm up around his face, looking like he's about to throw up. I imagine it smells a lot worse for him. Maybe we should skip this one, for now. Carl hesitates and gently sets me down against the wall again. We need to check every door. This could be the way out, you know? He looks back at me, but I don't say anything, just grimacing at the door. He holds out a hand to Raven. Knife. After handing it over, Raven takes several more steps back, further up the hall. I press my hands up to my muzzle, readying myself to shut my eyes. As Carl turns the knob, I grip my teeth. This room has no illumination, therefore we have to rely on the light from the hallway to see inside. As the light from the opening door spreads across the room, I see it's rather simple. The walls are concrete, peppered with craters and rocks. The floor is smoother, but with webs of cracks in the surface. I can't see the ceiling, but what I do see is hanging from it. Once the door opens, there's enough light to fully take in exactly what it is. A noose, frayed and old-looking, but unmistakably a noose. Carl stares down at it and sticks his head further to look back and forth before stepping to close the door. What is it? Raven calls from up the hall, his hands clasped nervously together. I noticed that the rotting smell is completely gone now, instead of getting stronger when Carl opened the door. Nothing. Empty room. I see Carl visibly trying to keep his breathing under control as he holds the knife out to Raven before bending it in front of me again. Really? Oh, thank God. Carl trembles as he stands up with me in tow. As the husky moves on to the final door, leaning next to Carl's cheek. "You okay? You see anything?" He turns his head towards mine, touching his cheek to mine. Aside from the rope? No. It's hard to say whether or not I believe him, or if he's just trying to protect me from whatever else he saw in there. Either way, I don't press for it. The last door is locked. It's big and made of small logs. Its deep brown color contrasts with all the others. Raven jiggles the handle a few times and Carlos tries to look into the cracks between the logs, but it's complete black. So that's it. That's all the doors. I'm starting to feel a certain level of panic again now that we know that we're stuck. Carl, I think, picks up on that and comes over to where I'm leaning against the wall to set a hand on my shoulder. It's alright, man. We haven't checked the attic either. I mean, there aren't any windows, so like you said, we're probably in a basement or something, right? The reassuring hand feels good, but it's not exactly enough to keep me from feeling a certain level of despair. Honestly, I think I'm still dreaming right now. Carl doesn't say anything to that. Raven still slides up next to us. Well, dream or not, I'm still pretty hungry. We both glance at Raven, and I can't help but give a little laugh at the grin on his face. I guess at least for now, it's just best to not think about it. Okay, let me make a save slot here. Holy crap, we went a long way. It's like an extra 2 hours within that. We head back into the kitchen, which doesn't take very long because every door on the left leads to it. We all split up to search in many cupboards and drawers of the kitchen for food. We come up mostly empty, only finding silverware and cooking utensils here and there. Because of my injury, I cover up a lot less ground, only being able to hobble around the counter, using it as a crutch as I move against the line of cupboards. Even if we were able to find any food, there's no way I'd be able to cook it. The only thing I'd ever been able to make on my own was a grilled cheese sandwich back when I was in high school. Even then, I'd almost burned down the house when I dropped a piece of bread on the gas stove. In a panic, I threw the flaming bread across the kitchen into the living room. I smile at the memory as I open up the last cupboard along with the wall, and right in front of me is a block of cheese on a glass plate. Next to it is a loaf of bread in a plastic bagging, a small square of butter wrapped in wax paper. I stare at it for a moment, waiting for the food in front of me to disappear. I even blink a few times to be sure. Guys? What's up? You seeing this? What? Cheese, bread, and butter. I stand to the side and Raven perks up. Oh, you found food! I swear, I already checked that cupboard. Raven is next to me for a few seconds later, reaching in to take out the food. For a moment, I swear the bread blurs as he pulls it out, and I have to shut my eyes for a moment to keep from feeling sick. I feel Carl support me from behind with his hands on my shoulders. Oh, dude, you alright, Chase? I grab onto the counter again. Yeah, it's just... Carl waits for a moment. What? I was just thinking about grilled cheese before I opened the cupboard. Like, you wanted a grilled cheese sandwich really badly and it popped up? Sorta. Huh. Carl walks up to the bread and bends over, observing it closely. It looks real. It is real. Raven walks up to the cupboard where he had pulled the food from and closes it. Alright, I'm wishing for steak. He closes his eyes for a moment, then reaches out to pull the cupboard back open, smiling expectantly. It's empty. Well, grilled cheese isn't bad. Just imagine that you could instantly just get any food that you want from some magical cupboard. That would be great. I wish that that would happen one day. Well, grilled cheese. Raven moves down the counter to grab one of the pans hanging from the rack. Carl moves over to my side as Raven turns the gas stove on with a click 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 of the igniter. Dude, I think one of the important things to do right now is to stop questioning this place. We just can't make sense of it. I fold my arms. It has to be a dream. It's a Rocky! Hi, Rocky! How's it going, man? It's good to see you here, buddy. And, we are in a very weird part of the story. I don't know how we got here. Nor do the characters, but we are in a very weird spot. I prefer french fries along with grilled cheese sandwich. I think we need a Hey! I'm not cute, though. I am not cute, and I never will be. Did Raven suggest eating food before this? He did, actually. He was hungry. The husky was hungry. By the way, I like Raven. I like Raven too. He's a cool dog. He is silly. I like him. Hey, but dude, I'm just glad we're not alone. I'm not in agreement. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to deal with that. Let's just take one step at a time now, man. I managed a small smile. Are you high right now? Carl laughs. Man, I wish. I hear the sizzling of the melting butter as Raven plops it into the pan. Carl and I go about settling slices of cheese in the bread as Raven starts searing them. Wait, hold on. Who just messaged me on Telegram? Okay. The action of making food is enough to calm me down at least a little, and the other two from keeping high spirits lifts mine. Can't stay for long, just wanted to see where you're at in the story. Ah, no worries, Rocky. I'm glad you stopped by. That makes me a happy blepper. Before long, there are 6 grilled cheese sandwiches stacked on a plate. They look good, but after the first bite, I almost let the food fall back out of my mouth. What the fuck? I look over to see Carl and Raven pulling similar faces. Ugh, it kinda tastes like chalk. You know what chalk tastes like? Yeah, I ate some when I was a kid. He has a point. It's dry and crumbly, almost inedible. Well, it still sorta tastes like grilled cheese. Sorta. I don't think that this is food. It's not that bad, besides it's all we got. Raven forces another bite, and so does Carl. I can't bring myself to do it. My ankle, the smoke, the dead body smell, and the noose, it's all too much for me to deal with right now. I watch Carl and Raven talk back and forth, and I again struck by how surreal this all feels. I think back to the time when I got stoned from a stupid pot muffin, how nothing felt real, how I felt like I wasn't in control. It felt like that, only 10 times worse. I wonder if the others felt the same. Something ebbs to the surface of my mind, trying to break through the veil of my fog shrouding my mind. What are we doing? Why are we sitting here eating when we should be trying to figure out a way to get the fuck out? I open my mouth. Oh. Rocky? This is a Doki Doki Literature Club all over again. This is Doki Doki Literature Club all over again. Oh my god. No, everything is not fine. Everything is fine, everything is fine, everything is fine. Everything is not fine. And why is there a huge thing trying to overpower the background music right now? You're not hungry? Hey, I'm not cute. And Raven isn't a wolf, he's a husky. I mean, there is a wolf in the story, but I just don't know where we are, so he's not on screen right now, but he's in the story. Okay, but that was freaky though. That brought back some Doki Doki Literature Club PTSD with the everything is fine thing, with the just Monica. Nah, you can have it. I slide my glass plate across the table to Raven. Carl watches me but doesn't say anything, slowly chewing. I subconsciously note that he'd eaten around the crust, leaving those on his plate. We start discussing what else we might be able to do here, other possibilities on how we could get out. The attic is really the only place we haven't been yet, but because it's so dark, we're not sure about going. Well, why don't we sleep on it and figure out what we'll do when we wake up? Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold on a minute! No, 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 no! Oh my god! What? Holy shit! Hello? Hello? What is going on? Holy shit! Oh my god! Hello! Oh my gosh! That is the first time I've ever gone to raid like that. Holy crap! Oh my god! Pixie and Wolfang. Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. No, do not call me cute. No. Oh my gosh, but hi guys. We're beating the F out of some Sabres to some Porter Robinson songs. Yes! I am so glad that you mentioned Porter Robinson because I'm actually going to his Nurture Live event in San Diego, which is incredible because it's going to be his last event too. So it's going to be like a more updated version. And I've actually been listening to a lot of like his older stuff lately, so I've been vibing to Porter Robinson lately. Rocky? No, I am not cute. But to all the Raiders here, hi. I'm sorry for having a very dramatic response to the raids, but again, I've never gone a raid like that before. But hi guys, my name is Spitfire. I am a variety streamer. I do a lot of music games, I do a lot of rhythm games, a lot of puzzle games. I'm starting to get into RPGs, and I love visual novels, and as you can see, we're playing one right now. We're actually playing a furry visual novel called Echo. My buddy Rocky, which you might actually see him, he's in our chat right now. He introduced me to this awesome game, and I've been enjoying this experience overall, and I'm really happy that you guys are all here to experience the story and how it all unfolds too. No, I am not cute. I am not. I am an Angie Blepper. Yeah, let me just, can't stay for very long, but you seem cute. No, I'm not cute! But, I mean, thank you for stopping by. Imagine being cute, right? I mean, I know foxes are cute, and I know that Wolfang is cute. Alright, but let me just, give some shout-outs to you guys here. But yeah, you guys are playing Beat Saber. An amazing game. I need to, like, look... But yeah, I definitely need to try getting Beat Saber one day, because I played it at a cousin's house, and my dumb butt decided, you know, why not just play a hard Expert Plus Camilla level, and I regretted it after. At least he's not calling me cute. Darius, you are cute. You hush. Saying Angie Blepper doesn't help your case. It does help my case. If you get Beat Saber, I'll play with you. Yes! Yes! I need... Well, the first thing I actually need to do is get a better... is to get a better system where I can actually play VR, because I'm running on an NVIDIA 1050 and an Intel i7, so not really the best things to be streaming with in general. Like, even when I'm on VR chat with you guys, my frames aren't going to be as great as some people might seem. Homie cute and belly rub me? Okay, you're getting... Grizz, you're cute. And big ol' belly rubs to you. Heck, we'll stream it together? Yeah, for sure, dude. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go back to both of your streams, Pixie and Wolfang, because I want to know what songs that you guys played from Porter Robinson, because I've been listening to a lot of his stuff lately again, and I actually made I made a mashup of like some of his older stuff just yesterday, which I had a lot of fun with. So yeah, I might use it for something later on too. How's the novel going? It's going fantastic. This novel is fantastic. Like we're on Carl's route right now, which you can see he's the Ram. But we have all of these other pathways to go to as well. So this one is our main game right now. So we're going to be going back to all of these ones later on. And this has just like so much writing to it, because we've been on this path, I think, for like the past 3 hours already. So we're gonna be here a while. But yeah, thank you again so much for the raids. Wolf and Pixie, you two are incredible. And I'm so glad that you guys chose me out of all people to go ahead and raid. Oh wait, one more thing before we continue this novel. If you guys are going to be going to Feraldi Luma, which is going to be happening on June 4th to June 6th, I'm going to be DJing there. Well, my set is going to be playing there for the DJ set, and I'm really excited for that. But if you guys would like to come over and hang out in the convention area or in the DJ world, then I mean I'm all for it because that's what the event is all about. But yeah, I'm going to, and I can't wait to see your set. I definitely want to be there with you. Yeah, dude. Okay, so sorry if I'm not continuing on with the set right now, but I did get updates on like how the sets are going to be like and everything. So I can't really say for sure where the schedule is going to be at now. In fact, they did say to not spread around the tentative schedule, but there are apparently 42 different DJs that they did accept, and depending on like who turns in everything before then the time and schedules they could change. So other than that, I mean, I'm just really excited because I mean, Pixie and Wolfang, they've heard my taste in like music, which is a lot of Porter Robinson, and my set has a lot of that. But it has a lot of like a bunch of other songs too from like 2014 to 2010 to 2014. So yeah, I'm really excited to have that playing because I definitely wanted it to sound different than any other set that's going to be playing. But yeah, that's all I've got for announcements. And again, thank you Wolf and thank you Pixie for the raids. Without further ado, let's get right back into Echo. You see, even Raven agrees. He says, that sounds good to me. It does feel that way, but without our phones, it's really impossible to tell. Leaving our plates where they are on the table, Raven leads us back into the alley. It takes us a few hallway. It takes us a few minutes to find the right door, considering everything looks identical, though we take special care to avoid the damaged door. As Raven moves forward into the bedroom, Carl leans against the wall, turning his head back to talk back to me. Hey, we're gonna be alright, okay? I look back at the one green eye I can see and will myself to squash the boiling pit of dread in my stomach. Okay, it's just I can't believe this is happening, I gotcha. I want you to know I'll be here for you, okay? I look back at his gaze for a while, to the point where I think he's getting uncomfortable. I sigh. You guys are just acting really weird all of this. Yeah? Well, I guess Raven is being Raven, but you're acting different. Really? How? I swallow. Just yesterday you were throwing up over a job interview. Now you're a level-headed one while I'm freaking out. I laugh a little. I just don't understand what's going on is all. Carl sits me down against the wall, then turns to me with a hug. Hey man, I don't know either. I'm just trying to keep it together too. The hug surprises me, but I take it gratefully. I stare over his shoulder at the uniform hallway. Despite Carl's efforts, the worrying feeling returns. Raven pokes his head around the doorway. Hey guys, the little sofa thing is awesome. I'll sleep there. You two can have the bed. Oh dear. What a wonderful day to to have. What a wonderful way to show that this is going to be our last day here. This is going to be great. I'm running through endless hallways. All kinds of hallways, including one that looks like a space station and another that looks like a medieval castle. In each one I run through into locked doors. Because of this, I can only move through the halls, never knowing what's behind those doors. Eventually I wake up, but my dead limbs and heavy head tell me I'm not awake. Not fully. I brace myself and shut my eyes again. My heart thumps and stomach churns while the disappointment of knowing I'm still in that fucking bedroom. The one that tells me I'm still stuck in a nightmare that's beyond the one I'm currently in. I feel things move about the room, hear things that feel like whining, crying, and screaming. Then I hear something in the ceiling moving above me. It has many legs, like a spider that weighs hundreds of pounds. And then I'm free. I hold still as the gradual release of the paralysis seeps through my muscles and joints. At this point I feel like I mostly learned how to cope with the nightmares. That thought would make me happy if I wasn't so crushed that I'm still here in this actual nightmare. Immediately anxiety rises back up into my chest and I realize how fucked up this actually is, how much sense this doesn't actually make. As far as I can tell, we've been drugged somehow and moved to this underground hellhole as an experiment of some kind. Someone in Echo had to have done this. One of the crazy old people, maybe Duke. He probably built this underground maze just to watch us lose our minds, probably getting off to it at the same time. I grip the bed sheets and grit my teeth, grimacing at the ceiling as I try not to cry. That had to be it. This isn't some kind of supernatural alternate dimension. This is real, and someone's fucking with us. We're probably being watched by cameras that are set up on corners and peepholes right now. The idea sends a shiver down my spine, and I glance to my left, scanning to the wall for any inconsistencies. We need to get out of here as soon as we can, and the sooner we start moving, the better. I hear a small whining grunt to my left, and that moment I look over, only to find that Carl isn't in the bed next to me. I stare for a moment at the tangled mess of sheets on his side of the bed, trailing off to the side. Carl? Another grunt, then I hear Carl. At least, I think it's Carl. His voice is deep, raspy, and it sounds like he's trying on some sort of weird accent that I've never heard him use. My name, soiled. Slowly I sit up, and that's when I see something white sitting next to the bed. Jesus! I slump and slide back on my ass away from it, almost falling to the other side of the bed. Staring at it a few seconds longer allows me to make out a clear shape of horns under the bed sheet. Carl is sitting next to me with the bed with the white sheet over his head, swaying back and forth gently. What the fuck, Carl? I shout, whisper to him, my early exclamation sounding way too loud in this corner. You know, that actually freaks me out too. I look over at Raven, but somehow he's still curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Returning to my attention to Carl, I jump again to see if he's staring straight at me, or would he be staring at me if there was a sheet at this? It's in the same way. Ah, Maverick Wolfie, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Maverick, and I hope you're doing well. The Bleppy Den welcomes you. Stop playing, Carl. Take your shirt off again. Well, you're gonna have some competition, Bandit, because luckily for you, we also have someone who loves bellies here in this chat. Take a wild guess who it is. Returning my attention to Carl, I jump again. Oh, Carl, what are you doing? This isn't fucking funny at all. I push myself to the bed, leaning against it to take the weight off my swollen ankle, now twice to its original size as I stand in front of Carl. I reach out to take the sheet off his head, but I hesitate. The horns, they look bigger than they should be, and his voice is so different. Dining, love. Carl? Carl, you're scaring the shit out of me. My voice is weak and it cracks at the end. Oh, as I lose my nerve. Had this place been getting to Carl more than he'd been letting on? But then maybe he was just sleepwalking. I remember him doing that when he slept over at my house years ago. I reach out again more slowly this time, but again I hesitate. I can't shake the feeling that if I pull it off, it won't be Carl. Suddenly, the horned head shakes back and forth violently, the grunting reaching over at fever pitch. Shocked, I fall back on my rear, yelping as my ankle is jointed. When I lean back in my hands, watching it with wide eyes, the shaking is so wild the sheet starts to slip off the head as if whatever the sheet is trying to shake it off. I brace myself, watching as the sheet slides slowly from the horns to reveal Carl. Of course it's Carl. He stares back at me with bleary eyes like he's just woken up. I swallow hard. Carl, what are you doing? He settles for a moment, then finally speaks. I know what to do. Where are we supposed to be looking? Anywhere, but I know it's here. I lean uselessly against the dining room table again, watching them. I'm biting my lip, trying to not lose my cool, trying to absorb everything Carl had just told me. He said James Hendricks himself came to you in a dream, right? Wow, has it really been 4 hours? That's probably the longest stream I've done in a long while. Heck and heck, you're gonna get the boot back. You're getting boot. But yeah, wow, 4 hours. Last time I did a 4-hour stream was like way back before like I started changing stuff on this channel. Like I remember like I used to do like 8 or 10-hour streams like way back in my heyday when I was first starting streaming, but yeah, 4 hours. That's a long while. That's as long as it would take me to get from here to Fresno. I am not cute. No. I am not cute. I am a dumb and angry boy. And heck, you're gonna get a boop back too. I don't have any boop emotes, but you're gonna get a boop. Yep. And he told you how to find something? Carl gets down on his hands and knees and looks onto the stove. I know it sounds stupid, but that's what happened. I frowned. You know, I had a dream about a giant spider crawling through the ceiling, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be searching around for a spider in the ceiling. No, this is different. I never had a dream like this before. Boop 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 boop. I gotta go now, see you later. Don't die. Wait, am I gonna die in the story? But thanks for stopping by, Rocky. And again, thank you for introducing me to this. Thank you for introducing me to like all these like cursed novels and everything, because these games are incredible. I'm just gonna say. It's just a joke, or is it? Are you playing with me, Rocky? Are you messing with my head? Rocky, heck and heck, I'm gonna boop you later if you're gonna be on. But yeah, Rocky, you take care, buddy. And again, thank you for showing me this. I'll see you around, buddy. No, this was different. I never had a dream like that before. He stands back up and looks right back at me. It felt like he was actually in my brain telling me. I looked back at him for a while, not wanting to tell him he's going crazy just like I am. Well, it's kind of vague to just tell you that you need to find something, isn't it? He told me other stuff. Carl moves closer to me, starting to look through the various decorum of the dining room. Like what? Carl lifts up a vase and looks inside. He said this place is chaos, a leftover memory from the old house. That still doesn't really make any sense. And that he organized it for us into separate sections to help us figure this out and clear his name so we can get out of here. How is clearing James Hendrick's name gonna end this? I throw my hands in the air to gesture at everything that this is. Carl bends down to look under the dining room table, then stands up straight right in front of me. What else do we have to go off on? Hey, I found something weird. We both look out over Raven, who holds up. Wait, what? A corkscrew. Carl turns to me, ignoring the husky. If we find it, that locked door will open and we'll be able to get out. If he's here, then why doesn't he just show up himself and do it for us? He said that he's weak and that there are other forces in this house that have more control than he does. He can only do... Ah, so his house is haunted then. Interesting. Because I remember he said, like, in a joking manner, he did say that the whole house was haunted, but now it's starting to make sense because this house is literally haunted, and what they're seeing now is a hallucination that they need to get themselves out of. I'm gonna accidentally show up to work an hour early tomorrow and see if they'll let me work 9 to 5 instead of 10 to... Ah, okay. I get better. Do you hear yourself right now? Carl frowns and moves past me. What does his name even need to be clear of? I feel tears starting to sting my eyes again because now I think I'm the only one here who realizes how crazy this all is. Don't you guys get what's actually going on here? Raven stops rustling through the doors and looks up at me. You okay, Chase? No, because someone fucking kidnapped us and put us in this crazy maze dungeon and we should be trying to figure out how we can get out. It's quiet for a moment as Raven and Carl exchange glances. It's okay, Chase. We're gonna get out of here. I lean my head back in despair, about to cover up my face with my hands when something catches my eye. On the chandelier, a small white envelope is wedged between the glass ornaments. I squint to make sure it's not my watering eyes creating an illusion. Yes, there's definitely an envelope up there, diamond patterns from the crystal cask across its surface. Guys? Carl ignores me as he continues to shuffle through the things on the counter behind us. Carl, I found something. I point up straight to the chandelier above me. Carl stops then finally and moves next to me, looking up. Is that a letter? Looks like it. You think? Is that what you're looking for? Carl looks up on the table, gets up on the table, wobbling slightly as he reaches out to pull the envelope from the crystals. With a heavy thump, he drops back down to the floor. I'm still skeptical of everything right now, but as I get a closer look at the letter, I think I start to recognize it. That kind of looks like the same envelopes that your mom collected. Forbes up is scheduled to work during the day anyways, and we don't need that many, so I figured I'd be... Yeah, I mean, that could work. That could probably work out for you. Carl picks up the envelope, turning it over. Kind of, it just says John on the front. Carl opens the flap to empty out the contents. Isn't that the guy that... Whoa! The letter lights up and what sounds like a match being struck accompanies the flash. Carl grasps and drops the letter, shaking his hands. It's on fire! Shit, put it out, put it out! I stupidly wonder if the lights had somehow set the letter on fire as Carl starts trying to smother the letter with the sleeve. At that moment, a great moaning sound shakes the walls, almost knocking me off my feet and sending plates crash to the floor. I cling to the table as the plates fall from the counter and the chandelier swings above us. The deep groaning coalesces into a scream that makes me clap my hands over my ears. Carl is staring at the ceiling with his eyes wide when we hear another hissing sound. I jerk my head to look back in time to see a gush of inky black smoke burst from the stove, another scream accompanying it. It rushes straight towards us, and just for a moment I see the outline of what looks like a mouth and eyes in the smoke before it engulfs us. My senses are completely smothered. It feels like something is slamming up against my chest, and all my air is gone to be replaced by the unbreathable smoke. Alright, bye-bye, Axel. I'll see you some other time. Thanks for stopping by, though, buddy. Consistency, it's like water, filling my ears and eyes. I scream into the emptiness, but I can't hear myself for the cacophony that sounds like rushing water mixed with muffled screams and explosions. I fall to my knees and curl up onto the ground into a ball, just praying that the savage thing killing me would stop. Just as I'm starting to give in on something, it grabs the scruff of my neck hard and yanks me up so violently my teeth clack together. The fingers are unmistakably hooved. The letter, you fucking idiot! Then I'm shoved forward and find myself laying flat against the dining room table. Completely blind, I feel around before finding the letter. I clumsily rip the envelope apart, grabbing the letter inside. Then, like a massive vacuum being turned on, the smoke is sucked out of the room along with the horrible screaming and roaring. In an instant, the room is quiet again and I slump back to the floor, gasping for breath. Carl is right next to me, curled up in the same position that I was. Raven is whimpering, his face in his hands and his rear in the air. Carl coughs a few times, wheezing in air before he looks at me. The envelope is clutched in my hands. The hell just happened? Are you okay? I can't respond. I lean back against one of the chairs tucked into the table for a moment, gathering my wits. Carl? Yeah. If that James guy tells you anything else, just tell me and we'll do it. Carl breathes heavily in response. Raven, you okay? Raven sits a few feet in front of us on his knees, tongue hanging out as he gasps. Good, good. You know, that's what I saw yesterday. Yeah, I gather that. I give a short, humorless laugh. That, and I also... that I'm done asking questions. I just want to get out of here. Ah, there he is. I love you too, you heckin' cutie. You heckin' precious bean. You know, I also want to say something to you, Darius, because you and I, we've known each other for, I think, like, almost like a good year and a half now. And I just want to say, buddy, that, you know, you coming into my stream just out of the blue one day, it's probably the best thing that's happened on this stream, on this channel, as a matter of fact, because, you know, it's amazing to see how you've grown. And, you know, I follow your footsteps too, because, you know, you're an inspiration to me. So, you keep being you, buddy. Because, you know, without you, I probably still wouldn't be streaming today. So, I mean, I just want to say thank you for that. Because, again, you've been here for, ever since the beginning, I think. Like, way back when I didn't even have, like, 100 people following this channel at the time. So, just thank you, buddy. You're incredible, Darius. You're a good bean. And I'm glad to have met you, buddy. You're always going to be someone that I think about. You're good. You're good. You're a good cat, buddy. Yeah, you're my bestie too, buddy. Okay. before before we get all mushy, I'm sorry about that. I just needed a moment, you guys, just to say thank you to Darius because he is an amazing person. Um, yeah, you've been with me. You've been with me like we've been through shit together, Darius. So again, I just wanted to say thank you for that. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a shout out right here. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Huh. I've been seeing people playing Mass Effect a lot. Seahawk, hi! How's it going, bud? It's good to see you here on this channel. Yeah, no problem, Darius. You deserve that. After a few minutes of catching our breaths, I turned my attention back to the letter. Somehow it's completely undamaged despite catching on fire. It feels crisp and new, and the ink almost looks fresh. It's definitely looks like it came from one of the bins in the crawl space. But if that were the case, then there's no way it could be in the great condition that it's in. Good to see you. I'm doing fantastic. Tonight, stream has been absolutely incredible. And I'm not sure how long, like this whole pathway is, but we've been here for a while. Cause like, hold on, let me save right here. So we've been at it for 4 hours already. But once we're done with like this pathway, then we're also gonna be going through like the other pathways as well. The letter itself is short as I started real loud. My dearest John, the militia grows more agitated by the hour, and I feel that they will demand a search of this mansion. If that does indeed occur, I will do everything in my utmost power to hold them off. I look over at Carl, wondering if he just wanted to read the letter instead, but he's looking right at me. They'll never find the room I left you in. Do not fear. Carl moves closer to me, his hand reaching out to grab my shoulder. Carl? But if they so much as try to lay a finger on your head, it will be the last thing they'll ever do. Before I can even move, Carl leans in and kisses me. I'm just able to get a glimpse of Raven's shocked face before I'm practically smothered by Carl's soft, warm nose and lips. I freeze and my shoulders tensing. It's not that I'm not enjoying it, it's just that the kiss was so unwarranted. I'm not sure how long it lasts, but I never make a move to stop at. When Carl does finally pull back, it's awkward and he's just looking as confused as I am. Raven sits there openly staring at us. Carl lowers his ears, his nose growing pink. Sorry, I don't know why I just did that. I clear my throat. Don't worry about it. This place is doing weird things to me too. Oh, that was cute! Raven, could you help me up? I mostly ask him so that he won't dwell on what just happened. Carl clears his throat. Well, I think the door's open now. Let's go check. We make our way slowly down the hall. Raven is just behind us. I lean in closer to Carl's ear so that the husky can't hear. So, was that really you, or did your great whatever take control again? I don't know. I think I was still in control. Just felt like the right thing to do, you know? It looked like you already knew what the letter said. Yeah. I wait for him to go on, but he doesn't. Well, what does he need his name cleared for anyway? Being gay? I don't think people care about that stuff anymore. No, we already sort of knew that. Besides, he was basically a love leader. So what is it that he thinks he's ruined? So what is it that he thinks has ruined his legacy? Carl thinks. I guess the idea is that he just allowed his lover to die. I think people just believe that he sort of just left John to die, just didn't really try to save him. This whole mess seems like a pretty roundabout way to go about that in my opinion, but like I said earlier, I'm done asking questions. Well, that's kinda nice, the kiss I mean. The Carl looks back at me with one green eye. Yeah? I smile a little. I guess the fact that something bad had been going between us since the beginning of the week is pretty undeniable. And now we're here in this crazy alternate dimension with smoke monsters. So, well, fuck it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know where we're at either. I think Darkin's off streaming tonight. He did Neil's last night and this morning. His name is Wednesday. Friday morning. VR chat for sure. Alrighty then. forward and kiss his big soft cheek. Yep. Carl grunts and he's about to say something when I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. Immediately afterwards, I hear a dull thump and Carl grunts, his eyes bulging before he crumples, sending me to the floor with him. Oh my god! I yelp as my ankle bangs against the floor and I roll onto my back, and teeth grit, straining to reach down to hold my foot. Whatever just hit us is standing over me now. I raise a hand feebly to hold off the next blow. When it doesn't come, I lower it slowly and look back up. Jenna? Oh, now Jenna's back! Jenna stands there stoically, holding what looks like a small wooden tool. Jenna, what? How did you get here? Jenna slowly sets the stool down, slowly seeming to recognize me. I lean forward to feel my ankle, the pain radiating from hot pulses. Chase, you okay? What happened to your leg? I sprained it. Hey Jenna, it's been a while. I look over at Carl, who's still curled up on his side, his arms still wrapped around himself. Carl, you okay? Then to Jenna. Did you hit him? Jenna walks past Carl and crouches down next to my leg. This looks really bad. Yeah, Carl, are you okay? Carl grunts and turns over to face, a hand to his chest. Jenna, the fuck was that? Jenna looks at my ankle a while longer before standing up and looking around. When it doesn't look like she's going to answer, Carl sits up. How did you find us here? Raven perks up. Yeah, is there a way out? Jenna finally looks down at Carl and I note the complete lack of concern in her eyes. I came to your house looking for TJ and I ended up going to the basement. She looks down at the hall again. And I ended up here somehow. Blacked out before I did, so I don't know how to get out. Carl finally stands up, warily eyeing the stool held loosely in Jenna's hand before bending down to help me back up. Your leg okay? He grunts me down into my ear as he slides my arm over his shoulder and pulls me back up onto his back. Mostly, I think. I twisted it up again. Carl grunts again and turns back to Jenna, now with me on his back. Well, that was pretty fucked up to blindly swing at someone around a corner. No, what's fucked up is waking up in a place you have no memory of going to. Jenna's sharp muzzle points right at Carl, glaring. Carl stutters for a second, clearly not expecting to have Jenna snap back at him. Hey, this isn't my fault. We have no idea where we're at either. Why are you guys fighting? Raven looks innocently between the two of them, his ears perked. It's a good question, and I watch Jenna closely from over Carl's shoulder. She just glares at Carl, arms folded. Does she blame me for this somehow? After a few seconds of awkward silence, Carl speaks up. Well, you hit me for one. I don't know why you're so mad at me. Jenna looks back at Carl, and I see the tenseness in her shoulders slowly loosen. I'm sorry, it's just I'm a little uptight after waking up here. Hey, you're taking it better than us. Chase was freaking out for hours. I give Raven a side glance. Well, things have been going crazy since you two left the lake. Like us ending up in this fucking nightmare dimension? Not just that. Jenna sets the stool down on the cart before sticking out her forearm. That's when I see the crusted blood in her fur in the form of 3 long lines. Ew. TJ attacked me? How? Why? I have no idea. A faraway vacant look from Jenna had in her eyes fading to be replaced by a more concerned expression, but I better know her for it. He's been losing it ever since Flynn tried to grab him at the lake. I started to feel a little sick to my stomach. Why? He wouldn't tell me. He was just acting anxious and kept looking over his shoulder. But isn't he sort of like that most of the time? Jenna folds her arms, then shakes her head. No, he kept looking around, saying that he was seeing things. She stopped short. Like what? Jenna looks up. Sydney. We were quiet for a while. Seems all the rumors about this town are true. Everyone's crazy. This isn't normal at all, even an echo. Jenna looks at Raven. I'm sorry, who are you? Raven grins. No, I'm sorry. I'm Raven. He sticks out a hand. Jenna looks at it before turning to me. Chase, something's going on with Leo too. He kept asking around for you, then he ran off saying he had to take care of some things. Oh, I don't know why. I tried to think of what Leo might have wanted from me, but I draw a blank. It could be anything. Anyway, I've been trying to find TJ for ages. I don't even know what day it is anymore. Tried Carl's house since I ran out of any other ideas. Jenna goes quiet, then reaches into her pocket, pulls out her phone, holding it up, clearly looking for a signal. Just as I got to your house, Carl, I heard popping sounds. Jenna sighs and pulls her phone away again. Gunshots, I'm pretty sure coming from Main Street. Something's been happening to everyone. Jenna slides her hands into her back pockets, looking around. And now, this. Wow. So something fucked up is happening all over town. I think about Leo and TJ and my stomach twists at the thought of them being out there. I can only hope that they were able to get out somehow. At this point, I'm just waiting to wake up. We all are. Yeah, especially after a giant smoke monster chases around the dining room. What? Jenna looks at me and Carl. Carl glances back at me and asking to me, as if asking me to be the one to explain the impossibility that just happened. I take a breath trying to think of how I'm going to say this. So I think that at this point you're going to have to just go with whatever this place throws at you, Jenna. Yeah, we've all just kind of accepted what's been happening. Well, we have to, otherwise it would just be us sitting around freaking out how crazy this all is and not doing anything about it. And so far it seems we've at least been moving things forward. Jenna stares at us. What happened? We all stand in front of the wooden door in a half circle, none of us wanted to open it. So this is all to clear James's name. Seems that way. But why go through all of this trouble? I rest my good foot on the carpeted floor while I lean on Carl's back, wanting to give him some relief from carrying me back all the time. Probably because of the smoke monster thing. It's trying to stop him. Maybe it's making all these obstacles. Jenna had taken up our whole description of what had happened in the dining room pretty well. She listened silently while I explained what had happened so far. So I guess if we can get the story straight, maybe we can get out to town on what really happened. We might be able to get out of here. Jenna eyes the door. You think that there's maybe a reason why this monster doesn't want James to get this information out? We're quiet for a moment. Well, we don't have much else to go on. Again, there was a long pause as we all contemplate on what the hell might be behind the door. The pause is broken by a certain husky, though, as his white hand suddenly reaches out to grasp the handle. Maybe we've already done what needs to be done. I bet this will get us home. Raven! The heavy door pulls open slowly with an unearthly squeal. For the brief moment that I'm conscious, I see a black square in front of me that grows in size until it takes up my entire vision. The muscles on my back and neck seize up and the teeth clench together as my head jerks back, and then I'm falling. There's a rhythmic throbbing in my head, but it's hard to decide if it's coming from the inside of my head or outside. The next sense comes back to me is the touch. I feel a hard surface under my back. Probably wood, judging by the way my claws sink into it. I shift around a little, but I don't feel like getting up just yet. The smell is musty and old. I'm reminded of my grandpa's woodshed, a place I'd often go when I played hide and seek. The drumming sound continues, and the rhythm makes me think that it's definitely coming from outside my body. It sounds tribal in a way. Where am I? On the edges of my memory are troubling images of endless halls and rooms, the smell of decay and a noose. But I feel like if I block it out and just go back to sleep, I can erase all of it. I almost succeeded, but then nothing brings me right out of my reverie. Carl! Chase! I grimaced. The voice reminded me of something dark and cloudy. Help! The much louder yelp that follows has me rolling to my side, cracking my eyes open blearily. I'm in a dark room, very, very dark, the only source of light coming from what looks like a candle on the bedside table. A large bed sits next to it. I'm laying near the foot of this bed and opposite me. I can barely make out a wall of text which leads to a wooden box. Help! Raven's plaintive moan forces me to my feet, my joints cracking uncomfortably. As I drag my right foot up to stand under me, a blinding pain flashes up my leg, sending bright white across my vision. I let out a muffled scream of pain behind my clenched teeth, closing my eyes as I wait for it to subside. Memories are starting to flow back into me. There's a doorway in front of me, and I start to make my way towards it, hopping slowly on my left foot, holding the right one off the ground. I come to a small hallway, one that branches to my left in a corridor of darkness. Right in front of me, however, is a set of stairs. Light glows at the bottom, and I'm pretty sure that's where Raven's voice is coming from. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can hear other voices coming from there as well. I look down at my ankle, wincing as I see it's gotten even bigger, more than twice than its original size. I'm starting to think that it's more than just a sprain. As I make my way down the stairs, cringing with every light hop, my stomach starts to sink. I remember now, the weird mansion that we were just in, the doors and hallways and the smoke monster. And the door that we just went through, whatever's happening to us isn't over yet. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I find Jenna and Carl standing around a tall brown wardrobe. I stand there, breathing heavily. Carl turns to see me. Chase! He immediately rushes to my side, his hooves clopping loudly against the wooden floor. I think he's simply coming over to support me, but he wraps me up in a hug. God, I keep worrying about that one of us is going to disappear. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just upstairs in a bedroom, I think. The anxiety I feel over the whole situation goes away just a little, absorbed into the soft warmth of Carl's body. Over Carl's shoulder, I can see Jenna watching us, her eyes narrowed, expression dark. I'm about to ask her what's wrong when I hear a loud bang from the inside of the wardrobe. Guys, are you there? I think something touched me! Jenna turns back to the wardrobe, a silent, silent for a moment, then bends down to look at something. Guys? I hear a metallic click, then Jenna jumps back and one of the doors swing open and a black and white blur falls out like a rock. Raven faceplants neatly onto the wooden floor. He stays there for a moment, moaning into the planks before Jenna bends over to help him up. Are you alright? Ugh, yeah, I just felt like something grabbed me. I look back up into the wardrobe to find a very bare and empty wooden compartment. I'm inclined to believe him, though, after everything that's happened. Where are we? It's a good question, and now with the excitement over, I take the opportunity to look around as well. Everything is wooden, the walls, the floors, the ceiling. There's a large rug on the floor covered in colorful patterns and shapes. It reminds me of the art projects that we do in elementary school when learning about the natives. There's a big stone fireplace and two rug-covered chairs in front of it. Jenna gingerly shuts the wardrobe. So, a log cabin. Everyone remember where we were before? Yeah, that mansion place. So, we're stuck in this dimension thing. I sigh, rubbing my face with one hand while I lean against Carl with the other. I'd long given up on trying to figure out exactly what the hell is going on. Like Carl said earlier, we just have to keep moving and hope we get out of here. What's that sound? The drum that I had thought was coming from within my head started up again. Drums? The husky moves towards the wall which consists of several logs stacked horizontally on top of each other. I can't see anything. The cracks are filled with stuff. I look around again, this time more carefully. Right in front of me is a large log door, not unlike the one that we initially came through. On my left side, separated by the stairs, is what looks like the kitchen side of the room. In it, there's a small table with two chairs on either side. There's also a big black wood burning stove next to a few shelves which are full of pots and pans. Various tools and furniture clutter up the rooms, and there was a window. I point out to Carl. Look, let's try and see if we can get to there. Carl pulls me into the familiar position on his back before clopping over to a window. The sound's a bit louder with my added weight. Jenna and Raven follow behind. There's a ledge next to the window, thankfully, and Carl lets me sit on it. I turn to look out the window while the others crowd around me, resting their hands on the wooden bench. The first thing I notice is the flickering light in the distance, about 100 yards away. It casts out across the ground around it. Shadows from rocks and bushes dance with the movement of the illumination. It's definitely a fire, a large one, and probably a bonfire. The blackness around the fire is unnatural, though, just like what we saw through the windows in the mansion. It's inky and thick, and has an oppressive air of almost being alive. Now the light comes from what I presume to be the sky, that fire being the only signal for anything that exists outside the cabin. A fire. Raven says redundantly. Drumming. It's coming from it. Carl reaches out, but his hand looks to immediately press against something. I reach out too, and I feel a solid flat surface where a pane of glass might be set up, but it's clear there's nothing visible there. Observe, accept, and move on. Hey look. I look up in time to see something dark and flash across the fire. It disappears into the darkness to the right of the flame though. What was that? Maybe it was a tumbleweed or something. No, it was jumping, whatever it was. I feel it prickling along my neck, and now I'm not really into the idea of just staring out into the darkness. But then it happens again, and I see what Jenna is saying. The dark shade starts at the left side of the fire before passing in front of it. I get a brief impression of a tail and ears, legs, and arms pumping as though jogging in place. It moves past the flames, then disappears into the darkness again. Something's out there. We continue to watch, but the drum beat dies down, and after about a minute, it's clear nothing's moving around out there anymore. What was that? Well, Carl glances around at Jenna. The drum beat kind of sounds native, don't you think? He's clearly waiting for Jenna to confirm. Maybe. There's an awkward silence before Carl coughs. Well, let's think. We weren't able to get out of the mansion until we found that letter, right? He looks at me. Yeah. I respond automatically. Well, if that's the case, then maybe we have to find something in here, right? I guess that would make sense, but what are we supposed to find? Another letter? Yeah, didn't someone tell you about finding something that would open the door? Yeah, and I think it makes sense that whoever set this up would do it in the same way, right? I sigh and stop staring out the window, my back sore from the twisting motion. I sit straight up on the bench and look back into the cabin. Well, if we're supposed to find another letter, then there's a bunch of places to hide it. Maybe we should try the door first? Jenna walks over to the door and looks up and down before reaching out to slide back a rusty bolt. To my surprise, it moves with only a little resistance. Are we sure we want to go out there? I mean, we don't know who that is running around. Jenna hesitates, then heaves back onto the door, but it doesn't budge, not even an inch. Jenna sighs. Raven bounds up next to Jenna before enthusiastically yanking the back of the handle as well. Again, the door holds fast. Of course. Jenna stares at the door a moment before turning to us. Let's take a look around upstairs. If we're supposed to find something, then we should start from top to bottom. Agreed. Carl bends down to pick me up, but I rest upon his shoulder. Wait, I don't want you to have me to drag me everywhere, let alone up and down the stairs. He stops mid-stoop, his face level with mine as he looks at me. You sure? I don't want to leave you alone down here. As I look back at him, I can't help but note the differences that I noticed earlier. His face had harder lines, fur duller, eyes somewhat deeper and wiser. You alright? I break out my chance and blink. Yeah, I'll just stay down here and look around where I can. Jenna and Raven are already making their way up the stairs. Raven going on about how his family used to have their own log cabin. Alright, but shout if you need anything. I smile. At least I feel like some parts of Carl are still familiar. After the ram heads upstairs, I lean back on my bench, letting my head tilt back as I close my eyes. Even in this new environment, everything is still feeling surreal. I've come to welcome the feeling, though. It's a nice little barrier to everything that's been happening right now. In some ways, I can still pretend that this is a dream. Hell, even now I'm thinking that this is a dream, that I'm somehow stuck in one of my paralyses. Maybe I'm in a hospital right now and they're trying to figure out how to pull me out of it. The thought has me feeling like I've been watched and the fur prickles around my neck. I guess it'd be kind of awkward if all those doctors are watching me right now and maybe Carl and Jenna are both there too. Leon, Flynn, TJ. The feeling gets stronger, so I turn back. You know, that's actually a very good guess. What if all this is just like in our mind? Because he did say, well, earlier what happened in the story was that somehow our character, which is Chase, somehow he drowned in the lake. So what if this is not real? What if this is just like a surreal kind of hallucination that's in his mind right now, and he is actually in the hospital? What if that's actually the case? It's possible, but ugh. It's still silent, and the lone little flame in the distance continues to flicker around the box and the sagebush. It makes me wonder how endless this world is. If we're in some type of ghost dimension being manipulated by what are basically ghost gods, then will this whole ordeal be never ending? A thought twists in my stomach, so I stop thinking about it. I turn back around and force my eyes to start scanning through the kitchen from top to bottom looking for something, anything that might stand out. I assume I'm looking for a letter. But again, if the rules are limitless in this world, then there's no telling what it might be that we're supposed to find next. I think about vocally asking James or whoever the hell it is for some help. Maybe it's some kind of hint at least, but there's no way I'm going to do that without the others with me. I'm thinking about pushing out the bench to start limping around the kitchen when a small scratching sound catches my attention. I hold still, then lean back, tilting my ear towards the sound. It's muffled and a bit distant, but it's coming from directly to my left. Is it happening on the outside of the cabin? My fur prickles and I think about calling Carl. I can hear the three of them stomping around, talking to each other in muffled voices from upstairs. I turn again, this time a little more tentatively. The dancing bonfire continues to grow quietly, no other movement aside from the shadows. This time a rustling sound comes from that same spot, and I instinctively turn my eyes in its direction. Carl? I raise my voice only a little bit, but the conversation carries on upstairs as if I hadn't said anything. I look up at the ceiling, then back out the window. The rustling sound continues, this time in its earnest, as if it's something twisting around in the brush. It's coming from just outside the view of the window, right at the base of the house. I hold my breath and lean forward, stretching my neck up to get a better angle and peer down into the darkness. It's really too dark to see much, or at least that's what I was thinking. Almost as if it has its own glow, a bright white face that stares back at me from the blackness. My mind blinks as my body seizes up, and just like that, I'm in a paralysis, forced to stare down at the white face, the black eyes. It's as if the thing is holding me with a gaze, but as it does, its features become more definable. I see tall ears, a long pointy muzzle, and a band of some type across the thing's forehead. Stop it. Something says it. Something says it very deliberately through the teeth of my right ear. At the same time, the face flickers and fuzzes like a TV picture with bad reception. The head twitches and shifts, then the muzzle opens in. The cackle that comes forth is all that at once terrifying and familiar, and at that moment I'm released. My vocal cords start working at the same time, and I let out a scream as I fall backwards. I land on the wooden floor with a loud thud that shakes the pots and pans on the shelves. The room spins, and I feel like it's coming right out of a dream. like I've been sleeping for ages. The next thing I know is I'm surrounded by three faces of my friends, all looking down at me. Carl grabs me from under the arms and pulls me into a sitting position, his face worried, but something else too. Anger? What happened? I'm startled by his abruptness, and I stammer through an answer. It was a face, out the window. What did it say? Carl, what are you doing? Raven reapproaches the ram gently, his ears falling. Carl glances at the husky, then Jenna, who's been silent so far, then back at me, slowly letting go. Sorry, I was just worried about you. What did you see? Did it say anything? It takes me a moment to realize. No, it didn't say anything, it just laughed. What did it look like? Fox, maybe? Had a band over his head. Carl's eyes narrow. Hey, I found something. We all look up at Raven, who holds up a white piece of paper. What is that? Carl stands up, staring hard at the paper in Raven's hand. I don't know, it looks like a photocopy of a newspaper. Let's see. Raven turns towards the candle sitting on the desk. Jenna stands behind him. Such a boy, missing after her. Whoa! Raven flinches back as the paper catches fire, illuminating the entire cabin room. Shadows dance across the log walls. The paper, which Raven had dropped, flutters to the floor, a tongue of angry flame eating it up completely before it hits the floor. We all stare at the smoldering flake of ash on the ground. Raven, are you kidding me? Well, I wasn't even that close to the candle. That might have been what we needed. But Raven stares at his hands, looking forlornly between them and the candle which seems to flicker innocently on the table. I rest my face in my hands. Well, what did we do now? He wasn't near the candle. I pull my hand out of my hands, not because of what Jen said, but because of the way she said it. Huh? I got a side angle here. You were at least 2 feet away. There's a brief silence. Jenna, what are you talking about? I don't know, Carl. What am I talking about? Jenna turns to the ram, eyes narrow, teeth slightly bared. I look at Carl. He's frowning, a concerned look on his face. Jenna, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying there's no way that candle burned down that paper. Carl's concerned expression deepens, but there's also a hint of condescension. I hope I said the right condescension there. What else could have done, Jenna? This time, the silence is heavy. I'm baffled by the interactions they've been having so far, and judging by the look on Raven's face, so is he. Hey guys, I'm sorry I burned it, but maybe we can figure something out from the title. Masita Boy Missing? I look at Jenna. Oh yeah, Masita, isn't that your tribe, or? Yep. I feel my face flush as if I'm wondering if I'm being insensitive, like she knows everything from the tribe. But what does that mean? A lot of people go missing out here. Well, it would have been something to do with James, right? How do we know that? I look at Carl. Are you okay, man? You've been acting really weird ever since we got here. I think we're all acting a little different after getting here, don't you think? Carl glances at Jenna. Are we fighting again? Staring at the ash on the ground, something I should have realized earlier suddenly hits me. Wait a minute, that newspaper, it kind of looked like something that came out of the crawl space tubs. What do you mean? I was looking through some artifacts that Carl's family saved from way back when, for that project that I was doing. It seems like years ago at that point. I snapped my fingers, and then some of the stuff was missing from it, like pages ripped out of Carl's mom's notes that had photocopies of old newspapers. So was that just a clipping from the notes? Maybe, I don't know, but John was native, so maybe it has something to do with them? I think back to the small fox I saw through the window, the band across his forehead. Was that John? So the ghost was ripped out of the pages just to show you in this nightmare world? Why didn't he just point them out to you in the real world? I don't really have an answer for that. Then we shouldn't have to be going through this shit right now. Ghost rules? Raven shrugs. And what if that was our key out of here? Well, they can't just leave us here, right? We don't know anything about where we are or what these things are capable of. So what do we do now? Just sit around and wait for something else to happen? Carl suddenly sighs. Well, I'm gonna look around some more. You guys do whatever you want. Again, I'm taken aback by Carl's demeanor. I've never seen him act like this before. It's like he's a different person. Without another word, he turns onto his hoof and walks away. Over the next several hours, we search the cabin from top to bottom. I hobble around the ground floor, careful not to look out the window, even when the drumming starts up again at a few points. I check all the shelves, under the chairs and tables, in the stove, in the pantry, between the cracks in the floor and the walls. We don't find anything. At some point, I almost topple over from dozing off, and that's when we call out the search. There's some discussion as to where we should sleep, if we should do it in shifts. Jenna suggests that we stay downstairs. She stay up downstairs while the rest of us sleep, just in case something else happens. Carl suggests that I sleep in the bed upstairs because of my leg, and I have to agree with him. Raven stays downstairs with Jenna, making himself comfortable in one of the chairs. As Carl hobbles up onto the stairs with me on his back, Jenna watches us the whole way. I sit on the bed, watching Carl moves around the room, looking behind the shelves and under the bed. Carl, I hate to ask again, but are you okay? He looks back at me. Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to make sure everything is safe for you. Thanks. You seem different, I guess. Carl looks at the ceiling, seemingly thinking. It's difficult to make him out in this darkness. Just like when he had the sheet over his head, I get the weird feeling that who I'm looking at might not be Carl. I think it's just that this has made me grow up. I realize how useless I've been. This is sort of an opportunity for me to actually do something. Help people, you know? Yeah. It sounds nice, but I can't get rid of that nagging feeling that something's off. It's in the way that he talks, the way he moves, right down to his facial expressions. I swing my legs gingerly onto the bed and lay back. Carl comes over to sit on the other side. Gonna sleep here too? Yeah. You need me to get around, so I'm gonna be by your side as much as possible. Alright, thanks. As we lay awkwardly on our backs for a moment, Carl suddenly turns onto his side and pulls me into his chest. I'm surprised and turn instinctively so that he's spooning me. I guess it makes sense after a semi-confession back into the mansion. He nuzzles my neck, but again, the action is weirdly unnatural. Even with his big warm body next to mine, it takes me a long time to fall asleep. I open my eyes and blearily I can make out the dark cabin room. My heart sinks again at realizing where I'm at, but I'm more subdued this time. Guess I'm getting used to my new life. My mouth is dry, very dry, and I feel like I need to find water. I'm not going back to sleep. I sit up. Carl's moved back to the side of the bed at this point, lying out on his back, snoring. Quietly, I get out of the bed, wincing at how creaky the floorboards are. I make my way down the stairs, eyes adjusted to the point where I can barely make out the ledges. When I reach the ground level, I see that Raven is splayed out on the carpet, snoring as well. I shake my head before moving to the kitchen. Jenna isn't there, and I wonder where she might be. Was she in that other room upstairs? Maybe I just missed her when I was distracted by Raven. Looking around, I see a small cup sitting on the table. I'm almost positive it hadn't been there before, but maybe Raven or Jenna had set it so. Walking over to it, I'm relieved to find that it's filled with what looks like water. I pick it up and sniff at it, no, not really getting a hint of anything. Tentatively, I take a sip, and immediately spit it out. It's salty, putrid, tastes like... Oh, no. No, it was piss, wasn't it? Ugh. Ugh. Gingerly, I set down the cup, looking down to the opposite room. Everything is still in the other room. I can't even hear Raven snoring anymore. This time I see the wardrobe move, the door specifically. I stare wide-eyed. Everything falls still again, but I don't dare move. Jenna? I whisper loudly. It wouldn't make any sense why she'd be in there, but who else would it might be? Ghosts, of course. I'm about to take a step forward, toward the stairs maybe, or at least to wake Raven up. But that's when the small door cracks open. I freeze, all the fur on my body standing up. James. Words die on my tongue as something long and black slides out from behind the door. It dips down towards the ground, and only then does it vaguely take the shape of a foot. Another long black tendril follows, slightly ahead of the first one. Whenever it touches the ground, it takes the shape of a hand resting flat on the wooden floor. I choke and start to try and back away, but then the door explodes open, and I'm just barely able to make a galloping black shape before it engulfs me. I collapse back onto the ground, twisting, trying to scream, but the thing completely covering and smothering me. I choke and gag, feel like I'm being suffocated, my arms pinned to my sides and my legs rigid. As I try to yank away from the thing that feels like something is freed from my mouth, and I'm able to scream. Help! Get it off me! Help! Chase! The surface underneath me becomes soft, the thing on top of me warm. Through the bleary eyes, I look up at Carl, just able to make out the curve of his horns. Carl? I heard the movement at the doorway and I glance in that direction to find Jenna standing there, hackles raised and the teeth bared. Jenna? Before I know what exactly is going on, Jenna sprints across the room and jumps on the bed. Carl doesn't even have time to run before she snatches him up by the horns and yanks his head back violently. The ram lets out a choking sound as he's dragged back and thrown to the floor. Jenna jumps off the bed after him. From the sounds of it, she lands on him. What follows is a series of thuds and smacks. Weakly, I pull myself to the foot of the bed, still completely disoriented. I knew it, you motherfucking piece of shit! Oh, wait, what? What I see is Jenna sitting on Carl's back, swinging her fist into her head while the ram tries to cover up. You haven't changed at all! Jenna, stop! I roll off the bed, as confused as to why I'm so weak. Pain shoots up my leg again, but this time I barely notice it. There's something around Jenna, something big and black, like a shadow, making her look much bigger than she actually is. Her fist swing and hit Carl with a force I didn't think she was capable of. Then she grabs Carl by the horns again and yanks back before slamming his face onto the back of the floor. Jenna! I lunge forward, trying to put myself between the two of them. Underneath me, Carl has gone limp. Just like Jenna, there's something black and shadowy around him as well, but it's fading and moving away. Jenna's still trying to get at Carl, reaching down at me and snarling in my ear, a sound that makes my fur stand on end. Then she's gone. I look to my left and see Jenna being drawn back by Raven, his eyes wide with shock. What are you doing? Jenna struggles in the husky's grasp. I saw him! He was trying to fuck the otter! The otter? Jenna, stop! He was helping me! I was having a nightmare. Jenna's struggling to lose some of the vigor, but she continues down in Carl's direction. Raven, please get her out of here. The shadow around Jenna seems to shrink, and her face shows some doubt as she stares at the crumpled form of Carl. After a moment, she seems to let the husky lead her from the room, and I hear soothing tones from Raven as he leads her down the stairs. I turn back to Carl, who has his arms around his head, face still buried in the ground. After a while, I see his shoulders heaving with sobs. Gently, I pull one of his arms back, and he looks up at me. This time, I recognize his face. I sit next to Carl on the bed, mopping up his face with his bloody button-up shirt. He sits there silently, looking at his hands while I work. At least nothing's broken. Dude, what happened? I'm not sure if he's talking about what happened with Jenna or just everything. I've been asking that same question since we got here. He looks at his hands again. I felt different. I sat back and looked him over, satisfied with having cleaned up most of his face. You were acting different too. Like, I felt I knew everything. I knew what I was doing. You were acting really confident. I agree and set his bloody shirt off to the side. When I look at him, he seems so sad and beaten down that I have to hug him. Dude, you're gonna make me start crying again. His voice cracks, but he hugs back anyway. I'm just glad you're back. I felt like I was talking with a stranger. Carl leans against me and sighs. I don't know if I'm glad though. It's kind of like it just came down from a huge high. I rub his shoulder for a while before I venture forward and make my guess. Was it James? I don't know. Maybe. Carl looks at his hands again, like he's questioning if they're even his. I just felt like I knew what I wanted, and when things didn't go the way I thought they would, I'd get really pissed. He was silent for a while, I imagine contemplating what he'd just gone through. Jenna isn't really acting like herself either. Carl looks up at that. Yeah, I felt like whatever was in me, whatever it is, really just hate what Jenna is doing for some reason. Carl looks around the room, scanning it with his dark green eyes. I feel like all of this is some kind of mental fight between James and whatever else is fighting against him. He looks down at his hands. That's why we have to do this. That's why we have to do all of this. He falls back into silence, and I don't ask any more questions, wanting to let him rest a bit. There's one nagging thought that comes to my mind, though. This is kind of stupid, but whatever happened back to the mansion, you know, that thing between us? He looked up at me, and I feel my face flush, looking away. I guess I'm wondering if any of that was real. I mean, if it was really you feeling that way. Carl doesn't say anything, so I'm forced to look up at him. When I do, he has a sad sort of smile on his face. Dude, I think that was the only part of me that was real. Despite where we are, despite everything that's happening, that somehow makes me incredibly happy. Happy enough to lean forward and kiss him. He kisses back, and while it's barely more than a peck, it has my entire body feeling warm. He pulls his own arm around me after I pull back and rest my head on his shoulder. I feel like it's gonna try to come back though. I look at him. What, James? Whatever it is, I can already feel like it's on the edge of my mind. Do you think you can fight it? Carl sighs and looks at me. Should I? What do you mean? I mean, it made me feel amazing, like I could do anything. Maybe we need that. I frown. I don't know. Not only that, but I feel like I knew what to do. It might save us. He stares back into my eyes. I know it's not really me, but it'll probably only be the first time that we're actually here. For the time that we're actually here. I look away thinking, then I'll be back to my old self. He squeezes my shoulder, but it's important to me that what you think. We're in this together. While I don't exactly like the idea of whatever is changing Carl and influencing him, it might be our only choice. I think you should probably let it. Yeah? Carl looks at me and I can tell he's a little surprised. Maybe. It's basically trying to help us, right? And if it's James, then he knows exactly what we need to do. Yeah. Carl sounds a little reluctant, but I can tell he's starting to agree with me. It'll only be for the time that we're here. He just wants to show us his story, then we can get out. I don't mention that there's a more confident Carl will make everything easier as well. I just had to make sure that he and Jenna were carefully kept separate. Either way, we are in this together, and I'll make sure things don't get out of hand between you and it. We sit there for a while, Carl absorbing what I just said. It's clear that whatever is influencing Carl probably Jenna is powerful, and we had to be careful. Whatever he decides, I just pray it's the right decision. Okay, I'm gonna stop the stream here because we've been at it for how long? I think it was more than 4 hours. Okay, so we're starting to cross the 5 hour kind of barrier, so I think we might stop here. But that was a very, very, very interesting kind of way to end, and a really weird way to twist the story a bit. But I mean, I'm enjoying it so far, don't get me wrong. But I think we definitely do need to check this out more. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. And I think we're gonna find someone to raid real quick right now. But I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream, because I definitely enjoyed it a lot. And we might actually do some more of this game probably soon. But right now, let's find someone to raid. Let's see. I don't want to go for like someone who already has like a ton of stuff, like a ton of people watching. Crud. I'm sorry, I forgot. I literally just forgot the name right now. I'm having a massive brain fart. But yeah, join the Discord too if you haven't already. But yeah, I'm sorry, but I just had like a massive brain fart. Oh, Hackbolt. There we go. Yeah, Hackbolt is a great streamer, and he is definitely someone that I do like to talk to. And again, sorry, I got a major brain fart from that, but I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you guys soon. This is Spitfire. It's been real. Peace.